Fong Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty and his expression was grim. I did not expect that light goo would erupt with an attack that cooperated with the golden pillar so perfectly. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable smiled smugly. My soft gold crashing pillar was designed to counter your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel? Fong Yuan nodded. This move can conceal its strength and unleash a mystical collision force on reverse flow protection seal to penetrate the reverse flow river, interrupting with the entire operation of the killer move. But it is a pity that this move has not been completed yet. Otherwise, it would not have been resolved by me so easily. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable nodded. He felt that this was a small pity. He could have given up on Light Emperor to save this killer move for the future to deal with Fong Yuan. But Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable would not do that. He would rather expose it to save his eldest son. I was too rash to think that a rank 9 Immortal Goo would be involved. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable said to Light Emperor. Father, what's the point of saying that now? We need to find a way to flee. My hairs are all standing on end now. Light Emperor replied quickly, although he had returned to Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable's side. The battle was still ongoing. He was very alert. Didn't you create your own light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Dao marks. How can you have body hair? Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable asked in a peculiar tone. Light Emperor rolled his eyes and retorted, Father, now is not the time for this. The situation is dire. We need to find a way to escape. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable suddenly laughed out loud. Then we will leave. Saying so, he held Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang in both hands respectively and rapidly made his move. You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun. Leave the Immortal Goo behind. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable and Great Love, Immortal Venerable attacked at the same time. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable roared and exchanged blows with the two Venerables. Even parts of the two heavens broke into fragments. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying force of the killer moves, nothing remained. Even the fused immemorial two heavens was destroyed, turning into an area of void. At the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens came rushing in like tidal waves, filling up the void. Using this chance, a golden path extended over from deep within northern plains. It was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest method. Luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven along with his own will and rank 9 Immortal Essence. Thus, using the vast number of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, the power of luck-changing golden light path rose explosively. It extended from northern plains to the battlefield. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable brought Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang onto this path. Their speed rose immensely. They went far away in just a moment. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable and Great Love, Immortal Venerable did not let them off. But their attacks were negated by each other due to the constant accidents that occurred around the golden path. Even if a Venerable attacked, under the chaotic situation of the fused two heavens, they were not only obstructed by soul beasts, there were black-white overturning clouds too. This was the power of luck-changing golden light path. Fong Yuan attacked several times but nearly caused accidents to occur during Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. Fong Yuan had seen the power of luck-changing golden light path from long ago. But this time, it was so hard to deal with because of the amplification of Longevity Heaven's Dao marks. Boom! Both Venerables gave chase into northern plains. Eventually, they destroyed the luck-changing golden light path. At this moment, Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable fell along with Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang down. During the entire period of time, he could not find a chance to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, had been using his full strength to maintain the luck-changing golden light path to resist the two Venerables' attacks. The intensity of the battle was clear with one glance. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable had no time to do anything else. There was another reason Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable did not dare to let Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 Light Goo was inside Yu Tianguang's body. After sensing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 aura, it was feeling very restless. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did anything excessive, Light Gu might get agitated and do something unfavorable to him. Thus, he could only bring Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang towards longevity heaven. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement is reaching the final few steps. Fang Yuan was very happy, but he showed an anxious expression as he shouted, "Giant Sun, leave that rank 9 Immortal Gu behind. I won't let you have it." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes showed a firm light. She did not speak, but her attacks were getting more intense. The battle of the 3 Venerables finally got close to longevity heaven. Light Emperor laughed loudly as victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father is mighty!" Longevity heaven's immortal aperture entrance was open. At the final juncture, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showed a grim expression. He did not dare to be careless for fear of showing a flaw. The moment he stepped into the immortal aperture's entrance, rank 9 Light Gu sensed something amiss. It suddenly reacted and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and used his prepared method to suppress it. But at this moment, Fang Yuan unleashed his refinement path killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his defensive measure, but the refinement path killer move had been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. It had incredible power that affected rank 9 Light Gu. Crack. With a soft sound, the surface of Light Gu cracked. Oh no! Light Emperor shouted. But thankfully, Light Gu was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stepped into longevity heaven at long last. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily as he asked, "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, what an impressive method. What is the name of your move?" Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "You have your soft gold crashing pillar. I have my crippled refinement." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable praised it again before looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shut the door and vanished into thin air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan with a livid expression. She reprimanded, "Since you had the killer move crippled refinement all along, why did you not use it earlier?" Giant Sun Immortal Venerable succeeded in the end. All along, she did not notice that something was off with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. "If I had not made deductions during the battle, even that last hit would not have been possible. I managed to injure Light Gu. But what about you, Star Constellation? Humph. If I did not stall for time, could you have achieved that?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very unhappy. She did not want to waste time talking to Fang Yuan. She turned around and left. The entire time, neither of them chose to invade longevity heaven. Having your own headquarters is really convenient. Fang Yuan sighed and left. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was heavily injured, but because of longevity heaven, he was unbeatable once he returned. This is true for longevity heaven. Heavenly Court is even more terrifying. Fang Yuan made deductions from seeing luck-changing golden light path strength. He could not help but feel a chill. He did not stay in Northern Plains. He returned to Eastern Sea immediately. The effect of obscured heavenly secret that he had was greatly expended after this intense battle. Barely any was left. Longevity heaven. "Father, how is Light Gu?" Light Emperor was very concerned. "Don't worry, although Fang Yuan is a refinement path venerable and heavily injured Light Gu, I used that opportunity to suppress it as well." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable coughed and spat out some blood. "Father, are you okay?" Light Emperor asked. In his memory, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was so magnificent and strong. He was an invincible existence. But now, he saw that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was tired and battered. Times were different. Light Emperor recalled the process and felt dejected. As a pseudo-venerable, he was nothing more than a useless tool. At most, he was the bait that lured Light Gu. In this battle, he was a burden for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. "Father, go and heal yourself." Light Emperor was very worried. He had never seen his father with such serious injuries. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. "I need to watch them and make sure they leave Northern Plains. I can't let them cause destruction or slaughter the Huangjin tribes. Light Emperor was shocked. They are grand venerables. How can they act like that? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable may not do it, but Feng Yuan is crafty and shameless. I cannot be sure of that. But most importantly, we obtained a rank 9 Immortal Gu in this fight. The gains are just too much. You are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's praise made Light Emperor feel more energetic. He patted his chest and assured, Father, I will do my best. Cough, cough, because he patted himself too hard. He could not help but spit out some blood in response. The father and son looked at each other with bitter smiles. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable waved his hand. You are heavily injured too. Go and recuperate. We made the greatest gains this time. We need to rest now and digest our gains. Once our strength rises, we will repay them several-fold. Light Emperor hesitated. Father, Light Gu is injured. What do we do? Even Heavenly Court spent a long time and countless resources to repair Fate Gu. Speaking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. We'll talk about it in the future. Above Central Continent. All sorts of Fire Path Immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and sent into Heavenly Court's treasury. The star array calculation formation was not too badly interrupted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was pleased about this. In her case, this battle was too abrupt. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not expend much immortal essence, but the gains were plentiful. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Gu, it is an injured Immortal Gu. Giant Sun cultivates Luck Path and Blood Path. He cannot use Light Gu easily. Rank 9 Light Gu is not Derivation Gu. The latter does not need to be refined, but the former needs Immortal Essence to be used. This will cost Giant Sun a lot of Immortal Essence. It is possible that Feng Yuan created crippled refinement at the last second, but it is more likely that he did not attack because he lacked Immortal Essence because it was too urgent at the end. He exposed the killer move to attempt to destroy Light Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked towards the two heavens. Without the sun, both heavens were dark and dim. Deep within the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in fire. He was growling in pain. This was the price for swallowing rank 9 Fire Gu. This might be a chance. Starlight flickered in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. She was very concerned with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Spectral Soul destroyed the sun, while the three Venerables' fight started and ended abruptly. The impact of this battle was quickly spreading throughout the 5 regions. Southern border. What a large lump of tap fire. Rank 4 Gu Master Xiao Yan did his best to dodge. The lump of orange flame approached him like a rolling stone. It was large as an elephant, attempting to devour him. Right when Xiao Yan was about to make a move and capture this tap fire, a Gu Master suddenly made an attack. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiao Yan was set flying far away. Who are you? This is Shang Clan's territory. Xiao Yan shouted. Not only did he fail to get the tap fire, he even suffered injuries. Hee. Are you proud of being a lackey of Shang Clan? From the shadows, a demonic path Gu Master walked out. He had rank 4 cultivation level 2. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, Fiery Star Bao Tong. He immediately understood why Bao Tong attacked him. The other party was also a fire path cultivator. He must be after this tap fire. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in an intense battle. Sparks flew everywhere as explosions resounded. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, but soon, Xiao Yan gained an upper hand. Bao Tong became more furious as he fought. Xiao Yan was a junior, but he was actually fighting on an even level. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. This was the benefit of having a large force behind you. A moment later, Bao Tong fell back while spitting blood. He held his chest, and the unsightly expression on his face that was covered in soot could not be concealed. So the rumors are not wrong. You actually have so many rank for Gu. You must be the subordinate who climbed into Shang Clan leader Shang Xinc's bed. Xiao Yan was instantly enraged. Scoundrel! You dare to slander my clan leader! Xiao Yan had wanted to let Bao Tong off earlier instead of chasing after him. But now, he attacked Bao Tong with intense rage. Bao Tong cried out in dismay internally. Against Xiao Yan's furious attacks, he had to retreat constantly and quickly fell into danger. Meanwhile, at a dark corner, there was a Gu master quietly observing this battle. This Gu master had rank 5 cultivation level. His face and body were unclear, covered by dense fog. Shang Xanci, the rank 5 Gu master, gritted his teeth. It was clear that he had huge grudges with her. A will was located in his mind. Little Tian, don't be rash. Shang Xinci is a Gu immortal seed of Shang clan. You have only just managed to escape and change your identity. Now, you need to hide yourself and cultivate seriously. You need to transcend the limits of immortal and become a rank 6 Chi Path Gu immortal. The rank 5 Gu master was Kong Ri Tian, while the will in his mind was Kong Shang Tian. Back then, when Kong Shang Tian obtained Shang Tian true inheritance, Wu Ji Shang Xinci, and the rest came to fight over it. He swore to take revenge. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But ancestor, I already have confidence in ascending. But you told me not to do it, because I should not miss the opportunity for natural inspiration. Kong Shang Tian's will explained. Spectral soul destroyed the sun. He also got rid of many heaven vein nodes in white heaven, like heavenly chasms, heavenly pillars, and others. Immemorial white heaven will soon be devoured by immemorial black heaven. The fusion of both heavens will not last long, along with the disturbance of heaven's will. Once heavens will stabilizes, you will undergo immortal ascension. So that's it, I can't wait. Kong Ri Tian chuckled. At the next moment he attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xinci, I will target her subordinates. I will kill her sweetheart Xiao Yan first and let her experience some pain. Killing intent surged in Kong Ri Tian's mind. You! Don't worry, after I kill Xiao Yan, I will frame it on Bao Tong. I am familiar with this. Kong Ri Tian secretly moved towards Xiao Yan. Because the latter was focused on Bao Tong, he did not sense anything. Sigh! You need to settle this quickly. Kong Shang Tian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless life forms perished in the sea of fire. The light of the fire illuminated the sky. Because it was near Shang Liang Mountain, Shang Xinci quickly detected it. Oh no! Something happened to Xiao Yan. Just the tap fire alone cannot produce such power. Shang Xinci's heart sank. She could not help but feel worried about Xiao Yan. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level, she had abundant knowledge and knew that this was an immortal material flame just by looking at the light. Shang Xinci did not send any reinforcements to help Xiao Yan, because this involved immortal materials. It was not immortal matter. Shang clan's Gu immortals had to resolve it. Shang Xinci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This beautiful and kind woman sighed deeply as she showed a look of worry. I wonder how many people are suffering and in pain right now? Even as Shang clan leader, I am still too weak. The changes in heaven and earth shook everyone's hearts. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path had gotten quite rampant for a certain period. Shang Xinci did her best to salvage the situation, but against calamities and natural disasters, her effort amounted to futility. Eastern Sea, White Crane Sea area. Nan Gongyuan was gathering the crane group. Far away in the horizon, vast and grand frost energy swept over and caused the surrounding temperature to fall. White Crane Sea area was originally owned by Eastern Sea's lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken by the closest superforce, Nan Gong Clan. Nan Gong Clan invested a batch of resources and created the formation they wanted to develop this place, but to think that the sun was destroyed by spectral soul. Once the sun was destroyed, the temperature of the 5 regions fell sharply. Because White Crane Sea area was right beside ICC area, it was quite badly affected. Recently, ICC area had already expanded by 4 times of its original size. White Crane Sea area was about to be engulfed by ICC area. The changes in the world have created an unprecedented chaotic era. Nan Gong Yuan sighed deeply. Nan Gong Clan was doing relatively fine. Su Clan's light ripple sea fell greatly in value after the destruction of the sun. The entirety of Su clan was busy trying to salvage it now. Of course, there were super forces who took the chance to gain a huge profit. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua clan. Hua clan's rank 8 Immortal Goo House Green Cloud Spark warship entered the two heavens to collect a vast amount of cloud path resources. The other Eastern Sea righteous path forces were feeling deep envy. With the changes going on, not just mortals and Goo masters were affected, even super forces and Goo immortal experts were implicated in this commotion. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homelands and start all over again. In the pitch-black night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang were flying over the border of Northern Plains and Western Desert. They were originally the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, only 2 were left. The 2 of them were Northern Plains lone immortals. They did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They also refused to join Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Goo cultivation world, everyone had their own intentions. Some preferred freedom more than others. As Longevity Heaven exerted more influence, there was less and less survival space for lone cultivators in Northern Plains. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were unwilling to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Thus, they could only head to Western Desert or Southern Border. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path and Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert. Sigh, we had to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I finally understand the meaning of why it is hard to leave your homeland. Lu Qingming sighed gloomily. Su Guang had a different opinion. Western Desert is chaotic now, with Fong clan drawing everyone's attention. It is more suitable for us. Let's go. The 5 regional walls are gone. The 2 heavens have fused. The world is our home. Hee hee. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. The terrifying darkness descended. The 2 immortals could not put up any resistance. The mysterious expert grabbed and prevented them from moving at all. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. It was not a Goo immortal who captured them, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. It was blacker than ink. Its black hair flowed like a cape, extending to its waist. Its eyes were huge and emitting a fierce red light. Right now, 2 of its monstrous claws grabbed onto Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yi Hui. Zui Yi Hui said in a hoarse tone, Goo immortals from Northern Plains, lead the way for me. Tell me, how do I get inside Longevity Heaven? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale white. Back in Western Desert, a short battle had already concluded. Flower petals descended but quickly gathered to form Wan Zihong's body. She looked at Ling Husu's vanishing figure as she muttered, Ling Husu, very interesting. Zhou Xiong Xian had an unsightly expression. This Ling Husu deserves death. If he had not used Fong clan's name to rob various places, why would we have been misled? Zhou Xiong Xian wanted to find out where Fong clan was hiding, but to think that he followed the wrong traces. Ling Husu was a rarely seen theft path Goo immortal. He had once stole Fong Dongshi's soul cores in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just steal soul cores then, he even had a method to disguise himself as Fong Dongshi. While everyone was flustered after Spectral Soul destroyed the sun, he committed crimes everywhere and purposely left clues to frame them on Fong clan. In the end, Zhou Xiong Xian exposed him. The pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used peculiar theft path methods to defy the odds, escaping from the 2 Heavenly Court rank 8 experts. Above Central Continent, many Goo immortals were focusing their gazes on Goo immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully arranged the final immortal Goo. Alright, prepare to activate the formation. Tell the 2 heavens grotto heavens Goo immortals to be mindful of the formation in their grotto heavens. Ask the immortals in the formation cores to inspect it again. The star array calculation formation was finally activated slowly. Under the massive arrangement, 1 star shone brightly first, followed by the 2nd and 3rd star. After more than 10 breaths of time, countless stars illuminated the sky of Central Continent. A beautiful star map was drawn above the sky. The star array calculation formation has finally been completed. Li Xiaobai looked at this as he sighed internally. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had secretly contacted him. After profound literature Grotto Heaven joined Heavenly Court, Li Xiaobai started to show immense value. But at the same time, Fang Yuan needed to be very careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone. If he was exposed and captured, he would become a huge weakness of Fang Yuan's. In the starry sky, countless stars that resembled a sea floated above central continent. The pale blue light of the stars weaved together to form an illusory view if one look at the 5 regions from above now. Northern plains, southern border, western desert, and eastern sea would be shrouded in darkness, while the center was shining brightly with specks of light. Central continent was a clear contrast from the other regions. Starlight radiated central continent. Compared to giant sun Immortal Venerable, star constellation Immortal Venerable had a clear understanding of spectral soul demon Venerable in his current condition. She had started to make plans from long ago. Even Fang Yuan was behind star constellation Immortal Venerable in deducing the true condition of spectral soul demon Venerable. This was the power of foresight and planning that Wisdom Path excelled in. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stayed inside Embroidered Tower. She was currently multitasking, refining Central Continent's natural Wisdom Path Tao marks, healing herself, controlling the star array calculation formation, and even handling the internal affairs of Heavenly Court. This was the advantage of Wisdom Path, an abundance of thoughts. The star array calculation formation slowly operated normally with no issues. Although this formation only had basic offensive and defensive abilities that could not even reach pseudo-venerable level, it was for this reason that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable chose to make a transaction with star constellation Immortal Venerable instead of destroying it, obtaining benefits instead. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a huge desire for blood path-related results, while Fang Yuan wanted primordial domain. The star array calculation formation's main power was to collect information in central continent through the wide area that it enveloped. Through deductions, they could mobilize central continent Gu immortals to cooperate seamlessly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. In fact, Wisdom Path was created by her, and now, she was still the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Nobody understood Wisdom Path more than her. Wisdom Path emphasized on control. It researched upon certainty. Wisdom Path had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were intense, while emotions interrupted. Wisdom Path cultivation meant having control over these 3 aspects. This was the most basic thing. Thus, Wisdom Path cultivators were often calm and composed. They knew how to handle their own state of mind. On this basis, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could handle information by storing them or understanding certain things. This allowed them to control the present. Going a step further, the Wisdom Path Gu cultivator would use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities according to the rules of heaven and earth or the behavior of people. This gave them control over the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this essence, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the only person who became one with the Tao among all of the Venerables in history. She fused with heaven's will and influenced fate Gu. It turned fate into the biggest certainty in the world. From this aspect, star constellation Immortal Venerable was unique. All sorts of information flowed into star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like countless tributaries within the star array calculation formation. These information included the fundamental structure of the mountains and rivers, weather changes, the arrangements of various Gu cultivation forces, or even the locations of Gu immortals and their current conditions. A vast amount of information entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like a tidal wave that was entering the boundless sea. If this was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She cultivated Wisdom Path and had a huge mind far surpassing the other Venerables. She could calmly process all this information with ease. A faint feeling of joy appeared in star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart. Her control over central continent's situation was rapidly increasing. The more information that a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator had, the more advantage they could unleash as a Wisdom Path cultivator. Otherwise, why would people say that Information Path and Wisdom Path were the most compatible? With the star array calculation formation, I can oversee Central Continent at all times. It is like a miniature heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's emotions are quite stable, while the 10 great ancient sects have higher morale than usual. It seems that they have already seen the situation in the other 4 regions. But the current star array calculation formation is still at the most foundational stage. It has much room for improvement. Star constellation Immortal Venerable planned secretly. For example, in terms of collecting information, the investigative methods were not outstanding. Not to mention GU Immortals, even Mortal GU Master experts could keep their own secrets to a certain extent. In the star array calculation formation information path, Immortal GU that could store information were rare and needed to be added. The best arrangement would be to directly transplant the Chen Kuan crystal wall into it. Or for example, the star array calculation formation's own deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities also had room for growth. But this needed a lot of Immortal GU as well. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Electric Brain GU, Wisdom Brain GU, Light Brain GU, and others. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable invented a special type of immortal plant, Brain Melon. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had once owned Monkey Brain GU, Dragon Brain GU, Phoenix Brain GU, as well as the Brain Muscle GU that could be used alongside Strength Path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Food Path research result, Brain Juice GU. These GU worms were all suitable for the star array calculation formation. Other than these, the star array calculation formation's own offensive and defensive capabilities also contained huge potential to get stronger. But the current star array calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the Venerables. If I raise any aspect, they may come to attack it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable understood the situation well. Because of external pressure and the fact that it needed many Immortal GU, the star array calculation formation could only be developed to this extent. Next, I need to collate the information of all the GU Immortals in the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Their lifespan, cultivation level, path, Immortal GU, killer moves, immortal aperture situations, attainment levels, and others. After processing this information, I will let the star array calculation formation deploy them accordingly. As for the GU Immortals of the 2 heavens grotto heavens, star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This could not be rushed. Probing a GU Immortal's information was something that went against the social norm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable forcefully pushed through this plan. Because the 10 great ancient sects were subsidiaries of Heavenly Court, it was possible. Even so, Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not feel comfortable about it. They still concealed some information. But these were minor issues. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force them. By forcing them now, she would only lose the support of the people. It was not worth it. Would star constellation Immortal Venerable act so unwise? After these immortals start gaining benefits, their mindsets would change. They would actively contribute to the star array calculation formation. After that happened, star constellation Immortal Venerable would urge the GU Immortals of the 2 heavens grotto heavens to contribute their own information to the star array calculation formation. Now was not the time. Many super forces of the 2 heavens grotto heavens had just joined Heavenly Court. If star constellation Immortal Venerable forced them, they would become disheartened. The rest of the world would also see the sorry state that they ended up in after joining Heavenly Court. For the long-term situation, it would not benefit Heavenly Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable first refined Heavenly Court's Tao marks. She then interfered in Western Desert and interrupted Fong Yuan's plans. She then created the derivation formation and recruited many of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. After that, she worked with Fong Yuan to fight against Giant Sun while creating the basic form of the star array calculation formation. All sorts of measures and countermeasures were used in a stable manner. Now, Heavenly Court was revitalized. It got over the repeated history of failure and had a bright future ahead. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is even more injured than me. He has to recover and refine rank 9 light GU. As for Fong Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Tao marks or the contest between venerables. It will be tough on him. The greatest uncertainty is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again in the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames. His mountain-like body was melting and regenerating at all times. His 3 heads were twisted and growling in painful agony. Spectral Soul Star constellation Immortal Venerable muttered lightly. Intense killing intent rose in her heart. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan shook slightly as intense joy filled his heart. Yet, his expression remained the same. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined. Ever since the battle over Light Goo, Fang Yuan's refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo passed the most difficult trial. After that, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea and did not refine the natural Tao marks. He pretended to be storing up immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Just earlier, Fang Yuan finally achieved success. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was created. It was really rare. This was the first attempt at refining it, but he succeeded. The main reason was Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. It helped Fang Yuan greatly. Secondly, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo had an amazing recipe that was modified by Fang Yuan. It had reached a certain limit of perfection. But looking at the overall situation, the difficulty was still quite high. If Fang Yuan had not taken a risk by staking his life, he could have lost terribly. Once Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined, Fang Yuan went on to modify the killer move. Obscured Heavenly Secret. This was not difficult. Fang Yuan was very confident in succeeding. He had accumulated a lot of experience when modifying Heavenly Secret Goo's recipe. While Obscured Heavenly Secret itself was an amazing killer move, it had a firm foundation. I need to find a time to meet with Li Xiaobai and use Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. That way, he will be able to stay undercover safely. Maybe I can make use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to create a chance? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was focusing on healing. Using the vast number of longevity Heaven's Luck Path Tao marks, he slowly refined the Star Path, Wisdom Path, and Refinement Path Tao marks on his body. Even though he gained Rank 9 Light Goo, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured the wild Rank 9 Fire Goo. That is an extremely stupid move. He is insane now. There is no way he can refine Fire Goo. To save itself, Fire Goo will fight desperately inside his body, expending Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path Tao marks. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to a certain level, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will attack. An intense battle will erupt again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use any investigative killer move. He had to save Immortal Essence now. This time, in order to protect Light Emperor and take Rank 9 Light Goo. He consumed a lot of Immortal Essence in fighting both Venerables at once. If he continued to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the upcoming battle, because of his advantage with Light Goo, the two Venerables might join up to target him. The fact that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had Rank 9 Light Goo was also quite troublesome. Heavenly Court. 10 Rank 5 Goo Masters carried intense excitement as they arrived at a certain important location deep within Heavenly Court. They were the 10 children of human path. This is the derivation formation? Shao Qixing walked at the front. Behind him were the other 9, Sun Yuanhua, Fairy Baixia, Gu Ting Wei Wushang, Yingsheng Ji, Chunda Jiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao and Zhao Shuyi. These were the most outstanding Goo Masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were nurtured by Heavenly Court and cultivated within Divine Emperor City's painting worlds, becoming the rising stars of human path. They each carried a heavy burden. They were the budding sprouts of Heavenly Court and the Venerable's desire towards human path, integral to the goal of Central Continent's dominance of the world. The 10 of them looked ahead and saw a vast field of gray-white smoke presented before everyone's vision. The light continued to transform continuously. It was slithery like a dragon, fluttering beautifully like a butterfly, standing on the wall, or even tranquil like still water. This derivation formation is arranged by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. It is Heavenly Court's greatest secret. We are immensely fortunate to be the first batch of Goo Masters allowed to cultivate in this formation. The outcome of Black Heaven engulfing White Heaven is set. Heaven's will is going to become stable again. Soon, we will be able to advance to become human path Goo Immortals. Thus, the derivation formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before becoming a Goo Immortal. We need to make use of this unparalleled opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, the relevant memories will be deleted in our minds. After that, who knows when we can come here again. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves and arranged the order of which they would enter. Sun Yuanhua was the first to enter the derivation formation. After 15 minutes, he slowly stumbled out of the constantly changing light. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? Are there any gains? Quick, tell us. The other 9 quickly went to him and asked. Sun Yuanhua was still a little dazed now, but he soon recovered his senses. He recalled, after I went in, all I saw was vast white fog. I tried stepping in and vaguely saw a human figure, so I gave chase. I chased it for a long time. After an unknown distance, more and more human figures appeared in the white fog. There were 5 or 6 of them initially. After that, there were 50 or 60, followed by 600 or 700. By the time I reacted, I was already inside a vast sea of humans. I was surrounded by people. I wanted to ask them questions, but I could not speak. I tried to smile to communicate with them. But in the end, I found that they were all smiling at me too. Their smiles were very fake. It looked like a painting drawn using lines. Can you imagine? Countless people showed a fake smile at me as they squeezed around me, slowly getting closer and tighter, making me feel suffocated. I tried my best to push them away, but my strength became smaller and smaller. Eventually, I was engulfed by the sea of humans with fake smiles. By the time I regained my senses, I had already stepped out of the formation and saw you guys. At the same time, in the depth of my mind, I found the Immortal Goo recipe of Shadow Puppet Goo. After explaining his encounter, Sun Yuanhua still showed some fear on his face. His description was very useful for the others in their preparation. Why does it seem like a nightmare? This formation is truly extraordinary. Looking at the situation, it seems that after entering the derivation formation, we will get a human path Immortal Goo recipe? One attempt is not enough for a conclusion. Who will go next? After the remaining 9 discussed for a while and came up with no explanation, the second person was decided, Gu Ting. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Ting slowly walked into the light fog. Several minutes later, Gu Ting walked out of the formation in a daze. It was similar to Sun Yuanhua's situation, but soon he recovered. Everyone got around him and listened to his encounter. Gu Ting's situation was quite different from Sun Yuanhua. He did not see any human figures. Instead, he felt like he did not even open his eyes. The only thing he heard was music. The music created by some instrument constantly played in his mind. After the tune ended, Gu Ting walked out of the Immortal formation. I received an Immortal Goo recipe. It is the vital goo that I had recently swapped to musician goo. The 10 children of human path talked among themselves again. Shadow Puppet Goo and Musician Goo were both human path goo worms. They were also Sun Yuanhua's and Gu Ting's vital goo. That means the reward has something to do with our vital goo? Or more accurately, the reward is our vital goo's Immortal Goo recipe? That is so useful to us. That's right. We may be able to use the excess tribulation chi during our ascension to refine our vital Immortal Goo. The 10 children of human path were very excited. Heavenly Court had arranged for them to cultivate human path. There was a benefit and demerit in doing so. The benefit was that a new path had no counter in this world. The more human path developed, the greater its advantage against other paths. The demerit was that a new path was too young. Without the help of predecessors, the 10 children of human path had to develop human path step by step on their own. Although Heavenly Court had the human path killer moves made by the past venerables, they were too high-ranked and of utmost secrecy. The 10 children of human path had no authority to learn of them. They understood that it would be extremely hard for them to create human path Immortal Goo recipes on their own. The time, effort, and resources needed were unthinkable. Even if they could use the opportunity of natural inspiration to ask Heaven's will when undergoing tribulation, they were not guaranteed an Immortal Goo recipe. They were the pioneers of human path. It was possible that the world itself did not have the corresponding human path Immortal Goo they needed. However, when the third person, Ing Shangji, left the Immortal formation, he did not obtain an Immortal Goo recipe. I obtained the rank 1 to 5 recipe of a brand new human path goo. It is called Pill Refiner. Ing Shangji's vital goo was Dr. Goo, but after entering the formation, he actually obtained a new human path goo recipe. Ing Shangji was a little disappointed. In his case, the immortal ascension was coming soon. Without Dr. Goo's immortal goo recipe, he would not have a human path immortal goo to use for a very long time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had always been keeping a close eye on the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and understanding of human path resonated with the inheritance of Heavenly Court's former shadow path Gu Immortal, Immortal Monarch Gu Ing. Thus, he obtained the Immortal Gu recipe of Shadow Puppet Gu. Immortal Monarch Gu Ing was someone who appeared after star constellation Immortal Venerable's era. But after inspecting the historical records, star constellation Immortal Venerable had a deep impression of him. Immortal Monarch Gu Ing had stated in his inheritance that although Shadow Path was just a small branch of Dark Path now, it had more potential. In fact, Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also part of Light Path. How could there be shadow without light? Precisely so, if Shadow Path developed in the future, it could potentially fuse both Light Path and Dark Path to become a huge, more powerful path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he resonated with a sound path inheritance and obtained musician Immortal Gu's recipe. As for Ing Shangji after entering the formation, because there was no resonance with any Gu Immortal's inheritance which was skilled at healing, Ruandan's pill path was drawn to him instead and created a result. Pill Refiner Gu. Different from Ing Shangji, star constellation Immortal Venerable felt that his gains were greater than the rest. Human path was the path that Heavenly Court was trying to develop, while pill path was also a new path. The result of the clash between these two paths was Pill Refiner Gu. It was the fusion of Ing Shangji's human path research result and the essence of pill path. This was a new accomplishment. The Gu recipe of Pill Refiner Gu consists of rank 1 to 5. After refining them, we can produce a large number of pill refiners. These pill refiners are most skilled at refining pill Gu. Most pill Gu were consumable Gu from the ones that Ruandan created. One could see that they were very effective and powerful. Star constellation Immortal Venerable acutely sensed that if Pill Refiner Gu was spread widely, it could change the current situation of the Gu Master world. There would be a huge revolution. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and Ing Shangji, it was Shao Qixing's turn. This person was seemingly the leader of the 10 children of human path. After getting out of the derivation formation, he obtained the Immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Sergeant Gu. Regrettably, his vital Gu was Commander Gu. Chun Dejiang was the 5th to enter. His vital Gu was Constable Gu, but he had not gotten its Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained the recipe of Police Gate Gu from rank 1 to 6. They are 1 Police Gate Gu, 2 Police Gate Gu, and all the way to 6 Police Gate Gu. The Police Gate Gu are mutually connected. After they are refined, my Constable Gu can create constables that are able to travel from one gate to another gate instantly. After Chun Dejiang, Zhao Shuyi went in. Her vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. After entering the formation, she resonated with a certain metal path inheritance and obtained the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation formation one by one. They all had great gains, but these gains were all different as well. No matter what, this derivation formation is too amazing. In just half a day, all thanks to it, the entire world had a huge breakthrough in human path's development. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 wisdom path expert throughout history. The 10 children of human path were extremely amazed. Their eyes were shining brightly. They wanted to enter the formation again but were rejected. It was not that the derivation formation could not, but they themselves had reached a limit. The essence of the derivation formation was to use the research results of the 10 children of human path to clash with the inheritance of past Gu Immortal experts, to attempt deriving new human path research results that had never been possible before. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated for a short time. They were all rank 5 Gu masters. Their foundation was limited. All of their current potential had been used up already. Even if they went in again, their minds would only be corrupted by the inheritances, preventing them from innovating and creating new ideas, restricting their future development. They were like young sprouts now. After this injection of essence, they would need to recuperate for a long time. Otherwise, excessive help would ruin their creativity in innovating for human path. Their bright futures would become dim and hopeless, with no expectations left for them. Immortal killer move. Obscured heavenly secret. Everything happened stealthily. Only Fang Yuan knew how much immortal essence was used to activate this rank 9 killer move. 360 rank 9 immortal essence beads. After heavenly secret goo was raised to rank 9, obscured heavenly secret was also finally modified by Fang Yuan. It became a true rank 9 killer move. Compared to the rank 8 obscured heavenly secret, the rank 9 version used much more immortal essence and the activation time was lengthened to over 10 times of before. In addition, the steps were also 6 times more complicated and Fang Yuan needed much more thoughts in the process. After paying such a price, rank 9 obscured heavenly secret also became much more powerful. It was not a quantitative growth but a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 obscured heavenly secret killer move could create temporary heaven path Dao marks that resembled fishing nets. They were layered over each other in a crisscross fashion, covering Fang Yuan's entire body. It was like how a caterpillar used its threads to create a thick and hard cocoon around itself. Right now, although the heaven path Dao marks were still in a fishing net form, they were more tightly connected and were no longer overlapping. He only had one simple layer around him. This layer of heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks. They had stabilized into a certain constant state. Fang Yuan understood the reason behind this. After observing closely and using investigative killer moves, he barely managed to detect this layer of the heavenly secret fishing net. It was in a state of existence and non-existence. The heavenly secret fishing net immediately made Fang Yuan think of the killer move that thieving heaven demon venerable left behind: ghostly concealment. Honestly speaking, the heavenly secret fishing net was still inferior to ghostly concealment, but Fang Yuan could sense that the two had already become similar. They shared a type of special trait. Ghostly concealment could last for a long time without expending immortal essence. The heavenly secret fishing net was also the same. But the heavenly secret fishing net could not compare to ghostly concealment. The reason was that although it could stabilize, it could still be consumed. As long as the investigative method used on it was strong enough, the heavenly secret fishing net would be expended while resisting it. As long as the expenditure exceeded the natural recovery speed, then the heavenly secret fishing net would start experiencing a deficit. It would be like a sinking ship that got gradually submerged. Of course, ghostly concealment had such a flaw too, but its recovery speed and durability were much higher than the heavenly secret fishing net. Naturally, the information of Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment was already known by his enemies. They had created countermeasures against it. Thus, ghostly concealment's actual value was much lower than obscured heavenly secret. Even though it was more refined than obscured heavenly secret, it was outdated. Other than the huge boost in power of obscured heavenly secret due to the qualitative change, there was another benefit: the amount of heaven path immortal materials needed to activate it had fallen greatly, by a total of 80%. The reduction in consumption of heaven path immortal materials was very beneficial to Fang Yuan in his attempt to accumulate them. Heaven path immortal materials were not easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had only gotten a good opportunity recently when the two heavens were fusing. In fact, the appearance of so many heaven path immortal materials was also thanks to the senseless spectral soul demon venerable. This was truly an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 heavenly secret goo and rank 9 obscured heavenly secret had many tactical implications too. Fang Yuan, this was an advancement. If the advancement failed and Fang Yuan got exposed, he would get attacked by the two venerables. It was clear from how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got targeted by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable after he took rank 9 Light Goo. She was very overbearing and showed a tough stance. Eventually, she only gave up after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable brought Light Emperor into Longevity Heaven. If Fang Yuan was exposed, everyone would see that he had 2 rank 9 Immortal Goo. He did not have an impregnable base like Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court. 1 Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cooperated. They would be very terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path controlled certainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path explored uncertainty. The two were mutually conflicting, but if they worked together, they would complement each other perfectly. With the potential of such coordination, even Fang Yuan could not stop them. After all, Fang Yuan had not created his own rank 9 offensive method that even if Fang Yuan could stop them, the external situation of the contest of 3 venerables would start to emit pressure on him. He did not have enough strength to obliterate Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not be taken down. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would become a huge hindrance to him. One could say, if Fang Yuan was exposed, he would fall into an extremely passive state, but the situation was fine now. With rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret, he could stabilize the situation at the critical moment. The refinement of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was not hard, but Fang Yuan still had to take a fatal risk to succeed. He succeeded on his first attempt at refining it. He was quite fortunate that this was the turning point of the contest of 3 venerables. Right now, Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was as such. He had Heaven Path Grandmaster attainment level, various killer moves like Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Web Protection Veil, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and others, as well as Immortal Goo like Heavenly Web, Heavenly Secret, Heaven's Envy, and Heavenly Birth. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. At this point, he had already unsealed over half of the Truthful Floating Ice. Worth noting was that after becoming a Heaven Path Grandmaster, his speed of unsealing the Truthful Floating Ice also became faster. This was easily understood. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level was like a foundation. Once it rose, he would be able to understand and comprehend the Heaven Path profundities within the Truthful Floating Ice at a faster rate. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice and unsealed it rapidly. He almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, my Heaven Path attainment level only rose to Grandmaster after using more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. It will be too hard for me to reach Great Grandmaster using the remaining portion. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the difference between ranks. This was the same for attainment level. If half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fang Yuan go from ordinary to Grandmaster attainment level, then it would be very hard for the remaining half to elevate Fang Yuan to a Great Grandmaster. Regardless, Fang Yuan was satisfied that the Truthful Floating Ice he gained from Crazed Demon Cave had been extremely useful to Fang Yuan. Ignoring anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo recipe was something that did not originally exist in the world. Fang Yuan knew clearly. This Immortal Goo recipe was the research result of over a million years through the Crazed Demon formation that Limitless Demon Venerable created, using the chaos outside the world and rank 9 derivation Goo as the core. The concept was ahead of the entire world. It was too hard to achieve it on his own. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was not low. He was a Grandmaster. But why did he not try to create rank 6 human path Immortal Goo recipes? It was too hard. Such an attempt would expend too much of his time, energy, resources, and manpower. In fact, success was not guaranteed. In the current world, while human path Immortal Goo were very rare. Creating a rank 6 human path Immortal Goo recipe was making something that did not exist in the world. It was the development of human path beyond its current limit. It was also pushing the current world beyond its current boundary and limit. Going from 0 to 1 was like going from nothing to something. This process was very difficult. But from 1 to 2, the process was just quantitative growth. Gradual development was possible with much lower difficulty. Rank 6 human path Immortal Goo recipes were very hard to create. As for rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's recipe, the difficulty was countless times higher. Fang Yuan was almost certain this rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was the most valuable part of this largest piece of Truthful Floating Ice. In the following period, I need to find a chance to meet with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. Rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret could deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 version was even better. Of course, that was under the situation that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have their own path as rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no opportunity, he would create one. But it would be hard for the 2 Venerables to not become suspicious. Fang Yuan looked afar and cast his gaze on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention to kill, Fang Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as his shield to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was currently bathed in fire, under the threat of survival. Rank 9 fire goo erupted with its strongest attack. Spectral soul demon Venerable had been tortured for tens of days. He was in a state of distress. His originally colossal body had already shrunk by 30%, although his rank 9 aura was still domineering. There was already a hint of tiredness. Only several hundred of his countless thick black arms remained, while one of his 3 heads was burned to ashes. However, fire goo was not longer as powerful as before. Its firepower had clearly fallen. A rank 8 goo Immortal slowly approached Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his senses, he could definitely capture fire goo. It is a pity that he has no sanity now. He cannot even isolate the natural essence of the world. Otherwise, fire goo would not have such terrifying power. This goo Immortal had an incredibly deep gaze. He could comprehend a certain profound concept from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. It was Feng Jiu Goo. At this moment, a soul beast army was moving 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. His expression was ruthless as he roared and flew to them. The soul beast army was easily disoriented by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his mouths and devoured them. Few breaths of time, he had already eaten over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts immediately melted into soul path Dao marks that were transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Injuries healed rapidly, but soon, the fire burned and created new injuries. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to consume, he was just lucky to have met a soul beast army, prolonging his struggle. Let me lend you a hand in that case. Feng Jiu slowly activated his immortal killer move, Destiny Song. His voice was illusory and deep. It was filled with unique contradiction. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width. In the range of mountains, it sounded like a dragon's roaring echo at the same time. The river of lava on the mountain turned into a raging tide. Swish, 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 ebb and flow. It continued without stopping. The lava and waves collided, reacting and creating steam that covered the entire sky. The steam condensed into clouds that wanted to fly towards the high heavens. Suddenly, lightning struck and thunder roared. The lightning bolts landed on the clouds. The immortals felt like they had fallen from the sky. They felt a sense of hollowness in their hearts. Phantom or real, high or low, being proud and confident at times, feeling lost and desperate during disasters, bending one's back at times, spreading one's words at times. Feng Jiu's expression soon turned pale. His current destiny song was far stronger than before. In fact, his voice was wondrously beautiful and contained the essence of heaven and earth. Clearly, after retrieving the heavenly melody, Feng Jiu had gained a lot of insight. Destiny Song only lasted for over 10 breaths of time before Feng Jiu stopped using it and retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed in terrifying flames as he growled in pain. It was as if Feng Jiu's Destiny Song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body went from burning hot to in gray-blue cold. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable quietened down like an injured beast. He finally had time to recuperate. He did not refine the wildfire goo, while fire goo also stopped attacking and resisting him. Inside his body, a certain intricate relationship was formed as they started helping each other. Puff, huff, puff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing became slower as the huge gray-blue fire around him became dimmer, until it was completely gone. His entire body was like a gravestone. He gave off an endless aura of death accompanied by an icy chill. Then, at the next moment, rumble. Flames surged and burst out over several thousand li, quickly spreading throughout the area. In all directions. Everywhere it went, living beings crumbled. They broke down and burned into ashes as their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was as if they were returning to the source. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body also started to expand at an observable rate. The shocking change to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was inside the 2 heavens, ruined the plans of the Venerables again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan raised his head and used his investigative killer move. He saw that the icy flame had covered half of the immemorial two heavens. Everywhere it went, all life was extinguished. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last long. This was definitely a slaughter. Spectral soul demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His entire body had grown to 100 times of when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. He had over 10,000 black pillar-like arms now. His terrifying aura and killing intent permeated the entire heaven. Although he was motionless in the two heavens, he took the role of the old son of White Heaven. He was now the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Jiugu, Feng Yuan's gaze was deep. He had already found out that the cause of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was Feng Jiugu. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Jiugu had betrayed Heavenly Court and gone missing. To think that the next time he showed up, he did such a shocking thing. But the suspicious thing to Feng Yuan was that Feng Jiugu seemed to still have his pseudo-venerable battle strength. This was the only explanation for how he could quickly affect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and escape successfully. Be it Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not use their investigative method on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all the time. This required thoughts and immortal essence. That was also why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created the Star Array Calculation Formation. It helped her to monitor the whole of Central Continent. Destiny Song. It is able to allow Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Wildfire Goo to coexist, achieving harmony. Feng Jiuji's killer move has gotten stronger. Feng Yuan was now a refinement path venerable. In the entire world, aside from the venerables, Feng Jiugu was the #1 person who deserved Feng Yuan's attention the most. This person's talent was shocking to the world. He was even Feng Jin Huang's father. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jiugu was plotted against by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and died while attacking Lang Ye Blessed Land. Now that Feng Yuan thought about it, he could see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had also paid a lot of attention to Feng Jiugu. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable plotted and killed Feng Jiugu. Otherwise, during those 500 years, he would have created his own legend and shone brightly like the stars. The weird thing was that although Spectral Soul plotted to kill Feng Jiugu in that life, currently, Feng Jiugu seemed to be helping the former instead. So, is the pseudo-venerable battle strength that Feng Jiugu possesses a result of future self, or did he cultivate himself during this period of time? Feng Yuan pondered deeply. This was a crucial question. If Feng Jiugu still had future self-killer move, that meant that he still had a close connection to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. In that case, the person behind Feng Jiugu would be Red Lotus Demon Venerable, meaning he was plotting from behind the scenes. Feng Yuan knew about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed and was reborn in order to destroy Fate Gu, he gave crucial intel to Feng Jiugu and allowed him to get his own Red Lotus true inheritance. Why was Feng Jiugu helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? There was also Heavenly Court's attitude towards him that Feng Yuan had to consider now. Right now, Feng Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to hunt down the remnants of Shadow Sect like Fairy Ziwei. Then, why was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not going after Feng Jiugu? Why did they leave Feng Jin Huang alone, as if they forgot about her? What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planning? Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used anymore, while Feng Yuan did not know of many secrets and hidden information now. And because he lacked effective investigative methods that could be used on the Venerables, he had to pretend to be weak and only make guesses blindly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed. After leaving Heavenly Court, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks these days. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jiugu, Destiny Song. I cultivate wisdom path which controls certainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivates luck path which explores uncertainty. This Destiny Song actually contains both certainty and uncertainty. It involves heaven path and human path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences throughout humanity's history, or even the variant human's history in terms of pure talent. Feng Jiugu was definitely top 10. Feng Jiugu met with Fairy Ziwei and the rest, he might have helped them. Right now, he helped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. These actions will greatly benefit his Destiny Song Killer move. Heavenly Court's pursuers failed. They could not bring back Fairy Z-Wei and the rest. But through the traces left behind, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to deduce many details of the truth. At this moment inside Heavenly Court, Derivation Formation was currently in operation. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals stood before the formation and waited. The 10 children of Human Path had left Heavenly Court already. Their memories regarding this were deleted. This was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. She did not remove their memories carelessly. She had altered them meticulously. In the following period, these 10 children of Human Path would have bursts of inspiration, which would allow them to create the respective Gu recipes. Fong Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more vigilant when it came to this. She did the same to anyone who had come into contact with the Derivation Formation. In this case, as long as one did not have higher wisdom path attainment than her, they would not be able to gain intel about the Derivation Formation from the 10 children of Human Path. The Derivation Formation was too important to Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to think of ways to protect this secret to the best of her abilities. Ruandan flew out from the Derivation Formation. Che Wei and the rest quickly went up and asked for the results. Ruandan's expression soon went back to normal. It was extremely excited. Amazing! This Derivation Formation is too amazing! I obtained over 1,000 Pill Path Gu recipes, among which are 100 Immortal Gu recipes. I've tried to create Pill Path killer moves for so long without much progress, but now I obtained more than 200 killer moves, among which there are over 50 Immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shook. Ruandan was the first to enter the formation, to think that the gains would be so immense. Different from the 10 children of Human Path, Ruandan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had a long lifespan and countless experiences. Its foundation was very deep. Friend Ruandan, although you created Pill Path, you do not know much about other paths. With this Derivation Formation, you can come into contact with the research results of other paths by using Pill Path as the core. After creating a resonance, countless new results would be derived. Thus, your gains were so immense. Feng Deqi analyzed. She was a Gu Immortal of Heavenly Lotus Sect. This time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had chosen her to become one of the people entering the Derivation Formation. Ruandan nodded in agreement. Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to popularize it. After many generations of Gu cultivators come into contact and cultivate it, through their various life experiences and perspectives, they will slowly build Pill Path with their unique ideas. After that, more and more cultivators will emerge, among which geniuses will create new advancements and breakthrough, obtaining huge research results. But now, the Derivation Formation has taken the place of all these steps. Using all sorts of exceptional Gu immortal inheritances, the historical characters are helping us in this development. In just a short period of time, we can accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path foundation. After hearing the analysis, Che Wei and the rest had increasingly heated gazes. I will go next. Che Wei was the second person to enter the formation. Several days later, he came out. His gains were as huge as Ruandan. The Immortals continued their analysis. Ruandan said, Friend Che Wei, although you have only created Weapon Path for a short time unlike me, you are a purebred human with the strongest spirituality. Therefore, your gains are equal to mine. If you had created this path for a longer time, your gains will even exceed mine. Che Wei shook his head in response. I do not agree with this conjecture. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment can learn about any path using their own as a foundation. Through their path, they can mimic the expertise of other paths. For example, one can use Fire Path Gu worms to create a move with Water Path abilities. The Derivation Formation might be a forceful type of mimicry. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the Immortal Formation were described through Ruandan's Pill Path and my Weapon Path. For example, the Iron Rod Gu recipe that I obtained is the result of converting Metal Path into Weapon Path. There is also leather whip goo, which is the resulting derivation by combining transformation path and weapon path. Che Wei's words made the Immortal's understanding of derivation formation deepen again. It was Feng De Qi's turn. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, but was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After entering the formation, she only spent a day and night before getting out. After returning, she had a smile on her face. I've obtained Painting Path research results. Next, I will refine Painting Path Immortal Goo and change my Vital Goo to Painting Path. The Immortals congratulated her. The use of the derivation formation was not just to help develop human path, pill path, and weapon path. It could also extract the specific essence of the various paths to create new branches of an existing path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave any Painting Path inheritance for his descendants. But through the derivation formation, Heavenly Court could directly nurture their own Painting Path Goo Immortals. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. There was no point in discussing the strongest Goo worm, only the strongest Goo Immortal mattered. The way of Goo involved nurturing, use, and refinement. These were all integral. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Goo and other cores to create his crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to utilize his eternal life research results but failed in the end. More than half of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining portion was split into 3 by Feng Yuan and the 2 Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Goo to create the derivation formation, allowing the various paths to develop rapidly. A vast amount of research results were produced, saving a lot of time and also preventing these results from leaking to the outside world, which was a huge drawback of development. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had such a method, he would not have needed to make his Blood Sea clone distribute blood path inheritances worldwide. For the 3 Venerables, the shocking change to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air as he sat cross-legged with a bare upper body. Muscles could be seen on his strong upper body. His black chest hair gave off a manly aura. My injuries have healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continued to fight against Fire Goo, the 2 of them would suffer heavy injuries, causing the Venerables to fight over them again. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's injuries were more severe than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he chose not to participate, he would lose the opportunity. But if he went with such injuries, he would be at a disadvantage. Not long ago, because of the contest over Light Goo, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable faced pressure from 2 Venerables. He even had to protect his son Light Emperor, causing him to pay a huge price in the end. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable healed long ago while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had only just recovered. Due to Feng Jiuji's action, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became much stronger, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable to continue observing. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable benefited from this. The feeling was very familiar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as it was experienced in his previous life. He was a luck path cultivator who explored the uncertainty. The stronger he got, the more advantages these uncertain situations would bring to him. After preparing for a while, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable activated his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not inspect the Venerables, he checked himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reduced the number of times he inspected others. He started to focus on himself. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still bad. Just what is causing this bad luck? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. Don't tell me the reason is because rank 9 Light Goo does not suit me? Furthermore, it is currently injured and is being nurtured inside Light Emperor's body. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Rank 9 Light Goo was injured after Feng Yuan used his crippled refinement killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have any method to heal it, but Light Emperor was more specialized in Light Path. He thought of the only solution to this. That was to use his light body to refine and nurture it, eventually converting light goo into his vital goo, allowing him to make use of it. If this was a normal wild rank 9 light goo, Light Emperor would have no way of refining it. But light goo was injured, its will was heavily affected. Together with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Light Emperor saw a chance of success. This had its flaws. For a long period of time, Light Emperor would lose all mobility. He even needed assistance in eating and drinking. Longevity Heaven immediately lost a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert. But Longevity Heaven could not do anything else. They could not give light goo to Fong Yuan and ask him to repair it. This was a rank 9 immortal goo, while Fong Yuan was someone with no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to ask Fong Yuan for help. Looking at his poor luck, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed helplessly. If I had obtained a rank 9 luck path immortal goo instead of light goo, no matter which luck path goo it is, the situation will be much better now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also very familiar with this situation. Although many sudden events would often benefit him in the end, most of the time, they were not things that he needed. After all, this was uncertainty, not certainty. Currently, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, he would be able to create a rank 9 investigative killer move and find out who was his biggest threat. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a rank 9 luck path immortal goo. Thus, when he used an investigative killer move amplified by Longevity Heaven's Tao marks, he could only see the general trend of the luck. The contest of 3 venerables, the rampage of the senseless spectral soul demon venerable, the interference of pseudo-venerables like Feng Jiugu, as well as the possible plotting of other venerables in the background. All of these types of luck intertwined together and prevented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable from seeing the specific details. He could only see a trend. Rank 9 Immortal Goo was very important. It signified a qualitative change. No matter how much the amplification of Tao marks became, it was only a quantitative boost. I may be the person with the most progress among the 3 venerables. Looking at this luck, it is likely that the other venerables will attack me because of rank 9 light goo. This will cause their luck to collectively suppress mine. Of course, there is another possibility. Someone surpassed me. I've already lost my advantage. But if that is the case, who is the one hiding so deeply? Like what Fong Yuan did when he thought about Feng Jiugu and Heavenly Court, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only make a guess. He could not see the truth immediately. Now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to leave Longevity Heaven and continue to refine Northern Plains Tao marks. After thoroughly refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would expand his base from Longevity Heaven to the entire Northern Plains. There were many benefits in this. For example, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again, he would not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he was inside Northern Plains, he would receive the amplification of power. Naturally, the amplification would be weaker than being in Longevity Heaven, but it would be enough to resist 2 venerables. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's control over Northern Plains would increase. He would be able to specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not need to worry about a certain shameless venerable who could slaughter the Huang Jin tribes while disregarding his status, who Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable understood that as time dragged on, the venerables would continue to get stronger, and as they progressed, the immortal essence storage would also become more abundant. At the initial stage of development, the venerables lacked immortal essence. At this time, it would be the best opportunity to refine the natural Tao marks of the world. If he missed this opportunity, it would get tougher. If one was interrupted when refining natural Tao marks, their progress would be very small. If other venerables took the lead, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Wisdom Path Tao marks of an area, then her strength would be much higher there. By then, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to refine the Luck Path Tao marks of that area and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks, his best option would be to retreat. Excluding the senseless spectral soul demon venerable, among the 3 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the clearest advantage. He had refined the most Luck Path Tao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains Luck Path Tao marks, He would not allow the other venerables to attempt the refinement here. Be it star constellation Immortal Venerable who would want to refine Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks or Feng Yuan who would want to refine Northern Plains Refinement Path Dao marks, they would have to face Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's all-out retaliation. Thus, now was the best timing to refine natural Dao marks. After some time, the difficulty would rise greatly. Other than this reason, there was another crucial secret that forced the Venerables to quickly refine these Dao marks. That was, one had to completely refine all the natural Dao marks in the world to maintain their supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable emitted a cold flame and slaughtered the lifeforms of the two heavens while the three Venerables refined their respective natural Dao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world experienced temporary peace for the moment. Countless beast groups were escaping from the fused two heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were extremely busy. They had to move out to defend their territories. As most of the beast groups were killed by the icy flame, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to expand as his aura surged like the boundless sea. Some time later, his icy flame covered the entire two heavens. As the 3 Venerables and countless lifeforms of the 5 regions watched, the blue fire burned for 2 days and night. The white heaven and black heaven fragments in the fused two heavens melted and joined together in this blue fire, becoming one entity. A new heaven had appeared. People named it Spectral Heaven, with immemorial black heaven as the foundation and white heaven being completely conquered and absorbed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had devoured black heaven's heavenly spirit, became the ruler of the new heaven. His body was colossal, on par with the previous sun. As the blue fire slowly extinguished in Spectral Heaven, only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was left burning. Even the smallest spark of fire on his body was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the greatest source of light in Spectral Heaven. He emitted a cold and chilly killing intent at all times, spreading his aura to the 5 regions. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan did not see such a phenomenon. The entire Gu Cultivation world's environment was slowly changed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Light path was suppressed while dark path was amplified. Conflicts and deaths arose all around the world. Most lifeforms, including Gu Masters, could not avoid the influence of the immense killing intent. Soul beasts started to appear all over the world. At the same time, heavens will also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu Master looked at Spectral Heaven and the majestic figure at the center of it. She looked for a while before quickly lowering her head, retracting her gaze entirely. In just this short time, the killing intent in her heart accumulated to her limit, almost exceeding her endurance. If the killing intent overwhelmed her, she would need to perform a massacre to calm down. The female Gu Master was very old. She was 93 years old. Her name was Hua Ben Ku. She had just passed down the role of clan leader in Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable intentionally. After the killing intent dissipated, she started the greatest attempt of her life. Immortal Ascension. First step, breaking the aperture. Heaven and earth chi surged and formed grand calamities and tribulations. Hua Ben Ku had a solemn expression. Although she had the information provided by Hua clan, facing the calamities and tribulations now, she was still shook internally. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi surrounded Hua Ben Ku as she focused to try and balance all 3 chi. At the same time, natural inspiration occurred. Regarding the external calamities and tribulations, Hua clan's Gu Immortals took action to defend her. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, putting in the Gu. Her vital Gu was placed into the lump of 3 chi as an explosion occurred, creating a new small world. At this time, Hua Ben Ku's rank 6 immortal aperture was formed. Her immortal ascension succeeded. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no extra heaven and earth chi to refine a vital immortal Gu. But Hua Ben Ku was satisfied. She could barely calm down. During the natural inspiration, she had huge gains. Her lifetime accumulation included her proudest killer move. It had received a qualitative transformation, becoming an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move, She could sit on top of an immortal goo house and cry. It would cause the target to suffer heavy damages and even reduce the reputation of the goo immortals inside. After spectral heaven formed, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that escaped earlier returned and lived in the new heaven again. All the various grotto heavens doors were tightly shut as they condensed into one spot. Although there were some losses, they had managed to survive at least despite spectral soul demon Venerable's dominance of spectral heaven. He rarely moved. The two heavens grotto heavens tried not to open their doors and connect to the outside world. Otherwise, it was possible that spectral soul demon Venerable might approach them. Feng Yuan, star constellation, and giant sun were busy refining natural Tao marks. They were competing with each other as they fell into another deadlock. While the Venerables had ceased fire and everyone gained some respite, a large number of goo immortal seeds started to prepare for the attempt at immortal ascension. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 goo immortal knelt on the ground and greeted. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded and gave Mu Huai some words of encouragement before telling the immortal beside him, Wu Zhang, you nurtured Mu Huai, so you will be the one making arrangements for him now. Understood. Wu Zhang answered as he brought Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was the 5th Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Long ago, he had created the 5 Virtues Sect in Central Continent under his own name. 5 Virtues Sect had the 5 Virtues Elders. Among them, Mu Huai was the Wood Virtue Elder. This time, he took a risk to undergo immortal ascension and succeeded, obtaining a medium-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang brought him to Heavenly Lotus Sect as he gained the First Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Days later, in Northern Plains, an immortal ascension had just ended. Ouyang Bai Sang only had half of his body remaining, but he barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded. Mo Shi Kuang shouted loudly. As he ran forward in excitement, Ouyang Bai Sang could only smile as he could not speak. He looked towards Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Bai Sang would have definitely died. Right now, all thanks to Lu Wenwu's immortal killer move, Ouyang Bai Sang managed to survive. Lu Wenwu was once Lu tribe's goo immortal seed. He was the sworn brother of Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. They had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was already a goo immortal. With his help, Ouyang Bai Sang also succeeded. Lu Wenwu understood what Ouyang Bai Sang was thinking. He smiled gently. Second brother, go ahead and rest with me here. You will be safe. Ouyang Bai Sang did not even have the strength to nod. He shut his eyes and fell asleep. This showed how much trust he had in Lu Wenwu. Big brother, second brother has already succeeded in the immortal ascension. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? I want to try it too. Mo Shi Kuang showed a heated gaze and spoke in an anxious tone. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, calm down. You've seen what happened to your second brother. The immortal ascension is very dangerous. He almost failed to balance the 3 chi and nearly failed completely. With just my help, it is very unreliable to try and go through the unpredictable immortal ascension calamities and tribulations. We were lucky this time because the calamities and tribulations were within my abilities. But you need to know that there are all kinds of tribulations. By the time you undergo immortal ascension, we may not be so lucky. This? Mo Shi Kuang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu added, let's wait a while for your second brother's cultivation level to stabilize. Once he has some immortal methods, we can work together to help you. That will be safer. Brother, you are right. I'll wait. Mo Shi Kuang agreed with the words and changed his decision. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing internally long ago. Lu Wenwu was just a goo master. He did not have such a wide vision. Thus, he became sworn brothers with Mo Shi Kuang. But after becoming a goo immortal, he realized that the world was ruled by humanity. All variant humans were marginalized. Mo Shi Kuang's Inkman identity was increasingly sensitive. After Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Bai Sang to become an immortal, the latter would become Lu tribe's external supreme elder. He would be Lu Wenwu's supporter and stand on the same political side as him. Even though Ouyang Bai Sang was a purebred human, Lu tribe's other factions still attacked them. Why was Lu Wenwu helping an external member instead of nurturing Lu tribe's own Gu masters? If Mo Shirkwang became an immortal through Lu Wenwu's help, it would be an even worse situation when he becomes a member of his political faction. That this would be a weakness for the other factions to target. Sometimes Lu Wenwu envied the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The supreme elders of these ancient sects were able to create their own sects under their personal name to gather and distribute Central Continent's resource points. That if they were able to nurture Gu immortals, then those would become their subordinates or companions. This was a superb political method by the 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But this could not work in the super clan-dominated regions. Creating one's own force was too much of a taboo. Like in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's lifetime, he wanted a hereditary monarchy. He wanted to unify and rule the entire world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continents Mu Huai and Northern Plains Ouyang by Sang with the deep foundation of the super forces. They knew the secrets behind immortal ascension. Thus, many of their Gu immortal seeds were quickly using the opportunity to ascend. Southern border. Oh no! Yipeng had a grim expression. He watched as the heaven, earth and human qi lost their balance. Within the qi lump, Gu Mastery Chong failed the immortal ascension. By the time the 3 qi lump dispersed, he was almost reduced to a stick. His arms and legs were gone. His entire body was a bloody mess. Calamities and tribulations could be resisted by allies, but the balancing of 3 qi was something that only the Gu Master could handle. No one else could help. Sai, you were too immersed in the natural inspiration. I already told you not to be greedy. Yipeng landed beside Yichong and sighed regrettably. Yichong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died at half a month later, on an unknown mountain in Central Continent. Ben Duo-E succeeded in the immortal ascension. I finally become a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex emotion. While he felt joy and excitement, there was also regret. In order to resist the calamities and tribulations while balancing the 3 qi, he gave up on the chance of natural inspiration. Ben Duo-E's master was Yu Mu Chun, a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, and also a member of Shadow Sect. From this aspect, Ben Duo-E was also a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yu Mu Chun due to his exceptional talent. Ben Duo-E was more witty than the average hairy man. He had clear thoughts and did not lose to humans in terms of spirituality. This successful immortal ascension also proved that Yu Mu Chun had great foresight. After cleaning up, Ben Duo-E quickly left the mountain. Not long after, a Gu immortal arrived at this place. This is it. The star array calculation formation showed that someone underwent tribulation here. Oh, seems like a lone cultivator. After inspecting, this Gu immortal obtained some clearer clues. His eyes started to shine. The immortal ascension of lone cultivators was very difficult. Since they succeeded, it meant that they were very valuable. If I can recruit this person successfully, I will earn a huge sum of contribution points. This person can also be in my faction in the future. Places with people would have competition for benefits, leading to conflict. As long as the internal conflict of a sect was well managed, it would be a great system for eliminating the weak and nurturing the strong. The sect higher-ups were willing to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person undergoing tribulation was not a purebred human but a hairy man. Ben Duo-E's immortal ascension was just one of countless others. First, the 5 regions superforces Gu immortal seeds made their attempt. Afterwards, lone immortals and demonic cultivators also gave it a shot. Gradually, the trend of immortal ascension was formed. The immortal ascension trend involved the righteous path, demonic cultivator, and even lone cultivators. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duo-E emerged and showed themselves, surprising the world with their appearance. The super forces of the 5 regions were also involved among super forces. There was even some hidden competition. Tai Clan's Tai Rua Nan became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Shang Clan's Shang Xinci succeeded in her immortal ascension. 2 of Western Desert's Lin Clan's Gu masters became immortals at the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangong Clan did not fall behind. In just 7 days, 2 Gu masters took a risk and succeeded. They both had considerable gains. Next, Southern Border's Thai clans spread joyous news again. The revived Thai Mu Bai and Thai Bai Chi both succeeded in their immortal ascension. The one that shocked the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu clan. Wu clans Zhong Yi, Wu Shintong, Divine Dr. Sheng Shou, Wei Shenjing, and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. There were a total of 9 people who succeeded. This was the number 1 record in the 5 regions. Wu clan was lacking Gu immortals previously, but under Wu Yong's reform, they took in a large number of external elders with these Gu immortals' presence. Wu clan immediately became the Southern Border's super force with the most number of Gu immortals. Immediately, all sorts of congratulatory letters from various forces were sent to Wu Yong via Treasure Yellow Heaven or Information Path Gu worms. Wu clan gained a huge amount of fame, but Wu Yong only snickered coldly without feeling happy at all. Such celebrations are just a form of self-consolation for the chaotic future under the rule of the Venerables. So what if we have more Gu immortals? Can we be safe? Against the Venerables we are all ants. Moreover, in terms of numbers, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance definitely have the most number of immortal ascensions. They are huge and possess too many super forces under them. Wu Yong was extremely clear of the situation. He knew that the true trial was not the number of successful immortal ascensions, it was the huge impact that these new external supreme elders would cause after joining Wu clan, when they go against the traditional factions that had been long established through time. As the first supreme elder of Wu clan, Wu Yong needed to maintain the stability of the clan. If there was too many internal conflicts, they would weaken themselves. In that case, he might as well not implement this change. Central continent. Xiao Qixing descended from the sky. There was some dust on his white robe. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. His body was straight like a spear. His expression was cold and he gave off an aura of pride. Good, good, good. Gu immortal Xiao Bai Hong laughed as he stroked his beard, looking at Xiao Qixing with a gaze of appreciation. As expected of my beloved great-grandson, you went through the immortal ascension without external help. Xiao Qixing replied, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators could achieve it, so why can't I? Rank 6 is merely the starting point. Ha ha ha. Well said. Xiao Bai Hong's laughter became even louder. Next, Xiao Qixing asked the other 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and the rest became rank 6 Gu immortals but did not refine their vital Gu into an immortal Gu. Hehe. They are really trash. Different from the others, the immortal ascension of the 10 children of human path were kept secret. They were the key to developing human path in Central Continent. They were the future pillars of human path. Before they grew to a certain level, it was better to let them grow safely. Some succeeded in their immortal ascension. Some died while taking risks. Some made their ancestors proud. Their names were spread throughout the world, while some kept quiet and developed earnestly, keeping a low profile. Some did not try to undergo immortal ascension, like Feng Jinhuang. Some did not even have the qualification to try, for example, Southern Border Xiacha and Bashir Bada. There were also some who were preparing to undergo immortal ascension, like Western Deserts Emoli, and Sovereign Immortal Apertures Gu Yue Fangxiang. Southern Border. Deep within a certain earth trench, Kong Ri Tian made the final inspection of the Gu formation and confirmed that it was operational. For the last 10 or so days, he had purposely picked this location and set up several Gu formations in the vicinity of over 10 li. Although I am not specialized in formation path, I can still create some simple mortal formations. With these formations, you will be able to quickly notice any peculiarities in the surroundings. You have my guidance. Your chance of success at immortal ascension is high. Kong Shang Tian's will was inside Kong Ri Tian's mind, he said with some confidence. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, is there anything else I need to know? Kong Shang Tian thought about it and said, Don't be greedy during the natural inspiration, but remember to make good use of it. Since you cultivate Chi Path, ask Heaven's will questions about Chi Path related matters. Don't go after the secrets of other paths. It will not be worth it. Natural inspiration has its limits. You can't receive an infinite amount of information. Furthermore, when asking Chi Path related questions, don't be too broad or demand too much. Don't ask for rank 8 or 9 Chi-Path Immortal Goo recipes, you won't receive a complete one. Even if you obtain an incomplete recipe, it may not even have 5% of the content. Kong Ri Tian kept these words in his mind as he nodded. Then I'll ask Chi-Path related questions that are problems that I currently face. That is the right thing to do. Kong Shang Tian laughed loudly. Kong Ri Tian shattered his aperture and started the tribulation. Heaven and earth chi surged in the surroundings, forming a 3 days flying ring tribulation. The flying ring was powerful and soared in the sky, lasting for 3 days and night. Kong Ri Tian resisted with difficulty, eventually becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal with a high-grade blessed land. Kong Shang Tian's will sighed. Your luck is very poor to have encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is very special. It will last for 3 days and nights. Even if you destroy the ring, it will regenerate. To protect you, I expended almost all my immortal essence. I told you not to provoke that Xiao Yan. Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Yan? Kong Shang Tian said, Xiao Yan's innate luck is comparable to you before obtaining Shang Tian true inheritance. Most importantly, he is Shang Xinc's subordinate. This girl has incredible luck. Going against Xiao Yan will cause your luck to be expended against Xiao Yan and Shang Xinci. Now that your luck is low when undergoing tribulation, the 3 days flying ring tribulation appeared to waste all of my remaining immortal essence. Kong Ri Tian had an unsightly expression. Back then, he attacked Xiao Yan and wanted to frame it on the demonic path Gu Master Baotong. In the end, an accident occurred as he did not expect the tap fire to contain an immortal material flame. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu Master then. He did not want to waste the precious immortal essence for Kong Shang Tian to use his immortal method. Thus, an intense battle broke out and the tap fire was dispersed, causing the immortal essence flame inside to explode. The immortal material flame burned the entire mountain and could not be stopped. Xiao Yan and Bao Tong were both trapped in the fire. Kong Ri Tian managed to escape with the help of Kong Shang Tian's will. To think that the backlash of that decision would influence Kong Ri Tian's immortal ascension. Kong Shang Tian sighed. I underestimated that Shang Xinci. Unless your cultivation level and battle strength surpasses her completely, do not provoke her anymore. Do not even touch anyone who is close to her. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. Ancestor, are you exaggerating this? Humph, foolish child. Innate luck is profound and mystical. Back in my days when Chi-Path dominated the world, many geniuses were able to catch a glimpse of its profundity. Do not underestimate the variance of luck. Look at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. I believe this person must have used innate luck as a reference when he created Luck Path. You have already become a Gu Immortal, you should learn more. Gu cultivation paths are not independent of each other. They influence and affect each other in a connected way. The connection between Chi Path and Luck Path is this innate luck. Eventually, Kong Shang Tian's will convince Kong Ri Tian after a lengthy talk. Gu Immortal cultivation is far more profound and deep than Gu Master cultivation. I am lucky to have your help, ancestor, otherwise, I would have to undergo a mortal ascension without knowing anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next, he consulted. What do I do now? What is the most important thing? Kong Shang Tian's will did not hesitate. Little fellow, although you become an immortal, there is not enough heaven and earth chi to help you refine your vital gu into an immortal gu. This chi path gu worm is crucial to the entire Shang Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian understood at once. So now, I need to refine that immortal gu? Kong Shang Tian's will snorted coldly. The ignorant have no fear. Do you think you can refine an immortal gu? Even if you go bankrupt, you will still have no chance of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu Immortals do not even own one rank 6 Immortal Gu? Most rank 7 Gu Immortals spend their lives trying to get a rank 7 Immortal Gu. This is true even for Venerables. Go and think about how hard it is for a Gu Immortal to refine an Immortal Gu that suits them. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied. He felt shocked. This is too hard. Isn't it? Kong Shang Tian's will sighed. Gu Immortal cultivation is tough. It is much riskier than being a goo master. Kid, you need to learn to survive now. Each calamity and tribulation is a test. You have a higher starting point than many others, but you cannot act rashly. Especially in trying to refine an immortal goo, it can make you bankrupt without any gains in return. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. What do I do now? Ancestor, you told me that I should make my vital goo an immortal goo, but you also told me that I cannot refine immortal goo. So what should I do? Stop beating around the bush. Kong Shang Tian's will snorted again. Kid, are you willing to listen to me now? Earlier I told you time and again not to provoke that Xiao Yan. But what did you do? You are just too young. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, from now on, I will listen to you. Seeing that his descendant had given in, Kong Shang Tian's will stopped wasting time, he said. You are quite lucky to have a refinement path venerable like Fong Yuan in your era. Go make a transaction with him if you want to refine immortal goo. Wait, you want me to transact with him in treasure yellow heaven? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ri Tian could continue, Kong Shang Tian rebuked him. Do you think a Grand Venerable will care about a rank 6 immortal goo? I know what you are afraid of. Aren't you afraid that Fong Yuan is still connected to Shang Xinci? But you did not do anything to her either. Kong Ri Tian heard this and thought about it, feeling a little hurt internally. Kong Shang Tian's will was not wrong. In Kong Ri Tian and Shang Xinci's encounters, he had always suffered a loss. Last time, he was chased after by Shang Xinci and Wu Ji because of Shang Tian true inheritance. Afterwards, he also suffered losses during his tribulation after provoking Xiao Yan. Shang Xinci was having a great life now, while Kong Ri Tian was suffering more now. Let's go to Treasure Yellow Heaven. We will talk to Fong Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ri Tian said. Back in Western Desert. The sandstorm stopped. Mo Li had rank 6 cultivation level. He bowed deeply at the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Friends from E-Clan. Thank you for the help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal on my own. Mo Li thanked them sincerely. Ever since the contest in Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by the mysterious superforce, E-Clan, in Western Desert. Mo Li came to E-Clan's headquarters and after interacting with them, he found that they were actually all Feathermen. This time, with the help of E-Clan's Gu immortals, Mo Li became an immortal. E-Clan's Gu immortal Zhou Yi-Ko said, Friend Mo Li, you are too polite. You are one who obtained thieving heaven true inheritance. That means you are his inheritor. Back then, our E-Clan's ancestor was helped by Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and survived. With the help of his method, E-Clan was able to stay hidden for so many years. Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is our benefactor. The entire E-Clan believes that Lord Demon Venerable has not died so easily without making a sound. By helping you now, we also want to repay the debt we owe to Lord Thieving Heaven. If one day in the future, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our entire E-Clan will follow him by his side. Thus, we are comrades. Mo Li was deeply moved by the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Yi-Ko's words. He had a warm feeling in his heart. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang looked at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had succeeded in the tribulation, becoming a human path Gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land. The remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine a vital immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu. It was already enveloped in heaven and earth chi now. I heard that Gu Ting, Sun Yuanhua, and the rest became immortals but did not refine a human path immortal Gu. I am different from them. Recently, while deeply asleep at night, I had the urge to pee and woke up. At that moment, I gained a burst of inspiration and comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal Gu recipe and so much heaven and earth chi remaining, I can definitely refine Thief immortal Gu. Ha ha ha. This immortal Gu recipe is worth waking up to pee at night. Although Wei Wuxiang entered the derivation formation, his memories were altered and caused him to think that it was inspiration that allowed him to create Thief immortal Gu's recipe. But, after 15 minutes, Wei Wuxiang grunted as he fell to the ground. The heaven and earth chi were completely expended while his vital goo was heavily damaged. I failed the goo refinement? Impossible! Wei Wuxiang could not believe what had happened. To refine the vital goo, I used heaven and earth chi. This is borrowing the power of heaven and earth to refine goo. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. So how did I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. I failed because immortal goo is unique. Thinking of this, Wei Wuxiang shook his head. In his view, this was even more impossible. It meant that someone else had already refined Thief Immortal Goo. I am the creator of Thief Immortal Goo. How can anyone get the recipe before me? Unless Thief Immortal Goo already exists naturally in the world. But that's also strange. Human path should not have developed this deeply yet. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion as he contemplated. Heavenly Court, another Goo immortal walked out of the derivation formation. This female immortal wore golden armor. There was a golden cape flowing down her back, extending from her shoulder to the ground. She was taller than normal people and her shoulders were broad. When she walked, her long legs were the most eye-catching as they made her look beautiful and elegant. Her nose bridge was tall, her lips were thin and her eyes were also thin. She had outstanding presence. She was like born royalty that ruled above the common man. When she looked at people, because of her height, she often had to look down. She had an authoritative aura that was fermented naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. She was Qin Ding Ling. After walking out of the derivation formation, Qin Ding Ling quickly recovered her senses. She turned around and looked at the derivation formation behind her. Her eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. She was very excited. Her entry to the formation gave her great gains. The most exciting thing that she obtained from this derivation formation was the hope for Heavenly Court to defeat Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why was that? Simply because the derivation formation's ability to develop a goo cultivator's path was just too powerful, like how Qin Ding Ling obtained huge gains when she entered the formation this time. This was not just her personal growth. It helped to push the entire luck path forward in development. Thanks to her going into the formation, the luck path of the world took a huge stride forward, obtaining huge development. What did this mean? This meant that as long as more luck path goo immortals like Qin Ding Ling entered the derivation formation, luck path would develop further. When the number of times accumulate, the quantitative growth would trigger a qualitative transformation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be kicked out of his Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level meant that the goo cultivator's understanding of a certain path was equivalent to the world. After Qin Ding Ling entered the formation, she became the core that used the vast number of inheritances in Heavenly Court to deduce many new research results of luck path. These new results were just some accumulation that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could decipher with just a glance. Because these luck path research results were still under the scope of the current profundity of luck path, it had not exceeded the existing limits. It was a quantitative growth but not a qualitative change. But once the quantity accumulated, there would be a qualitative transformation. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's luck path attainment level would rise by a level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attainment level would lag behind. At that point, he would no longer be a luck path supreme Grandmaster. In that case, he would not be a Tao Lord anymore and would not be able to refine natural luck path Tao marks. That would be a disastrous blow to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been protecting luck path from getting spread widely in the world. Otherwise, if there are more luck path goo immortals like me to enter the derivation formation, we will be able to kick Giant Sun Immortal Venerable out of Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. Qin Ding Ling expressed her pity towards this. After leaving the derivation formation, she would not be able to enter for a long time. Going in forcefully would not have any gains but instead cause her irreparable harm. It was too late to start nurturing luck path goo immortals. Only a peak rank 8 goo cultivator like Qin Ding Ling could promote the advancement of the entire luck path. Of course, it was not impossible for other luck path goo immortals or goo masters. But they had not reached the apex of luck path. It was simply too hard to exceed the current accomplishments of heaven and earth. For Heavenly Court, This was too costly to try, and the gains they could derive from it were just too small. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul smiled at Qin Dingling as she walked past the latter. Fairy Maiden Soul went into the derivation formation and vanished. She was Heavenly Court Soul, Path Great Expert from Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This entry into the formation would derive great gains. It would promote the development of the world's soul path. It is a pity that Heavenly Court currently lacks Refinement Path Great Experts. There are many Refinement Path Gu Immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but few are rank 8. Furthermore, none are great experts who have reached a certain height of refinement path. Qin Dingling pondered. Heavenly Court's derivation formation showed the terrifying power of star constellation Immortal Venerable. But to kick a Venerable out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, the difficulty was too high. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's Refinement Path. There was a need to have many Gu cultivators in these three paths. Heavenly Court had the derivation formation, but rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, it was still wild and took in natural essence on its own. As a result, the derivation formation needed very little immortal essence to operate. But Heavenly Court lacked crucial members. Without enough great experts in these paths, the derivation formation could not kick the venerables out of their thrones. Maybe this is the reason why Heavenly Court needs to focus on developing human path. Qin Ding Ling had a flash of inspiration. She could only see a small part of star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. She could not decipher the big picture. Eastern Sea. The sea was calm without any waves. Guyue Fengxiang was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. Heaven, earth, and human qi had already surrounded him completely. Guyue Fengxiang gritted his teeth as he did his best to balance the three qi, condensing them as much as he could. I must succeed. I need to become a Gu Immortal to save my mother. Also, I need to become a Gu Immortal and gain more strength to find my father. Guyue Fengxiang cheered himself on. But soon, most of his attention was diverted to something else. At this moment, he sensed heaven's will. This was the moment for natural inspiration. You must succeed. The mermaid Immortal Lian Kuexine floated in the air openly as she appeared right beside Guyue Fengxiang. Her eyes did not move at all. She stared at him fixedly. Unfortunately, the process of balancing the three qi could not be interrupted. Otherwise, Lian Kuexine would rather do it for him. This time, she had taken the mission from the mission board to accidentally meet Guyue Fengxiang and coax him to go to a place suitable for immortal ascension. The truth was, Feng Yuan secretly opened Sovereign Immortal Aperture's door to bring Guyue Fengxiang to the 5 regions. While Guyue Fengxiang was undergoing tribulation, Feng Yuan hid near him but was not idling. He was secretly using a powerful rank 9 Heaven Path Killer move. It was not obscured heavenly secret, this was stealing heavenly secret. After activating this move, one could steal the knowledge of heaven's will when a Gu Master undergoes ascension and experiences natural inspiration. Stealing heavenly secret killer move's first core was the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The second core was rank 8 Great Thief Immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable first created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the initial goal was to use it to sense heaven and earth, attempting to artificially enter natural inspiration. Normally, a Gu cultivator would only have one opportunity at natural inspiration in their life. When a Gu Master undergoes immortal ascension, they would use the opportunity when the aperture turns into an immortal aperture world to gain the recognition of heaven's will and communicate with it. At this time, the Gu Master would be able to ask heaven's will questions, and their inquiries would be answered to a certain extent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the extent of answers was limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. Just using rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu would allow the Gu cultivator to ask heaven's will and get an answer. It was able to expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even without any evidence, the Gu Immortal could reach the truth. By using heavenly secret Gu with other Gu worms before undergoing tribulation, they would be able to find out the content of the calamities and tribulations to make appropriate countermeasures. And in terms of concealment, obscured heavenly secret was the best example. If Fong Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo alone, he would not be able to get any answers from Heaven's Will, because Heaven's Will did not like him. Fong Yuan was one of the main culprits who destroyed Fate Goo. Heaven's Will had been trying to kill him the entire time. With such a relationship, how could Heaven's Will give him any answers? Fong Yuan understood the advantages of natural inspiration. Earlier in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he produce so many powerful killer moves? Other than self-deduction, he had also secretly used the natural inspiration of many Goo masters in his immortal aperture when they ascended, saving him precious time and energy. Without these exceptional killer moves, Fong Yuan would have gotten killed by the two venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge reason why Fong Yuan emerged victorious in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted more natural inspiration opportunities. So did Fong Yuan. Every Goo cultivator knew the precious value of natural inspiration. To do this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Goo. What about Fong Yuan? He made stealing Heavenly Secret Killer move. This killer move was created long ago, but it was only rank 8 then and had limited strength. Honestly speaking, it was worthless. Too much immortal essence was expended for too little gains. He might as well order Goo masters to ask specific questions during their natural inspiration. But this was in the past. Right now, the situation had changed greatly. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo originate from? Truthful Floating Ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. He had used the chaos outside the world to fuel the Crazed Demon formation. It was a grand accomplishment from countless years of effort. Starting from the 8th layer, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. Crazed Demon formation was no exception, but Fong Yuan refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo in his own sovereign immortal aperture. It was also isolated from the 5 regions. This meant that the current Goo cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. By having rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, on just this point, Fong Yuan was already above the entire world. Rank 8 Stealing Heavenly Secret had limited power, but rank 9 Stealing Heavenly Secret was above the world. It surpassed even Heaven's Will. Each time there was a Goo master undergoing natural inspiration, Fong Yuan would activate rank 9 Stealing Heavenly Secret Killer move. The gains were simply unimaginably immense. Fong Yuan had a chance to observe everything that happened in the world. In normal situations, the natural inspiration of Goo masters was limited. This was the restriction set by Heaven's Will, but Fong Yuan stealing Heavenly Secret could directly steal the answer. It did not matter what Heaven's Will intended to do. During this period of time, how many Goo masters went through Immortal Ascension in Sovereign Immortal Aperture? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Lightning Lion Warrior, Dharma Lion Warrior, Solid Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, and Chong, Yi, Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Ku, Xian Hong, the 6 Eggman of Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven, Xiao He Jian, Green Forest Great Sage, and now Gu Yue Fong Xiang. Most of the Goo immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave were already revived. This was excluding those who died during the chaotic disaster. But Fong Yuan did not revive them as Goo immortals. He only gave them Goo Master Cultivation level. One was to save resources and prevent human C from getting expended. The other reason was for this opportunity. Fong Yuan had always had a broad vision. He was also skilled at creating plans. But in the past, his plans were often unable to keep up with changes. Now he had rank 9 cultivation level. He was a refinement path venerable. With the destruction of fake Goo, there were few things in the world that could disrupt his plans. Fong Yuan had purposely made accumulations in the past. Now, during this trend of immortal ascension, he benefited immensely. In just a few months, in just Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, more than 30 Goo masters went through immortal ascension. This was excluding Fong Yuan's subordinate superforces in Eastern Sea, and the 2 Heavens. Wu clan, who was extremely famous now, could not compare with such results. But Fong Yuan concealed them all. Not a single bit of information was leaked. As for the benefits of immortal ascension, only a very small portion was for those who became rank 6 Goo immortals. The bulk of the gains went to Fong Yuan through stealing Heavenly Secret. This was something that star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable could not dream of obtaining. The truth was, even Fang Yuan did not think that his gains would be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, goo recipes, immortal goo houses, immortal formations, blueprints to construct battlefield killer moves, countless ways to cultivate resources, as well as the most comprehensive map of the current 5 regions, and the location of various wild immortal goo. After satisfying his needs, he looked into human path, pill path, painting path, star path, luck path, and others. The outcome was extremely surprising to Fang Yuan. He was pleasantly stunned. He had only given it a test, but he obtained musician immortal goo's recipe, thief immortal goo's recipe, soldier immortal goo's recipe, sergeant immortal goo's recipe, and others. He even obtained a vast number of pill path and painting path immortal goo recipes. He also gained various profundities of luck path, star path, and soul path that were very useful to him. Now that Fang Yuan recalled it, the human path gains shocked him the most. To think that human path has already developed to this extent in the current world. Fang Yuan did not know of the existence of the derivation formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden it too well. However, the root issue was with the derivation formation. The core of the derivation formation was rank 9 derivation goo. It was not refined by star constellation Immortal Venerable, so it was still a wild immortal goo. It was not that star constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but it could only be used in this situation as a wild goo. Once derivation goo was refined by a person, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had given it a try, thus the crazed demon formation still used a wild rank 9 derivation goo as the core. However, the innermost layers of crazed demon cave were isolated from the main world, thus it did not matter if derivation goo was wild or not. This was not the case for Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had devoured too many 9 heavens fragments. It was full of heavens will and was the largest heaven vein node in the 2 heavens. When the 2 heavens were fusing, Heavenly Court had to mobilize all their rank 8 experts and immortal goo houses to survive the ordeal. In the end, star constellation Immortal Venerable personally took action after refining all of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. She stabilized the situation and prevented spectral soul demon Venerable from finding them. The current derivation formation was situated inside Heavenly Court. It was observable by heavens will. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop that as long as it was inside Heavenly Court. Heaven's will was one of the foundations of Heavenly Court itself. Other than Heavenly Court, where else could she safely put the derivation formation? Nowhere. At least, nowhere in Central Continent. Thus, everything within the derivation formation was also known by heaven and earth. This was a major flaw that star constellation Immortal Venerable knew. But it did not matter. Or rather, in her perspective, it did not matter. The reason Heaven's will did not like any of the Venerables now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and star constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Heaven's will allow people to revive? Fang Yuan was even worse. He was a complete otherworldly demon, one of the main culprits who destroyed fake goo. Only spectral soul demon Venerable was more favored by Heaven's will. But he had lost his senses. Even if he wanted to target Heavenly Court with the door shut tight, he could not find his way in. Even if he entered, star constellation Immortal Venerable had the amplification of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. Would she fear him? It would be the best chance to kill him. Like how Fang Yuan did not know of the derivation formation, star constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret goo. And most importantly, Fang Yuan created stealing heavenly secret killer move. Regardless of the inclination of Heaven's will, Fang Yuan could use natural inspiration to steal countless heavenly secrets. The 3 chi surrounded Gu Yue Fang Xiang, who was currently undergoing natural inspiration. Seeing this, Fang Yuan restrained his scattered thoughts and focused. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. I can ask for Heavenly Court's information directly. That seems fine. No matter how star constellation Immortal Venerable tries to hide things, my stealing heavenly secret is rank 9. If she wants to resist it, she needs to have a rank 9 wisdom path Immortal Gu to achieve a qualitative change. No matter how many wisdom path Dao marks Heavenly Court had, it was only a quantitative amplification. When Gu Yue Fang Xiang's aperture exploded to create an immortal aperture, becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Fong Yuan's body shook. Derivation Immortal formation? Star constellation Immortal Venerable hit it too deeply. I only found out now. So that's it. Incredible as expected of the #1 wisdom path expert. Throughout the past and present. At this moment, Fong Yuan felt deep admiration towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly promote the development of various paths. The might of wisdom path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was worth admiring. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stopped his action of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. It is about time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inspected the surroundings first. He had a unique way of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He did not stay at the same place for long, moving to other places after fully refining all of the Dao marks in one area. Instead, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined Dao marks broadly. After refining 60% of the luck path Dao marks of a certain area in Northern Plains, he would move on to the next location and continue his refinement. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to refine Northern Plains Dao marks after various events like the Great Love Declaration, Fong Clan Saga, Spectral Soul destroying the sun, the Three Venerables contest over Light Gu, and the trend of Immortal Ascension. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally refined 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He had already covered the entire Northern Plains. At the same time, he did not forget to develop his own rank 9 Immortal aperture. He went through several tribulations and put in several resource points. With the increased foundation of his rank 9 Immortal aperture, his Immortal essence production speed also rose as time passed. The Immortal aperture foundation of the Venerables would rise rapidly. Their Immortal essence would become more abundant. But now, Giant Sun's Immortal aperture was still far inferior to Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was the rank 9 Immortal aperture that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had in his previous life. Because it did not devour any 9 heavens fragment, it had gone through many calamities and tribulations. Over the years, gaining a huge number of Dao marks through them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have sovereign Immortal aperture. He could not annex a larger Immortal aperture, while he also had to cultivate blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex Longevity Heaven and gain the maximum benefit, he still lacked a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, Longevity Heaven was inferior to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the Immortal aperture of 3 Venerables, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had his own rank 9 aperture as the foundation of his previous life. But Longevity Heaven had a huge advantage that Heavenly Court lacked in the future. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's blood path cultivation reached a certain level, he could annex Longevity Heaven to raise his strength to a terrifying level. After some rest, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to prepare his killer move. As the killer move activated, soon, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, golden light appeared in the sky, dyeing the sky of the entire Northern Plains. Good. With this luck path killer move, in the future when my bloodline descendants undergo tribulation, they will receive some help. This was not just for Immortal Ascension. In the future, when Gu Immortals undergo calamities and tribulations, this luck path killer move would take effect and turn the tribulation into one that the Gu Immortal could easily deal with. At the same time, the power of the tribulation would also be adjusted accordingly. If the Gu Immortal undergoing tribulation was strong, the luck path killer move would make the calamities and tribulations stronger, so that they could get more Dao marks after succeeding. Conversely, weakening the calamities and tribulations would allow the Gu Immortals to survive and pass the tribulation. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's newest creation. It contained the profundity of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could even fuse with self-luck to form a mystical power. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined most of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, the Huang Jin tribes of the entire region benefited as a result. Mystic power of luck path was starting to display itself on a wide scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable planned to use other luck path killer moves to support the entire Northern Plains. He would let himself, Longevity Heaven, and the various Huang Jin tribes to have positive variables in anything they did, not just tribulations. They would have good luck. If the Gu cultivator was strong, they would have a tough time at first and be suppressed. Eventually, they would experience a rebound and gain immense benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified and carefully chosen. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pondered deeply. He could not use too many of such killer moves. Killer moves would carve down marks upon use. If he used them too much, the entire northern plains would turn into a luck path environment. This had its flaws because of conflicting Dao marks. All other paths would be greatly suppressed. This was not beneficial to the growth of Gu Immortals, thus. This step was very important and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable needed to find a balance. There is no rush in doing this. I need to consider the benefits and costs more deeply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought as he used his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not inspecting the Venerables but the region of Northern Plains instead. Soon, a vague luck distribution map appeared in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mind. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. In his first life, there was great effect when he used this killer move. Now, the effect was more vague, especially towards the borders. Back then, the 5 regions were separated and independent. They were not tightly connected. Thus, it was easier to inspect the luck of one region. But now, the 5 regions are united while the 2 heavens turned into spectral heaven. To achieve the same level of investigative power as my previous life, I will need to refine all of the luck path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reached a conclusion and stopped using his killer move. He had just used 2 immortal killer moves in succession. They used a lot of immortal essence. His immortal essence storage had reached an alarming level once again. Next, he would need to rest for some time before refining Northern Plains Dao marks again. Otherwise, he would be in danger if the Venerables decide to fight. Eastern Sea. At the depths of the sea, in complete darkness, Fang Yuan's main body concealed his movements as he secretly arrived here. A huge translucent bubble could be seen in front of him. This should be the place. Fang Yuan realized. He stopped moving, closely inspecting it. This bubble was formed in a special manner. It was a secret underwater world created from many elements, like an underwater volcano's eruption, the surrounding sea water, and the chi tides that swept past previously. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path. The Dao marks of these 4 paths created this isolated utopia. This place was very well hidden. Unless any Gu Immortal saw it personally, it would be hard to detect. I'll name this the 4 paths air bubble. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method and observed the surroundings before opening his immortal aperture's entrance to let out a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had pink wavy hair. He was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was still low, but he was a dream path cultivator. Because the mission was quite special, Fang Yuan purposely dispatched him. Otherwise, he would stay inside the sovereign immortal aperture most of the time to research dream path. On rare occasions, he went on missions to stabilize and resolve the sovereign immortal aperture's issues. Fang Yuan used a method to carefully move Meng Qiuzhen into the air bubble. After 15 minutes, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was previously rank 9, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made arrangements and gave it to Fang Yuan. During the Fate War, in order to complete Red Lotus Plan, Wisdom Gu was used as one of the materials. As a result, rank 9 Wisdom Gu ceased to exist. But under the laws of the heavenly Tao, life and death coexisted. Under the control of heaven's will, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu soon appeared in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden within the air bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he found the location of many wild immortal Gu. Among them, Wisdom Gu was his greatest gain. Thus, he came here personally to prevent any accidents from happening, ensuring that Wisdom Gu would be retrieved successfully. Everything had happened according to the information in stealing heavenly secret. Meng Qiuzhen used his dream path method to easily suppress the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Within the air bubble, although there was an underwater volcano and surrounding fish groups, none were able to threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Dao marks. If he stretched his hand into the air bubble, it would likely burst. Thus, only his clone could accomplish this. Rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Feng Yuan was a great refinement path venerable. Refining a mere rank 6 immortal goo was simply too easy. For a venerable, using rank 9 essence to refine wild rank 8 immortal goo posed no problems at all. The difficult thing was refining rank 9 immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable took over 100 years to refine rank 9 wisdom goo in her previous life, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable failed to refine love immortal goo. These were all examples. After the Fate War, wisdom goo has returned to my possession again. And this time, it is not tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This is a wisdom goo that belongs solely to me. Feng Yuan felt a faint feeling of joy internally. As for raising wisdom goo back to rank 9, Feng Yuan felt that there was no urgency in this. With stealing Heavenly Secret Killer move, Feng Yuan could greatly improve his wisdom path deductions and modifications. He could also make up for his lack of information collecting methods. After obtaining wisdom goo, Feng Yuan returned to his original spot and showed that he was openly refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Furthermore, he took breaks quite often to show that his immortal essence was lacking, and that he was in a poor condition. His divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, another major project in Immortal Aperture was completed. For this project, Feng Yuan used all the immortal material reserves of his subordinates, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan had the greatest contribution. They earned a lot of contribution points. As for the construction of the splendid cloud cover, Feng Yuan succeeded after he chose to use stealing Heavenly Secret to get an answer from Heaven's will. This splendid cloud cover covered a radius of over 10 li. It flew slowly in the mini-9 heavens. Once in a while it would go from one heaven to another. The splendid cloud was an immortal material from rank 6 to 9. The splendid cloud that Feng Yuan had now was a congregation of many different similar materials. Most were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% was rank 8, while there was barely any rank 9 ones. The food of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was a large field of splendid clouds. Feng Yuan was still far from meeting the requirements of one feeding session. But it was not a concern. The higher the Immortal Goo's rank, the less frequent it needed to be fed. Looking at the current situation, there was still a lot of time until the next feeding session. During this period of time, the splendid cloud cover could grow sufficiently. There was ample time. Goo cultivation involved nurture, use, and refinement. The feeding of rank 9 Immortal Goo was a test that Feng Yuan had to pass. He currently had 3 rank 9 Immortal Goo. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement Immortal Goo, and Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. The former 2 were easier to feed, while Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was comparatively more troublesome. But Feng Yuan planned in advance. He had already started to resolve this problem. In any case, the feeding of rank 9 Immortal Goo was not Feng Yuan's biggest problem. He could settle it by just putting in some hard work. He was already a venerable who owned Eastern Sea of the 5 regions. He also has super forces from the 2 heavens. Also, after his great love declaration, the most common business in Treasure Yellow Heaven became his Immortal Goo refinement transactions. And because the sovereign Immortal Aperture had immense foundation, even in the entire world, only Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court could match or beat him. Feng Yuan had already seen the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven Immortal Aperture. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a special grotto heaven meant for Goo immortal transactions. Its own foundation could not compare to the sovereign Immortal Aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign Immortal Aperture was gradually undergoing a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign Immortal Aperture was like a dying patient. It was always close to destruction or breaking down entirely. But now, the situation did not just stabilize, it was even improving. There were 2 main reasons. One was that the sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao veins had already been established to a certain level, allowing it to reap the first wave of benefits. There was already 1 ring of Fire Path, Wind Path, and Water Path Dao veins. The Earth Path Dao vein that was established first already had 3 rings. This had an immense effect to stabilize the sovereign Immortal Aperture. The effect was immediate. The sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo immortals could sense clearly that abnormal situations of Earth Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and Water Path were decreasing rapidly. They became less common. The second reason was that more than 30 of Feng Yuan's Goo cultivator subordinates had passed their immortal ascension tribulation. Immediately, the sovereign immortal aperture gained a huge supply of manpower. With abundant people, Fang Yuan could easily dispatch Gu immortals to various locations in the 5 regions secretly to collect the wild immortal Gu. Days later, Gu immortals started to return. Some of them brought back undiscovered resource points while others brought back wild immortal Gu, among which there was one wild time path immortal Gu month. At this point, he had collected all 3 immortal Gu year, month, day. After getting the newest information, Fang Yuan's subordinates took action with a high success rate. The results of stealing Heavenly Secret did not end here. While Fang Yuan refined Dao marks, he also unsealed the truthful floating ice secretly while making modifications to various killer moves. After stealing Heavenly Secrets, he obtained a large number of reference materials. His modification of killer moves became very aggressive, among which were compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much gains in this aspect, but with stealing Heavenly Secret, he obtained a lot of information that had immense value. Next, as Gu immortals continued to return, although many succeeded, some returned empty-handed. Most of the secretive resource points were brought back, but some were damaged or destroyed by natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis. There was no point in relocating them. As for wild immortal Gu, they were also starting to move elsewhere. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Heaven's will could influence people's minds, it could also think. Fang Yuan had always been the target of Heaven's will. Now that he collected all these secretive resource points and wild immortal Gu, how could Heaven's will not make a response? Heavenly Dao emphasized balance. It would naturally try to restrict Fang Yuan from getting even stronger. Thus, this reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for the most important immortal Gu and resource points to be the ones that were targeted first, allowing him to have great gains. As for the rest, they had lower value. In comparison, Fang Yuan could give up on them with no significant losses, but he could also try and see if any were salvageable. Fang Yuan gradually digested his gains from using stealing Heavenly Secret. In this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. The information from stealing Heavenly Secret is extremely terrifying. It completely made up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use these information excessively, Heaven's will make adjustments and cause them to become less valuable. Additionally, Grotto heavens like Longevity Heaven cannot be inspected through stealing Heavenly Secret. The various killer moves and information about combat system that I steal are very useful if I want to modify killer moves and make my own combat system. But since Heaven's will knows about it, then this information must have already existed somewhere. Others might know it too. Furthermore, there are many things that Heaven's will does not know, like the secret venerable true inheritances. Heaven's will can remember but not modify killer moves on its own. The painting path, human path, and pill path research results that I obtained were all produced through the derivation formation. Stealing Heavenly Secret could inspect and save Fang Yuan a lot of time and effort. It had an amazing effect. Regardless, it had its flaws. Fang Yuan still had a need for information path and wisdom path development. It was just that his needs were half satisfied now. He was no longer as urgent as before. Stealing Heavenly Secret mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Once Heaven's will found out about the Immortal Gu recipe, it would respond and cause the effect of stealing Heavenly Secret to become weaker. Stealing Heavenly Secret was also dependent on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fang Yuan had already decided to nurture Gu cultivators in the Immortal Aperture. He would continue to accumulate more Gu Immortal seeds. Whenever it was necessary, he would make a bunch of time undergo immortal ascension. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, within the secret room, an entire circle of Fang Yuan were sitting, or more accurately, a large number of Fang Yuan's clones. This cultivation secret room was huge. Fang Yuan's clones were all newly formed using human path Gu worms. Among them, the Gu master level ones were Doctor, Pill Refiner, Constable, and Craftsman. There were also rank 6 Gu immortal level ones like Shadow Puppet, Talented Girl, Soldier, Sergeant, Musician, Thief, Farmer, Dancer, and Blacksmith. Indeed, the human path research results that the 10 children of human path gained from entering the derivation formation were all obtained by Fang Yuan. After that, he rushed to refine all these gu. As long as he had the recipe with Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment, refining these low-ranked immortal gu was very easy. This resulted in the 10 children of human path failing to create their vital immortal gu during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's clones had been in closed cultivation, comprehending human path and having their respective insights. Although these clones are low in rank, there are exceptional aspects when compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. For example, they only need a small investment to create. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones needed to cultivate themselves and start from zero. But these clones could instantly gain Gu Master or Gu Immortal level strength by just using human path Gu worms. The clones formed from human path Gu worms had apertures and immortal apertures for Gu Masters and Gu Immortals respectively. But be it aperture or immortal essence, neither could produce primeval essence or immortal essence. They could only store essence. The human path clones were also unable to cultivate to increase their strength. The rank of the Gu worm decided the strength of the clone. But the human path clones would retain the main body's attainment levels. The human path clones mainly cultivated human path with other paths on the side. For example, musician clone cultivated human path with sound path on the side. Farmer clone cultivated human path with wood path and earth path on the side. Shadow puppet clone cultivated human path with transformation path and shadow path on the side. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fang Yuan. They were too weak, even the highest ranked one was only rank 6. The thing that both Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed with was that Pill Refiner clone had the greatest value. This clone cultivated human path with refinement path and pill path on the side. Although there were only rank 1 to 5 Pill Refiner Gu Masters, they would create a terrifying impact on the entire Gu Master world. If Fang Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension at this time, these human path clones might still be useful. Now, they were of little value to Fang Yuan. They were even an important evidence that could expose obscured heavenly secret. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan turned these human path clones back into their respective Gu worms. They were similar to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body but quite different. They could interchange between Gu worm and human forms, but Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed at human form with the requirement to eat the Gu worm's food. But in any case, a normal person needed to eat at set intervals as well. I'll leave Thief Gu behind. Thinking so, Fang Yuan willed at the next moment as most of the Gu worms in the secret room self-detonated. Central Continent. In the deepest part of Star Array Calculation Formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inspecting a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was inside. This secluded domain looked like a cage or a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used it in Crazed Demon Cave to fight against the other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path Secluded Domain, Mental Domain. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed Mental Domain in the Star Array Calculation Formation and used the power of the formation to secretly absorb emotions. All sorts of negative emotions in the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were absorbed into the mental domain. With this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to leave only positive emotions in the countless life forms of Central Continent towards Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sections. This caused Central Continent's unity to rise to a new level. Mental domain needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the stronger this secluded domain of heaven and earth becomes. But it needs to be controlled too. If there are too much emotion stored, the mental domain will instead go too far and have a reverse effect. Like what is recorded in The Legends of Renzu, it would be best to have Calm Gu and Fortitude Gu to suppress mental domain. It is a pity that I only have Calm Gu but not Fortitude Gu. Thus, there is an obvious limit to the amount of emotions the mental domain can store. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to be careful when activating it. She could not afford to expose this to the other Venerables and end up with trouble. At that time, even someone who lacked immortal essence like Fang Yuan would want to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the trick that star constellation Immortal Venerable played when creating the star array calculation formation. She managed to hide it from the two venerables. After all, they could only see the general information of the star array calculation formation. After her inspection, star constellation Immortal Venerable received some good news. Oh? Among the 10 children of human path, someone has already refined musician Gu to an immortal Gu. Good. It seems that the failed attempts from earlier was due to the obstruction of heaven's will. The refinement of immortal Gu during the Ascension Tribulation is essentially using heaven's will to help one refine Gu. Heaven's will was unwilling to help likely because these are human path Gu worms. But afterwards, the refinement attempt done by a person succeeded. Star constellation Immortal Venerable put her heart at ease. Earlier, when she found that the 10 children of human path had all failed, she felt suspicious. The possibilities included having traitors in heavenly court, a problem with the derivation formation, the hidden methods of the other venerables in heavenly court, or even because information was leaked by heaven's will. After learning of this success, star constellation Immortal Venerable's suspicions were mostly lifted. Half a day later, the first batch of Gu Immortals chosen from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered within the star array calculation formation. Immortal Killer Move. Endless Learning. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated this killer move. The killer move had a light blue radiance that spread within the star array calculation formation. In a certain space within the formation, the Gu Immortals were ready. It's coming, someone muttered with an excited expression. Everyone was stirred. Soon, the Immortals' expressions turned solemn as they were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the great Tao. With the effect of the killer move, the Immortals' cultivation path's attainment level rose gradually. As time passed, after reaching their limit, some Gu Immortals started to develop hallucinations. At this time, the star array calculation formation would activate and send these Gu Immortals to another part of the formation to rest. Endless Learning was a human path-killing intent. It used Book Mountain and Learning Gu as the cores, allowing the Gu cultivator to produce true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had used this move in Crazed Demon Cave before. She was now using it on the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals. Her intention to nurture them was more sincere now. The gains of the Gu Immortals would depend on their own talent, aptitude, comprehension, and personal experiences. Unimaginable. To think that there is such a method in the world to directly raise attainment level. This move was used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. Of course it is amazing. She can achieve the impossible. Rumor has it that dream realms can raise the Gu cultivator's attainment level. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous method of Dream Path. Dream realm explorations are very dangerous, but the attainment level gained can potentially be endless. As for Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's human path-killing move, our gains will depend on ourselves. It can only help us to produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate a lot of experience and foundation. Otherwise, we will not have much gains next time. The Immortals slowly break out of the hallucinations and woke up as they started conversing. Soon, the Immortals flew out of the star array calculation formation. 3 stayed and did not leave yet. Among them, there was Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu Immortal, Tan Ku. He went to find ancient soul sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dian Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his own immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He then used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dian Pu's other immortal Gu. After the transaction, all 3 sides got what they wanted. They were satisfied. Thanks to the star array calculation formation, it can understand what we need and help us to undergo optimal transactions. Otherwise, how can we know of each other's needs so clearly? Dian Pu sighed. At this moment, all 3 immortals benefited from the star array calculation formation. They understood its usefulness. Ever since the star array calculation formation collected information of the Gu Immortals, such situations became more common among the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals. Thus, even the Gu Immortals of the smaller sects were interested. They wanted to report their own information to the star array calculation formation. The formation had the ability to distribute overall resources more efficiently in Central Continent by just focusing on transaction between Gu Immortals. Undeniably, this would promote the growth of Central Continent and raise its overall strength. The three Immortals did not have a close relationship before, but after the transaction, they became closer. On the way back, they talked about the recently popular topic among Central Continent's Gu Masters, human path. During this period of time, human path cultivation had become a rising trend for the lower-rank Gu Masters in Central Continent. This was clearly backed by the 10 great ancient sects who were tasked by Heavenly Court to support this trend. It seems that Heavenly Court has decided to develop human path. That's right, our sects chose the 10 children of human path who have all become Gu Immortals now. Heavenly Court has the top-tier research results of human path. Now is the time for them to promote it widely. I think that it is too rushed, but since star constellation Immortal Venerable made such a decision, there must be a flaw in my logic. It is a pity that our path is already set. Converting to human path is too costly. Friend Tanku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution to this? I only made the Gu Immortal seeds in my Immortal aperture cultivate human path. Haha, I did that too. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were gradually feeling the advantages of the star array calculation formation. They also showed a consensus regarding the prospects of human path. However, Tanku still did not know this now. Although his action was the same as any other Gu Immortals, one small character who he supported would rise to become a legend in the future. Quick! Cultivate this. Within Tanku's Immortal aperture, a middle-aged rank 5 Gu Master was handing out a cultivation method to Wang Xiao Heir. Foster father, what is this? Wang Xiao Heir asked in confusion. Wang Xiao Heir had his own secret. He was not of Fang clan's bloodline. He was a captive of Fang Dongxi. But after Fang Dongxi died in battle, his Immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yi Hu, causing a huge commotion. Using the opportunity, Wang Xiao Heir escaped for his life and mixed in with this branch of Fang Dongxi's descendants. Afterwards, they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tanku was one of the Gu Immortals who bought these human slaves. Within the batch of Fang clansmen that he bought, there was Wang Xiao Heir. Thus, Wang Xiao Heir started his new life in Tanku's Immortal aperture. Naturally, Tanku's Immortal aperture had Tan clan's bloodline. Thus, the Fang clansmen all had low status, they were slaves. But even among slaves, there was a difference in status. For example, the middle-aged Gu Master in front of Wang Xiao Heir. He had a rather pitiful life. When Fang Dongxi's Immortal aperture was in a commotion, his whole family died. The middle-aged Gu Master became disheartened and did not want to marry anyone else. After seeing the lonely Wang Xiao Heir who was in the same plight as him, he felt that this young man resembled his son and took him in as a foster son. After all, in the eyes of the middle-aged Gu Master, Wang Xiao Heir was also a Fang clan descendant. The middle-aged Gu Master knocked Wang Xiao Heir's head and laughed as he scolded. What are you suspicious about? Do you think I'll harm you? I'll tell you the truth. The Gu Immortals who bought us are from Central Continent. He bought us because he took an interest in our aptitude. Now, he has handed down a human path cultivation method. If we can cultivate it successfully, we will be able to raise our status. In the future, we may even become Gu Immortals. Wang Xiao Heir listened in a dumbfounded manner. But soon, he stated his suspicions. If this is such a precious cultivation method, why is the Central Continent Gu Immortal not cultivating it himself? Why isn't he leaving it for his own descendants but us instead? The middle-aged Gu Master clearly knew many Gu Immortal secrets. He had a broad vision. He explained, Gu Immortals cultivate their own path, with human path being one of the possibilities. Since this Gu Immortal has already become immortal, he cannot cultivate human path anymore. Furthermore, not everyone has the aptitude to become an immortal. Human path has just started developing. Central Continent's Gu Immortals are handing out these methods as a trial. Thus, for his own genius descendants, he will definitely leave a portion of the essence of his own cultivation method for them. The remaining Tan clansmen and us will cultivate human path. Human path is really underdeveloped in our former blessed land. I've never even heard of it. But we have no choice now. If we don't cultivate, We won't even have any opportunity. Shao Air, you will live your life in here. Those Tan clansmen will step on you and command you like a slave. Are you willing to live like this? Wang Shao Air quickly shook his head and said solemn, Foster father, please teach me the method. I will cultivate. Wang Shao Air obtained a large amount of human path information. It was helpful in raising his understanding of human path. There were also several human path goo worms. They were the foundation for starting his human path cultivation. After the middle-aged goo master taught Wang Shao Air some lessons, the latter started to cultivate on his own. On this night, Wang Shao Air was so excited he could not sleep. He decided to cultivate instead. But an immortal goo was accidentally awakened by him in this situation. The immortal goos will took the initiative and communicated with Wang Shao Air, as he felt very surprised. Self-goo. Self-goo was so small and had hidden itself within Wang Shao Air's body. Nobody else had sensed it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary goo in the Legends of Renzu. He became extremely happy and incredulous. Thus, he quickly flipped through the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the water of the River of Time, Renzu and the other two woke up in shock. The three immediately climb up to a nearby floating ice. Although it was only a short time, they had already grown old. Time goo is hidden within the River of Time. Our lifespan will be washed away by the river water. Great strength, true martial side. Renzu felt regretful. Constantly encountering good situations is actually a bad thing. It will create a huge problem. It is not good to be too happy or constantly happy. It can make people indulge in the present and forget about time as they get immersed entirely. But Carefree Wisdom Heart said with a tone of joy, Quick! Look at your heart. The three of them inspected their inner heart. They saw that many accumulated emotions had been washed away earlier when they fell into the river. This discovery made Renzu and the other two feel very happy. Next, they continued to travel on the floating ice. Whenever they encountered a bad situation and felt negative emotions, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These bad situations will pass eventually. Their negative emotions faded away with time. Whenever they encountered a good situation and felt immersed in joy, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These good situations will pass eventually. Their positive emotions also weakened over time, preventing them from feeling indulgent. Cognition Goo saw that the three of them were constantly washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them. Time has never healed the wounds of the heart, except that your hearts have grown old. The worst thing is not your body growing old but your heart's aging. Stop washing them. Renzu and the other two heard these words and quickly stopped their actions. But without washing the hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a goo worm flew over and landed on Renzu. Renzu and the other two saw this goo worm and became very happy. It was familial emotion goo. With the help of familial emotion goo, Renzu and the other two spread their emotions around. The joy of one person was split among three. The sorrow of one person was also split into three. Using familial emotion, Renzu and the other two consoled each other and carried each other's burden. They moved quickly and firmly. But good times did not last. More and more emotions accumulated in their hearts. Their hearts became tired and gradually got hurt after being unable to sustain it any longer. Deep emotions hurt the heart. The situation soon aggravated. Because their hearts were severely injured, they could not take in more emotions. At this time, Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage and held it in her hand. This is the mental domain that I created. Place all your emotions in here. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial did as she said. They put their emotions into the mental domain. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original appearance in front of the three. They were simply pieces of floating ice. The three felt a different sensation towards it now. The emotions of people did not concern others. Only their own mental state mattered. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart soon found a goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm answered, I am calm goo. The truth was icy cold. This was the attitude that one should have when facing situations. Renzu and the other two finally reached the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find Self-Gu. So Self-Gu is not here. Renzu was very disappointed. Initially, people would often think that they were the center of all situations, but that was not true. At the center of the truthful floating ice, there was no Self-Gu, but three other Gu instead. They were Rules Gu, Regulation Gu, and Practice Gu. Rules and Regulation Gu had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicament, they thought that he died and left him. They came here to create truthful floating ice along with Practice Gu. All sorts of situations were bound by the rules and regulation of heaven and earth. The three Gu continued to create truthful floating ice like this. Afterwards, under the effect of time Gu, these floating ice flowed away and sank. Rules and Regulation Gu saw Renzu and felt surprised. "Oh, human! So you did not die?" Renzu quickly asked them on how he could find Self-Gu. Rules and Regulation Gu pointed at Practice Gu and said in unison, "It can help you." Practice Gu replied, "Oh, human! You have gone through too many situations. After such a long time, you have changed a lot. Self-Gu is the same. Even if it is right before you, it will feel very foreign now. You cannot recognize it." "What can I do?" Renzu was troubled. "This is simple." Practice Gu laughed. "Can't you just undergo the situation of recognizing yourself?" "That's right." Renzu and the other two realized at once. Practice Gu continued, "For a human, recognizing yourself is the most important and also most difficult thing in the world. Great strength, true martial, you are strong and have ability. If we work together, the chance of success is very high." Ability Gu laughed and said, "Undergoing situations can make me stronger." Carefree Wisdom Heart supported this. She gave serious Gu to Great Strength, True Martial. Great Strength, True Martial started to undergo situations alongside Practice Gu. They first created a piece of floating ice that was as small as a ball. It surrounded Great Strength, True Martial and Practice Gu as a light membrane appeared around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on top of the ice ball as they flowed away, eventually encountering Year Gu. "Is this Self-Gu?" Renzu asked. Great Strength, True Martial replied, "No, Self-Gu is smaller than it." They continued to undergo situations within the ice ball as Ability Gu got stronger. The floating ice also became larger as a water membrane appeared around the periphery. While floating, Renzu saw Month Gu. "Is this Self-Gu?" Renzu asked. Great Strength, True Martial replied, "No, Self-Gu is smaller than it." Great Strength, True Martial and Practice Gu continued working hard. Ability Gu got stronger and made this floating ice even bigger. The periphery of the ice ball was covered in a stone membrane. Renzu saw Daegu. "Is this Self-Gu?" Renzu asked. Great Strength, True Martial replied, "No, Self-Gu is smaller than it." The stronger the ability, the more one would find that they were small and insignificant. Eventually, the floating ice reached its biggest size. The periphery was covered by a crystal membrane. Renzu and the other two floated on the ice ball and eventually found Self-Gu. Self-Gu is actually so small. Renzu was internally shaken. Cognition Gu sighed. In the eyes of heaven and earth, in the eyes of mankind, a single Self-Gu is very small and insignificant. Late at night, Wang Xiao'er looked at the Legends of Renzu as his eyes turned bloodshot from excitement. His nose was also blowing out steam. Foster Father's human path cultivation method is not wrong at all. The Legends of Renzu is truly a human path classic. I've just noticed that in the section regarding Self-Gu, it actually hints the different levels of each Gu master cultivation rank. Light membrane, water membrane, stone membrane, and crystal membrane. Renzu and the other two met the time path Gu year, month, and day in the river of time. Does this mean that Gu master cultivation takes a long time to gradually accumulate accomplishments? I am still too ignorant now. This is all that I can see. The human path cultivation method states that the most outstanding cultivators in history, the Venerables, have all comprehended something from the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there are many human path killer moves created as their research results. Even though I cannot match them now, I still have an extraordinary hope. Self-Gu. It has been hiding in my body all along. The moment I started my human path cultivation, I found it. This must be a human path immortal goo. Among the various goo worms mentioned in The Legends of Renzu, in my eyes, self-goo is the most special and unique one. Ha ha ha, with this immortal goo, human path is truly the most suitable path for me. It is definitely the right choice to cultivate human path. At almost the same time, in the sovereign immortal aperture, mini Eastern Sea. Ha ha. Mermaid goo immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. It was definitely the right choice for our entire race to join Fang Yuan and live in the sovereign immortal aperture. Her excitement could not be concealed. There was a total of 3 merman female immortals. Fang Yuan had brought them in earlier. After bringing a group of mermen to settle down here, they started to live in the sovereign immortal aperture. The 3 merman female immortals had a clear distribution of jobs. Yuzi was mostly in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Ku Xin was in charge of external relations. She communicated with the other races and forces. Tang Qiong was in charge of defending the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture. The territory of the various forces had at least 1 goo immortal defending it at all times for safety. Tang Qiong had just received orders from Fang Yuan. There was a piece of information that was rather outstanding. From now on, Fang Yuan would put in more effort to support the well-performing descendants of the various tribes and forces. He would spend a huge sum to aid their cultivation and promote them to become goo immortal seeds. To achieve this, Fang Yuan even gave orders to the goo immortals in charge of the various factions. Each other, the respective forces had to nurture a certain number of goo immortal seeds. If they reached the target, they would receive contribution points. Otherwise, they would be punished. Lord Alliance Leader is not just impartial and fair. He also has a heart of benevolence. He is helping us variant humans to nurture more goo masters by investing such a huge sum of resources. Even among the past venerables, none had ever shown such love to us variant humans like Lord Fang Yuan. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable only helped some of our tribes. It cannot compare to Lord Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, tears appeared in Tang Qiong's eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped the variant humans was because he could not bear seeing them face the threat of extinction. But Fang Yuan was different. Fang Yuan did not just give the variant humans a fair and relatively safe environment to live in without ostracism. He even gave them aid in the form of resources so that they could grow stronger. This was an unprecedented situation. Tang Qiong had gone through a lot of ordeals when she managed the Merman Imperial Court. They were ostracized and suppressed by various forces. As a Merman goo immortal, she had lived a life of being bullied and overwhelmed with pressure. Now, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, she felt truly free and happy. The work she did in the sovereign immortal aperture was far more tiring than being in Eastern Sea. She often had to work her hardest and not rest for more than 10 days in a row, along with the threat of her liver exploding. But now, Tang Qiong was feeling increasingly fond of this place. She loved this world and treasured this sea area, because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions lacked. Because here, there was abundant hope. Because here, as long as one worked hard and was willing to undergo hardship, they will be rewarded based on effort. Because here, one could feel that they were growing and improving at an observable rate. Their own tribe or force was also developing rapidly. Tang Qiong's divine sense goo entered the information path mortal goo again. She reread the information that she had already looked through several times. Fang Yuan's orders greatly encouraged the procreation of the various forces. The more children they had, the more rewards they would receive. Regarding the increase in population, Fang Yuan had a clear direction. The vast amount of cultivation resources would be handed down to the goo immortals of the various factions and forces in the next few days, among which there were large quantities of relic goo, unprocessed jade goo, wood origin goo, water source goo, man triumphing heaven goo, and others. Relic goo could raise the cultivation of a goo master by a small realm, while precious mortal goo like unprocessed jade goo could raise the goo master's aptitude. In essence, they were just carving a certain path's Dao marks on the goo master's bodies. Unprocessed jade goo carved earth path Dao marks. It was suitable for raising the aptitude of Rockman Goo masters. Wood Origin Goo suited Minimen, Water Source Goo suited Mermen, while Man Triumphing Heaven Goo suited purebred humans without Goo master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their aperture. With these resources, our tribe can finally see hope in a bright future. There has never been a venerable like Lord Fong Yuan. He truly cares about his people. No matter how ordinary or common these people are, his love is boundless like the sun, while soothing like the wind, enveloping everyone. He is truly worthy of being great love, immortal, venerable. It is my greatest fortune to be on his side. Thinking of this, Tang Qiong felt very excited as tears flowed down her face. Fong Yuan, who was idolized by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret once again. Could not be helped. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too bountiful. Even now, there were still Goo immortals who were returning from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border, bringing back cultivation resources secretly. The most valuable things were the information of the 5 regions, Fong Yuan's modified killer moves, and the establishment of his combat system. Everything caused his luck to grow immensely again. Thus, Fong Yuan had to activate obscured heavenly secret again to fortify the concealment effect. During this period of time, Fong Yuan did not refine his 4th rank 9 immortal Goo. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks intermittently, but in secret, he was digesting the gains of stealing heavenly secret and deducing many things. As for the truthful floating ice, although it was the most important thing earlier, it was no longer his focus now. The initial benefit of unsealing the truthful floating ice was already obtained. Now, the gains had evidently fallen. This was reflected upon Fong Yuan's own luck as well. Fong Yuan used luck inspection and only managed to see a portion of it, but from this portion, he could see many things that were useful to his deductions. Everything involving rank 9 heavenly secret Goo was Fong Yuan's greatest secret. This involved obscured heavenly secret, stealing heavenly secret, and others. Because of stealing heavenly secret, Fong Yuan started to target those mortals in the immortal aperture. He worked at lightning speed. After understanding the value of these mortals, he decided to nurture them with his full support. Tang Qiong and the rest did not know the truth. Fong Yuan had abundant immortal materials in his storage. Mortal materials were more lacking in comparison. The sovereign immortal aperture itself produced a lot of mortal materials on a large scale, but there were a lot of materials needed to nurture mortals. The sovereign immortal aperture had to use treasure yellow heaven to undergo various transactions and satisfy this need. The plan was already established while cultivation resources were not an issue, but Fong Yuan wanted to make this even better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could be used to nurture these mortal Goo masters. For example, Blood Skull Goo, Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and Guts Goo, as well as the rank 1 to 6 version of second aperture Goo. Aptitude was very important to a Goo master. Back then, Fong Yuan had used Blood Skull Goo to slaughter his clan and obtained a great aptitude. The A-grade aptitude gave him immense help in his future cultivation journey. At the same time, a great aptitude meant a higher chance at becoming a Goo immortal seed than B or C grade aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, rank 3 or 4 would be their limit. How could they even reach rank 5? Blood Skull Goo's ability to raise aptitude is even more outstanding than unprocessed Jade Goo, Wood Origin Goo, Water Source Goo, and Polished Gold Goo. Maybe I can use Blood Skull Goo to undergo a massive slaughter before reviving them using Human C and slaughtering them again. In that case, I can create a large number of A-grade aptitude Goo masters. A terrifying cultivation plan emerged in Fong Yuan's mind. He thought of Bone Flesh Unity Goo. This Goo was very useful to Fong Yuan when he was still a Goo master. It could help to elevate primeval essence for cultivation. Not only could Fong Yuan use it to advance a small realm, he could even tackle the boundaries to cross a cultivation rank. It was truly useful. But to refine this Goo, I will need twins. This is a little troublesome. Fong Yuan not only needed a few hundred Bone Flesh Unity Goo, he needed a vast number of them and scattered them across the sovereign immortal aperture. In that case, in the future, there would be many new Goo immortal seeds. I do not have the time to focus on my current human soul cultivation method. My previous attempt has also bore little fruit. Thus, I can use Guts Goo to nurture Goo Immortal seeds. A stronger soul is very useful to them. As for second aperture Goo, it is only icing on the cake. Fong Yuan would not use rank 6 second aperture Immortal Goo to nurture them. At most, he would use rank 1 to 5 versions of them. Right now, second aperture Goo was confirmed to be a Heaven Path Goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture Goo used Lifespan Goo as the material, while Lifespan Goo was the most classic Heaven Path Goo worm. It contained Heaven Path Dao marks. Rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo used the 10 Extreme Physiques as the Goo material. It was Immortal Fetus instead of Immortal Aperture. Thus it was a Human Path Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan made a conclusion. He needed to amass Goo Immortal seeds by first increasing the population. Whether they were variant humans or humans did not matter. Fong Yuan did not intend to take in external people. As for Goo Immortal seeds, it would be better for the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to nurture them. They were more loyal after all. Variant humans were the most loyal to him. Fong Yuan felt more assured with these variant humans. With a higher population, the number of Goo Masters would also rise. But to create Goo Immortal seeds, one needed to raise the Goo Master's aptitude first. This meant that mortals did not just need to give birth more often. They also needed to create more siblings and blood-related kin for Fong Yuan to slaughter in the future. It would be best if they were twins. That way, while slaughtering them, he could also refine them into bone-flesh unity Goo. I need more twins? Fong Yuan thought about it and muttered. I need to look for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Among the Venerables, he is most skilled at having children. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a strange expression. Just earlier, a transaction between him and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was held. Both sides obtained what they wanted. But Fong Yuan has needs for childbirth. What is he planning? This transaction made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable quite suspicious. But he knew that because of Dao marks, Goo Immortal found it hard to give birth. And in terms of having children among the Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the most experienced. Among the Venerables, which other person had more children than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Back then, to raise more children, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable searched the world for countless beauties, creating his 5 harem palaces. If Fong Yuan did not suddenly have this need, we would not have done this transaction. Sigh. To think that I would benefit now because of you, Zhu Zhu. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable muttered a name as the memories of a scene emerged in the depths of his heart. Northern Plains, in a temporary tribe. Tents were set up. The flap of an old and tattered tent was pulled side as middle-aged Giant Sun barged in, shouting, Zhu Zhu, what Goo did you secretly use on me again? Middle-aged Giant Sun had a bare chest that exposed his manly stature, but there was a pig head resting on his shoulders. Zhu Zhu saw him and laughed. It worked! Middle-aged Giant Sun was furious. Zhu Zhu, I was discussing matters with the tribe elders earlier when this happened. You will turn me into the laughingstock of the tribe. Zhu Zhu sighed. Husband, I apologized, but I just want a child. Middle-aged Giant Sun was stunned before becoming dejected. His anger faded away. It's my fault for being useless. No, it is my issue. Technically, I have half a Goo Immortal's body. It is my fault. Zhu Zhu stood before Giant Sun as she held his pig head, saying with love and affection, This time, I used transformation path Goo. Do you know? This is called sowing pig. It is an amazing wild beast that has gone extinct. The male pig would eat in autumn and get fat to spit out a type of crystal flower. When spring arrives, the crystal flower will bloom and the female pig will eat it to nurture new life in its body. Middle-aged Giant Sun's eyes shone. It is so effective? Zhu Zhu smiled and pulled his hand, dragging him into bed. Let's go. Middle-aged Giant Sun laughed loudly as he pounced at Zhu at the top of their tent. There was a flag at this moment. The flag started waving around intensely like the wind was blowing, but after just a few breaths of time, the flag went motionless within the tent. Giant Sun spoke in a guilty tone. Sorry, Zhu Zhu. I can't continue anymore. Zhu Zhu smiled. Don't worry, I have my methods. Next, Giant Sun let out a soft growl as the tent started to shake again like a hurricane was blowing this time. He lasted for over 10 breaths of time. The commotion in the tent stopped again. Giant Sun sighed. Sorry, I can't continue anymore. Zhu smiled and said, Don't worry, watch this. For the third time, the tent shook intensely like there was a storm. But this storm only lasted for around 20 breaths of time before stopping. The Giant Sun breathed roughly as he said, Sorry, I really can't continue anymore. Zhu was still smiling. Don't worry, I still have some methods left. Wait, Giant Sun said weakly. I am amazed that you have so many methods, but let me rest. Zhu replied humbly. Although I have many methods, the results are not good. Sigh. The most useful method can only come from Rinzhu. All of the humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of Rinzhu. Giant Sun immediately patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, one day, I will comprehend Rinzhu's method and we will have countless descendants. His recollection ended here. A deep feeling of disappointment lingered in Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable's heart. In his previous life, he had already grasped such a method, otherwise how could he have so many descendants? It was just that he could not use this method with Zhu anymore. He could never see her again. His children were also not of her bloodline. After collecting his thoughts, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned calm and cool again. He inspected the gains from this transaction. He had obtained a lot of blood path research results from Feng Yuan. Although he had been secretly making deductions on blood path, Feng Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and energy. Other than that, there were 5 blood path Immortal Goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them into his own and tossed them into Blood Sea. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through the ground of longevity heaven, gazing into Blood Sea. Even if rank 9 light goo was repaired, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. However, although he had no rank 9 Immortal Goo, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use Blood Sea as a replacement temporarily. There were 4 different levels when it came to Dao mark density. Dao marks that were scattered all over the world, resource points that were created when Dao marks were arranged in a certain manner, the apex of resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth. Goo. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was considered half a rank 9 Immortal Goo. When Goo Immortals use immortal materials to form killer moves or immortal formations, the materials were consumable and could not have a stable form. Thus, the Dao marks were lost after usage. But a secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as a long-term stable core to form killer moves. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and Danghun Luopa seal were such examples. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has mental domain, while Feng Yuan may have refinement C. This Blood Sea is the foundation that I need to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had worked with Longhair Ancestor to refine Goo. He knew about this grand plan of Longhair Ancestors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt that for this period of time, refining natural Dao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing. Trying to get a rank 9 Immortal Goo that was suitable for himself was not realistic. In this case, a secluded domain of heaven and earth was the best substitute. Among the Venerables, the one who has the highest hope of getting a rank 9 Immortal Goo is Feng Yuan. In terms of potential, he is also the highest. Thankfully, he has insufficient immortal essence and is unable to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo. Once he starts refining Goo, he will expose his greatest weakness. At that time, I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to stop him. If Feng Yuan is able to refine any refinement path rank 9 Immortal Goo, then he will have an easier time refining other rank 9 Immortal Goo in the future. This will snowball into an unstoppable advantage at an increasing speed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reminded himself of the fact that Blood Sea surged with huge waves that ebbed and flowed. It was gradually expanding in size. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded to himself. With 5 more Blood Path Immortal Goo, the rate at which Blood Sea is forming is increasing. In half a year, it will be completed. Blood Sea was currently incomplete. Although a secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it was quite a wasteful thing to do as the secluded domain itself would be expended to a huge extent. For example, Feng Yuan's previously incomplete refinement C and human C although human sea was complete, only the whole human mountain and sea was considered a secluded domain. Oh, giant sun immortal. Venerable's expression changed. An intense luck path intuition emerged in his heart. The last time he had such a feeling, he revived Light Emperor. The revival of Light Emperor caused him to gain rank 9. Light Goo. Now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was feeling expectant, although reviving another person now would expend the incomplete Blood Sea. He did not hesitate as he used the Immortal Killer move once. Again. Destined birth through luck. Swish swish swish. Blood Sea surged and created a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Blood Sea was rapidly expended as a huge whirlpool was formed again. After the flickering of shadow and light, a rank 7 Goo Immortal emerged from within. Who is this? Yao Huang did not recognize the person. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expectations rose again. The reason was that this Goo Immortal's revival expended even more immortal essence and portion of the Blood Sea than Light Emperor. But he was just a rank 7 Water Path Goo Immortal. Oh, are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for some time before shouting out loud. Fei Tribe's final first Supreme Elder, Fei Wu? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. He remembered now. Fei Tribe was once a super force in Northern Plains. It had genuine Huang gene bloodline. Fei Tribe's first-generation ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's son, but someone who was many generations below. But Fei Tribe was still very famous in history. Or rather, infamous. Fei Tribe was a Huang gene supertribe that ruined itself. Fei Wu was their final first Supreme Elder. He was undeniably responsible for their destruction. Many people felt that he was incapable and too greedy. He let down the entire Fei Tribe and caused their destruction. When he was the first Supreme Elder, he expended Fei Tribe's vast amount of resources and almost caused them to go broke. As a result, the other Fei Tribe Goo Immortals lacked cultivation resources and grew slowly. This resulted in their internal conflict. The external world also gave Fei Tribe a lot of pressure. But Fei Wu did not handle this well. He had always shown a weak attitude to the outside world. In order to satisfy his own needs, Fei Wu even gave up many resource points that Fei Tribe owned. The result was that his battle did not seem to rise. Fei Wu's performance disappointed everyone. In the end, he even led Fei Tribe to excavate and develop in one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. In the end, he triggered a terrifying beast tide and caused Fei Tribe's territory to be engulfed. Even their headquarters was taken down. Most of their Goo Immortals died in the beast tide, while the remaining ones were quickly annexed and taken in by the other Huang gene tribes. After the beast tide was over, Fei Tribe was wiped out while Fei Wu died pitifully inside the fierce area. Their remaining territory was also taken by the various tribes. Fei Tribe became a laughingstock and the prime negative example for people to learn from. How can such a useless person who harmed his entire tribe appear now? Yao Huang felt confused and suspicious. After realizing his revival, Fei Wu reacted and paid his respects to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Unfilial descendant, Fei Wu, greets Lord Ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already used his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's foundation. He was shocked to find out that Fei Wu's luck was actually quite sizable, far surpassing most rank 7s while being lower than an average rank 8. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck had a close connection to a certain existence far away. This existence luck had an influence on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable. To think that there was actually an entity whose luck could affect him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's voice penetrated the ground and reached Blood Sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's words made Fei Wu shook intensely as he showed an expression of gratitude. Ancestor is wise. The so-called Fei Tribe's internal conflict was just our disguise to the outside world. The truth is, if not for that beast tide, how could our united Fei Tribe be wiped out? Back then, I expended countless immortal material resources, but I did not use up Fei Tribe's foundation. Afterwards, when we developed in the fierce area, I even took away I Chi Z, which was deep within it. However, legendary immemorial beast I Chi Z had already recovered to a great extent. it was not unconscious. We fell for its ploy and ended up being exterminated by the beast tide. But in the end, our Fey tribe did our best to retaliate. Ichi-Z did not succeed after all. Its will was completely eradicated by us. It is a huge pity. If Ichi-Z did not ruin our plan, my Fey tribe would have dominated northern plains with an unceasing quantity of immortal essence stones. We will become the #1 Huang Jin tribe and to a certain extent, rival Heavenly Court. After hearing this, Yao Huang stared with wide eyes as he asked consecutive questions. Ichi-Z, isn't that a legendary immemorial desolate beast which appeared in the earliest history of humanity? Legend says that it was killed by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. How can it still be alive? An unceasing source of immortal essence stones? Senior, did you unravel the mystery behind Heavenly Court's production of immortal essence stones? Giant Son Immortal Venerable was silent as he listened. If reviving Fei Wu would get him immortal essence stones, it was not significant enough. However, his luck inspection showed that Fei Wu was very useful to him. Within Bloodsea, Yao Huang was getting more excited. He clasped his fist with his palm and said, "Good. Senior Fei Wu has woken up right on time. As long as we have this way to produce immortal essence stones, we can raise our reputation and catch up to Heavenly Court. This is definitely a great chance now that Heavenly Court has stopped distributing immortal essence stones. Once we take over, it will cause everyone to have a deep impression of longevity heaven beyond Heavenly Court." The more Yao Huang spoke, the happier he got. Heavenly Court stopped distributing immortal essence stones? That's because they can't produce it anymore. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he raised his upper body and said with a snicker, he was certain about the reason. "Oh? Get up and talk. Tell me about it clearly." Giant Son Immortal Venerable descended upon Bloodsea. He arrived before Fei Wu. Yes. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before getting up. "I will explain from the start." Fei Wu explained slowly. Everyone knows that in this world, primeval energy is infinite. Spirit springs produce primeval stones, but nobody has never found an immortal spring that can produce immortal essence stones. Wild goo, be it mortal or immortal, can absorb primeval energy to activate their abilities. But once they are refined, the goo worm will be someone's possession. They will lose the ability to use primeval energy. They will only be able to use primeval essence or immortal essence. This primeval essence and immortal essence includes both the owner and others. If a goo worm is lent out, the goo worm can still use others' primeval essence or immortal essence. For example, an immortal goo house can use the stored immortal essence of goo immortals inside. What is the root cause of all these? According to my research, the reason is that be it primeval essence or immortal essence, both contain our human will. Wild goo contain heaven's will. They are a product of heaven and earth. Thus, we say that goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Once we refine goo worms, the heaven's will inside will be purged, replaced by our human will. As a result, the goo worm becomes privately owned and the human will does not get acknowledged by the heaven's will of the outside world. Thus, the goo can no longer absorb external primeval energy. If lent to others, the human will inside the goo worm will acknowledge others, so they can use their own primeval essence or immortal essence to activate it. Different immortal essence contain different human. Thus, they can cancel each other out. This is why many rank 6 goo immortals fail to succeed when they invade blessed lands that are already owned. Yao Huang was confused. What does this have to do with immortal essence stone production? Don't be anxious. Listen to what I am saying. It will make sense soon. Fei Wu waved his hand and smiled. Our aperture produces primeval essence while our immortal aperture produces immortal essence. They all contain our human will. Then, do primeval stones and immortal essence stones not have a will in them? They do. The primeval stones that spirit springs produce are essentially reinforced primeval essence that contains heaven's will. It is just that the primeval stones contain too little heaven's will. It is common to ignore it. However, the heavens will often sneaks into our minds while we absorb primeval stones to influence our thoughts. This is one way that heavens will use to control us. It is a pity that most goo cultivators in the world are attracted to the effect of restoring primeval essence through primeval stones. They do not notice this issue. Even if they do, they don't care about it. Heaven's will is just like air, it is everywhere. So it is quite normal to have some in primeval stones. The immortal essence stones that Heavenly Court gives out are the same as primeval stones in that they also contain Heaven's will. Why does Heavenly Court give out rank 6 immortal essence stones? It is actually a huge scheme by Heavenly Court. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables era, Heavenly Court purposely gave out immortal essence stones. These immortal essence stones reached the hands of the variant human goo immortals and were used by them. This allowed Heaven's will to infiltrate them. Back then, Heaven's will sided with humanity, which would rise to take the position of the variant humans. By star constellation Immortal Venerables era, she became one with the Tao and gained the ability to distort Heaven's will, greatly influencing it. The distribution of immortal essence stones became even more widespread. When goo immortals use these immortal essence stones, they will be infiltrated by Heaven's will, allowing Heavenly Court to influence and control them. Yao Huang heard his words as his mouth opened slightly. So that's it? Can we copy Heavenly Court to distribute immortal essence stones and achieve the same effect for our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can assimilate with the Tao like star constellation, immortal venerable, to alter Heaven's will. Yao Huang was anxious now. Even if we can't achieve the same effect, as long as we have an unceasing supply of immortal essence stones, we can still use it to longevity heaven's benefit. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal essence stones? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, no rush. Listen to my story. When we produce primeval essence, our human will and aperture are needed. When we produce immortal essence, our human will and immortal aperture are needed. To produce primeval stones, we need heaven's will and spirit springs. What about immortal essence stones? Yao Huang blinked. Do we also need heaven's will and immortal apertures or immortal springs to create immortal essence stones? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals who are not confident of passing a tribulation will annex an immemorial 9 heavens fragment. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven. It will be located at one place while the rank 8 goo immortal will be like a caged bird unable to leave the immortal aperture again. These grotto heavens contain heaven's will. There is also an immortal aperture. So why can't immortal essence stones be produced? As for heaven's will and immortal springs, this is something that people have been speculating about Heavenly Court. They think that Heavenly Court obtained the only immortal spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, stop beating about the bush. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable commented, tell us directly. Fei Wu did not dare to defy Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He sighed regrettably and said, then I'll cut to the chase. According to my research, the essence of a spirit spring is just an ordinary heaven path resource point. Within it, there are heaven path, water path, and earth path Tao marks. Because of the heaven's will, the spring water can produce solid primeval stones. The heavenly Tao seeks balance of the myriad beings. It will not produce a resource like immortal essence stones naturally. Immortal essence is the most fundamental resource. Without it, no immortal goo can be used by people. Meanwhile, the widespread distribution of immortal essence stones has greatly raised the chances of surviving calamities and tribulations. This can only be caused by people. However, the process cannot avoid heaven's will. Only through the injecting of heaven's will can there be immortal essence stones produced. This is an impossible loop. Fei Wu accurately pointed out that heaven's will was the most crucial element in producing immortal essence stones. But it was impossible to make heaven's will do this voluntarily as it violated the rules of the heavenly Tao. But nothing was absolute. In history, Heavenly Court succeeded. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables era, he used the special trait of Chi-Z to produce immortal essence stones. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era, Chi-Z suicided, but she assimilated with the Tao and altered heaven's will, allowing it to work with heavenly court to produce immortal essence stones. So what is the special trait of Ichi-Z? Since it suicided, how did it revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked the most important question. Fei Wu immediately answered, Ichi-Z is not its full name. Its actual name is Unified Essence Ichi-Z. It is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, somewhat similar to Dizong Shang, which appeared later in the future. When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, there is a crucial step to draw in heaven and earth chi to mix with one's human chi and balance all three. If the balancing of three chi succeeds, the chi lump will condense and become smaller until it reaches the limit. This chi lump is known as the chi of unified essence. This is the root cause of the creation of unified essence Ichi-Z. As long as there are Gu masters undergoing immortal ascension in the world, they will produce the chi of unified essence. Even if it is destroyed, it can be reborn. Initially, during the immemorial era, it was granted intelligence by a beastman great expert. Thus, it gained an immortal aperture and rose in strength, becoming a legendary immemorial beast. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable challenged the various variant human races, Ichi-Z fought against the Immortal Venerable and lost, getting captured. But to the outside world, Primordial Origin declared that it was killed. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable held Ichi-Z captive and used it to produce immortal essence stones. Ichi-Z lost its freedom. Unwilling to give in, it tried all ways to escape. No matter what it tried to do, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable still foiled its plans. After him, Star Constellation took over. She was even more skilled at planning and was extremely perceptive. Ichi-Z had no choice but to suicide out of despair. This is the reason why he suicided in Heavenly Court. Yao Huang did not understand it. So how are they still producing immortal essence stones? Brilliance shone in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes. He muttered, "So that's it." At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood why destined birth through luck revived Fei Wu. This was because his revival would give Giant Sun Immortal Venerable a way to replenish his immortal essence. This was more useful and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable than rank 9 Light Gu. But luck path itself was an uncertainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could ensure that positive variables happened to benefit him, but he could not control the exact situation as that would involve controlling certainty. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's expression of confusion and laughed. He explained happily, "When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, they will have a fortuitous encounter known as natural inspiration. What is the cause of it? Heaven and earth chi contain heaven's will while human chi contains human will. At this crucial moment, the three chi fuse together, meaning heaven's will and human will congregate, allowing the person to ask heaven and earth for answers regarding the profundities and truths of the world. This is because heaven's will acknowledged the human will. Why? From what I see, once an aperture undergoes qualitative change, it will become an immortal aperture. This is an achievement that grants benefit to the world, that the heavenly Tao wants to see this happen. Thus, it rewards the human will. The specialty of unified essence Ichi-Z lies here. Its body is made of the chi of unified essence, which is the fusion of three chi. Thus, it is able to receive the acknowledgement and reward of heaven's will at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. That means it is able to undergo natural inspiration at all times. Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, yes, but the truth is different. We all know that the three chi create the unified essence. It needs to be balanced carefully. If the lump of three chi loses balance, the Gu cultivator will die. This is not true for Ichi-Z. Failure to balance the three chi will not cause it to be in fatal danger. Instead, it will lose its rationality. Continuously controlling and balancing the three chi is too difficult. We have all undergone immortal ascension. It is already too tough for us to sustain the state of balancing the three chi for half a day. But unified essence Ichi-Z has to undergo it at all times. Thus, after it expends all its effort or gets sick of balancing the three chi, its body will lose control of the three chi. This causes heaven's will and the human will to intertwine and result in chaos, causing it to lose its rationality. In this condition, it cannot even think normally. How can it make use of the natural inspiration? Regardless, as long as the chi of unified essence exists, heavens will still favors the human will. It will be willing to help. If this is an ordinary Gu master who has not created the immortal aperture yet, they will only be able to interact with heaven's will and undergo natural inspiration. But Ichizi is different. It has an immortal aperture already. Thus, when it is sane and clear-headed, its immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When it is irrational and insane, its immortal aperture will produce immortal essence stones that contain heaven's will. Yao Huang finally understood everything. Unified essence Ichizi was too special. Because of its unique physique, primordial origin, Immortal Venerable gained immortal essence stones, but he only distributed rank 6 immortal essence stones. After unified essence Ichizi died, Star Constellation assimilated with the Tao. Although she could control heaven's will to some extent, there was a limit to it. Thus, from then on, Heavenly Court could only produce rank 6 immortal essence stones. Fei Wu continued. Back then I accidentally found unified essence Ichizi in the fierce area. It was in a state of insanity. Buried deep underground and unable to move, I spoke with it, but it could not respond clearly. Its answer was jumbled. But it cursed Heavenly Court's 2 venerables with deep hatred. After some time, I pieced together the story and deduced many truths behind the situation. I mobilized the entire Fey tribe and wanted to obtain unified essence Ichizi. I expended immortal materials and modified killer moves to try and manipulate it. After completing my preparations, I went into the fierce area and execute my plan, but to think that unified essence Ichizi actually had its sanity. At that time, I could not back out anymore. I had to continue my plan forcefully. Fey tribe was wiped out while unified essence Ichizi was also sealed by our Fey tribe's method. Without any accidents, it should still be trapped at the original spot. Ancestor, you only need to go retrieve it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded. He brought Fei Wu to the Jade Ring fierce area. Northern Plains had 10 great fierce areas. Within them were countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beast and plants were also not rare. Superforces had the ability to develop in them, but if a mistake happened, they would trigger a huge beast tide. Fey tribe's failure was one of the examples. Jade Ring fierce area had more than 10 different rings of huge ancient trees. As one entered deeper into each ring, they would face more danger and threat. Unified essence Ichizi was hidden in the 6th ring. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally took action. He quickly arrived at it. Fei Wu had just revived and had no Gu worms, but he was only giving directions towards his ancestor. He did not hide anything but only said the truth. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made his deductions, he used a newly modified luck path killer move. It triggered the arrangements of Fey tribe. After doing that, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable extracted a huge black pearl from deep underground. The black pearl was large as an elephant. It had a smooth surface and a deeply hidden aura. This is the result that our Fey tribe created. Even a legendary immemorial beast was sealed by us. Fei Wu looked at Ichizi as he sighed with deep emotions. He had grand ambitions that ended in failure, and the entire Fey tribe was wiped out. But thankfully, he was able to revive and use the arrangements they made to help their ancestor. This was all worth it. After inspecting for some time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw through the information of Ichizi using the intel from Fei Wu. Unified essence Ichizi was a lump of the chi of unified essence. When it was sane, it would be in human form. The appearance would be hard to differentiate from actual people. When it stops balancing the 3 chi and they go into chaos, it would turn into a lump of the chi of unified essence. If there was more heaven chi, it would float higher. If there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When Fey tribe fought against it, it had not regained its sanity fully. Thus, it could not use its full strength. Fei Wu and the rest made ample preparations. They deduced a killer move that countered unified essence Ichizi, eventually sealing it here. Although Fei Wu was only rank 7, Fey tribe had many rank 8s in the past. They also had immortal Gu houses that were the foundation of a super force. Most importantly, unified essence Ichizi was not sane, so its strength could not be used properly. Without rationality, even spectral soul demon venerable could not take down Fairy Zi Wei and Ing Wuxiet at a long time had passed. By now, Fei Tribe's killer move was already greatly weakened. The ceiling effect had reached its limit. But even if Yi Chi Zi regained freely, in its current condition, it would remain on the spot without regaining its senses. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked through the chi of unified essence and inspected that deep within its immortal aperture, there were many rank 8 immortal essence stones. The production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing to the immortal aperture origin core, with heaven's will suppressing the human will. The entire time, legendary immemorial beast Yi Chi Zi's immortal aperture had a large number of rank 8 immortal essence stones. Rank 6 immortal essence stones had little significance to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, but rank 8 immortal essence stones were different. While happy, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also found a problem. There was a lot of heaven's will inside these rank 8 immortal essence stones. If he wanted to absorb them, he would need to get rid of the heaven's will. It was troublesome that if he handled it poorly, it would affect the conversion rate of the immortal essence stones. For example, one rank 8 immortal essence stone might only be able to produce half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence after getting rid of the heaven's will. Rank 6 immortal essence stones had no such problem because the heaven's will inside was too little. After considering it for a while, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought. Back then, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable made use of Yi Chi Zi. He also had rank 8 immortal essence stones but only distributed the rank 6 version. He was not likely trying not to alert the variant human goo immortals. By Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era Yi Chi Zi suicided and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered heaven's will. By fusing it with Heavenly Quartz Origin Core, they could only produce rank 6 immortal essence stones. However, where did the storage of rank 8 immortal essence stones go? Are they used up or hidden somewhere? If they are hidden, why did I not find them when I attacked Heavenly Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtain them after ransacking Heavenly Court's treasury? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. Afterwards, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable turned into her puppet if he had obtained those valuable rank 8 immortal essence stones. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have retrieved them. But the situation was clear. She had always been lacking immortal essence the entire time. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if she is hiding it the entire time? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. His expression turned slightly solemn. If she has an abundant supply of immortal essence, why does she still lack it? In what area did she use the essence? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Heavenly Court's wisdom path marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not inspected her situation anymore. As for Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could inspect him easily each time. If that is the situation, then Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how much are you hiding? How deep are your secrets? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked in the direction of Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that is unimaginable to the average genius. Fang Yuan had already comprehended the information that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable handed to him in their transaction. He obtained what he wanted. Fang Yuan had already refined rank 5 Blood Skull Goo. Earlier, he was only using rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a newly developed rank 5 version. Although it was a Mortal Goo recipe, it had developed beyond the original limit of the world. This showed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immense talent. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from the target's kin. There was no need to slaughter the entire clan. There was also a method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to hand over the research results of Yin Yang Path that he was secretly looking into. Back then, in 88 Truyang Building, there was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable regarding Yin Yang Path. The content was a method to use it. A male and female Goo Immortal had to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. Right now, the Yin Yang Path research result that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable handed to Fang Yuan was much more complete and comprehensive than the one Hidden in 88 True Yang Building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had grand ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin yang to describe all beings in the world. This was the same as Feng Zhouge's desire to use sound path to express all life in this world. But as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength and knowledge increased, he recognized that his former ideology of yin yang was very shallow. He eventually gave up on creating it. Although there were some research results in yin yang path, it could not achieve a qualitative change to become a brand new path. At most, it could be used with other paths to occasionally create some unorthodox small gains. Yin yang life extension method was one of such results. Another of such small gains were abortion goo, safe pregnancy goo, multiple pregnancy goo, become pregnant goo, reincarnation goo, dead fetus goo, and others. Multiple pregnancy goo was what Feng Yuan wanted. Rank 1 could be used to produce one child, rank 2 produced twins. Rank 3 produced triplets, rank 4 produced quadruplets, and rank 5 produced quintuplets inside the sovereign immortal aperture. So, can you tell me anything about my father? Gu Yue Feng Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Beside him, there was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair took a look at the female immortal before casting his gaze at Gu Yue Feng Xiang. This female immortal was mermaid Lien Ku Xian. It turned out that after Gu Yue Feng Xiang passed the tribulation to become a Gu Immortal and returned to the hairy man continent, he saw his mother, Steel Thread City Lord, who was in an unconscious state. Lien Ku Xian had been helping him with his tribulation. She explained the truth of this world to him. Gu Yue Feng Xiang realized that to save his mother, he needed to make sufficient contributions to the great love immortal venerable of this world. In that case, he could use contribution points that he earned to issue a mission for those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lien Ku Xian told Feng Xiang that this hairy man continent was governed by a hairy man Gu Immortal. If he wanted to find his father, he could go and ask him. Under Lien Ku Xian's lead, Gu Yue Feng Xiang met 12th hair for the first time. He asked about the information regarding his father. 12th hair nodded. I do know something about your father, but that is from long ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Gu Yue Feng Xiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lien Ku Xian saw this, and immediately said, Friend 12th hair, Feng Xiang has just become an immortal. If you want to request a difficult task, we will have to decline. Gu Yue Feng Xiang casted a grateful gaze at Lien Ku Xian. 12th hair laughed loudly. Friend Feng Xiang has half of our hairy man bloodline. Why will I bully him? Don't worry, this matter involves the arrangement of floating refinement hive. Oh, you have already refined this hive? Lien Ku Xian was really surprised. 12th hair answered. With the method that our master created personally, we hairy man Gu Immortals only had to follow the instructions to achieve success. Next, 12th hair looked at Feng Xiang. Floating refinement hive has already been created. You only need to place it inside refinement seed. This is much easier than creating it. If you can complete the mission, I will tell you things about your father. Gu Yue Feng Xiang could not decide. He looked towards Lien Ku Xian subconsciously. Lien Ku Xian smiled at him and nodded. All right, I'll do it. Gu Yue Feng Xiang immediately decided. Thus, 12th hair transferred the floating refinement hive into Gu Yue Feng Xiang's immortal aperture. Gu Yue Feng Xiang saw the floating refinement hive for the first time. The structure was quite peculiar. It was large as a mountain but had the appearance and structure of a beehive. There were many small spaces of various sizes inside. That floating refinement hive had a narrow top and a broad bottom, which was the base of the hive. It could float on the sea and resist huge waves with great stability. This is amazing. Feng Xiang used investigative methods and observed. His eyes stared wide in amazement. 12th hair laughed and said in a proud tone, This is invented by our master. Of course it is amazing. Each floating refinement hive can be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth that contains countless refinement path Dao marks. If one refined Gu inside, not only will the success rate be much higher, they can even save on the cost of Gu refinement. Floating refinement hive can not only accommodate countless refinement path Gu masters, it can also hold 10 refinement path Gu immortals at most. With refinement path Gu immortals stationed here, the hive can continuously produce immortal Gu each. Floating refinement hive can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright, There is no time, get going now. Fang Xiang nodded and immediately set off to Refinement C with Lian Ku Xian. Refinement C was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not large compared to the other sea areas, but it had extraordinary value. This is a genuine secluded domain of heaven and earth. After hearing Lian Ku Xian's explanation, Fang Yuan understood the value of Refinement C. Master is really amazing. His methods are unfathomable like true immortal deities. He can even create his own secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Xiang praised continuously. The current Refinement C had already been completed by Fang Yuan. It was a genuine secluded domain of heaven and earth. Back then, Langya land. Spirit used calamities and tribulations to collect waterpath Dao marks and painstakingly built the incomplete Refinement C after Fang Yuan obtained it. His speed of building it was many times faster. Firstly, Fang Yuan was a venerable. He was even stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention Langya land spirit. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a supreme grandmaster in refinement path. The current supreme grandmaster was far superior to the supreme grandmaster of the past. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had sovereign immortal body with non-conflicting Dao marks. He could use methods of any path. He directly used water path. Methods that were far more efficient than Langya land spirit's idea. Fang Xiang soon found his destination, but there was a need to create an immortal formation here. The content was much more difficult that he imagined. That was because there was more than one floating refinement hive in the current Refinement C. There were many other hives. Arranging the floating refinement hive was not as simple as dumping it here. It needed a stable location to form a certain connection with the surrounding floating refinement hives. After the floating refinement hives reached a certain number, the immortal formation would activate and cause all the hives to float around with the waves of Refinement C. They were like ink pens that drew a painting on this Refinement C as the canvas. Refinement C helped the refinement hives to refine goo while the refinement hives replenished the Refinement C after it was expended greatly. This was a grand system that was established. Under Lian Ku Xian's guidance and cooperation, Fang Xiang started arranging the immortal formation. 3 days later, they only completed 10% of it. This will not do. It is too slow. Lian Ku Xian immediately decided as she used some contribution points to post a mission to recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal came. I am a newly advanced formation path Gu Immortal, and I Lao Sure. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a purebred human. He accepted Lian Ku Xian's mission. With his help, there was rapid progress. 3 days passed. The arrangement of Refinement Hive was finally completed. Fang Xiang and Ni Lao Sure left with lingering reluctance. They became good friends after 3 days. Fang Xiang had spent his entire life on the Hairy Man continent. He rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, so he bore curiosity and good feelings for them. Ni Lao Sure was honest and loyal. It was natural that they became good friends. Fang Xiang's perspective of the humans improved again. After completing 12th Hair's mission, he returned to the Hairy Man continent and asked about his father. As for Ni Lao Sure, he took a sum of contribution points from Lian Ku Xian and immediately went back to his clan. After returning to Ni clan's territory, he was welcomed by the entire clan's cheers. Ni clan was originally situated in southern border. It was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan to research the human path Gu refinement method. Right now, Fang Yuan became a refinement path venerable. Ni clan lost its value but still remained in the sovereign immortal aperture to develop. Ni clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but the least outstanding Ni Lao Sure actually succeeded in the immortal ascension with a Gu immortal. Ni clan became a super force. Ni Lao Sure assembled the higher-ups of Ni clan and expressed his thoughts to them. One of Master's clones has some gains from researching Dream Path. He is able to create a Dream Path formation to raise the aptitude of an entire clan. I already have sufficient contribution points. I'll bring you to the formation now. What do you think? Seeing that Ni Lao Sure had become an immortal but did not forget his roots, the higher-ups were very moved that he still cared about their development. They nodded their heads in agreement. Ni Lao Sure placed the clansman into his immortal aperture as he set off to find Meng Qiuzhe. After Ni Lao Sure paid his respects and stated his intention, Meng Qiuzhan brought him to a Dream Path formation. N.I. Lao Shi paid the necessary contribution points as Meng Qiuzhan activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture door and let out his clansmen who walked into the dream path formation. Will there be any issues? N.I. Lao Shi stared with a fixed gaze until the final N.I. clansman walked into the formation. He had an expression of worry as he said that, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhan smiled lightly as he shook his head. How can that be? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, all the N.I. clansmen who entered the formation fell onto the ground as some started snoring. They had all fallen asleep. However, there was a chain of explosions that soon followed. These N.I. clansmen had all self-detonated and died in their dreams. Their blood was extracted by the formation and pumped into the sole surviving N.I. clansman after completing everything. Human C who was deep within the formation also activated. Thus, the self-detonated N.I. clansmen were revived, but they remained asleep. How many clans have already come to this place? N.I. Lao Shi asked. There were 4. You are the 5th clan. Meng Qiuzhan said, Don't worry. This formation is very safe. At the same time, the N.I. clansmen started the second round of self-detonation, but this time the final survivor was switched to another person like this. They were revived and slaughtered continuously until all the N.I. clan members' aptitude rose. Meng Qiuzhan stopped the formation and woke them up immediately. Waves of astonishment hit the N.I. clansmen as they cheered and shouted with loud voices. Amazing! My aptitude improved. What method is this? It is so strong, so strong. N.I. Lao Shi is a really good child. He did not forget us even after immortal ascension. He repaid us fully. N.I. Lao Shi inspected everyone. Almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle that I guess only someone like Master can perform such legendary acts. N.I. Lao Shi was very shocked. His admiration towards Feng Yuan grew deeper. But he did not know the truth. Dream path formation? No, this was clearly a blood path formation. But Dream Path was a great cover that could convince many Gu immortals. After all, they had all fallen asleep. It was quite similar to Dream Path methods, so this seemed quite normal on the surface. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I should build some small wisdom path formations so my divine sense can spread here more easily? Feng Yuan thought. His divine sense was moving at a rapid speed, but the sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. It was too troublesome for Feng Yuan to look into his immortal aperture closely each time he entered. Ordinary Gu immortals had no such issue. Although their immortal aperture was called a small world, it could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Not long after, Feng Yuan's divine sense reached the destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. There was a family at an unassuming corner of the city. The man of the family was a young Inkman Gu master. He had limited aptitude and only had rank 2 cultivation. Currently, he had a nervous expression as he paced outside the room. Wah! The crying of a baby could be heard coming from within the room. The man immediately showed an expression of joy. He rushed into the room and saw his wife and the female doctor who he had hired at a high price. The female doctor was hiding a male Inkman baby. He was very small and ugly but was healthy. Everything is normal except... The female doctor smiled at the man and directed her gaze to the baby's arm. In his hands there were a pair of Gu worms. They were bone flesh unity Gu. The female doctor had an expression of shock because she was the doctor here. She saw that this pair of Gu worms were born alongside the baby. If I had not been here the entire time, I would not have believed this. Is this the effect of the pregnancy temple? The female doctor asked the male Inkman. The male Inkman saw this immediately. His eyes turned red after seeing the Gu worms. With his strength and wealth, he would need to expend a vast amount of time and effort to get such Gu worms. But now, this pair of rare Gu worms was born alongside his son. This was such a huge surprise. The male Inkman nodded. He said chokingly, Yes, after the pregnancy temple was built, my wife and I went to give it a try. To think that it really worked. The female doctor sighed and said, You must not be the only one. This pregnancy temple really works as they said. It can help you to rapidly have children, and if lucky, they will be born with goo worms. The male inkman wanted to speak but hesitated. The female doctor casted him a gaze of suspicion. On the bed, the weak female inkman spoke now. She wanted the doctor to test their bloodline. The female doctor was stunned. She realized that they were worried this baby was not their own. Immediately after, the test was completed. It was a joyful ending. "This is my son. I finally have a son. Oh goodness, I finally have a son." The male inkman had no hesitation anymore. He held the baby and cried tears of joy. Fang Yuan's divine sense observed the scene and left quietly. This pregnancy temple was his arrangement. There were many of such mortal goo houses. After Fang Yuan built them, he placed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture for the people to use. Pregnancy temple was a human path immortal goo house. The core human path goo worms it used included become pregnant goo, triplet goo, dead fetus goo, multiple pregnancy goo, and safe pregnancy goo. It even used a large number of time path and refinement path goo worms. The actual effect of pregnancy temple was to extract the yin-yang qi of the male and female to activate become pregnant goo and make the female pregnant. After that, it would use triplet goo to turn the fetus into triplets. After that, 2 of the fetuses would be used as goo materials after dead fetus goo activated, while the final one would be protected by safe pregnancy goo. The 2 dead fetuses would be refined as bone-flesh unity goo, born together with the final fetus. The entire process of the pregnancy to childbirth would not take more than 7 days. This was the effect of time path goo worms. In that case, the sovereign immortal aperture's population would rise rapidly. Once the population went up, more clans would be created, and under the effect of the dream path method, their aptitudes would rise together and produce more goo immortal seeds. Throughout the process, the citizens of the sovereign immortal aperture would feel more admiration and love towards their great leader Fang Yuan. They would feel indebted to him. It was clear that they would become increasingly loyal to him. The bone-flesh unity goo that comes with the baby act as the vital goo and is refined naturally. Once these babies are born, they will have a rank 5 vital goo. After bone-flesh unity goo reaches a certain level, they will switch to other goo worms. In that case, the growth of these babies will be accelerated. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. It was not hard for the current him to achieve this. It was completely a breeze. He used the human body goo refinement method, which was one of the peak profundities of refinement path, originating from Ni clan. When Ni clan's bloodline reach a certain density, the current generation Ni would be born with an immortal goo appearing in their body. Fang Yuan was only producing mortal goo now. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created yin-yang path, the essence was in goo worms like abortion goo, safe pregnancy goo, and multiple pregnancy goo. All the past venerables have comprehended some human path killer moves from the legends of Renzu, but these methods are too profound and not suited for the masses. Thus, Heavenly Court arranged for Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. The truth is, there is a very special man among the venerables. He had actually created many foundational mortal goo of human path, but had always kept them to himself and did not popularize them. The prospect and development of human path is truly great. Fang Yuan sighed. Higher-level human path killer moves were able to easily turn the situation of the Fate War around, while lower-level methods had incredible use. Fang Yuan was certain that human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not developed yet. Human path is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Just these human path mortal goo that are created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable have such a terrifying effect. How can the heavenly Tao that emphasizes balance allow such a qualitative change in the growth of humanity? Fang Yuan was increasingly understanding why Heavenly Court was focusing on developing human path. Heavenly Court had always been tampering with heavens while using Fate Goo as their pillar. After Fate Goo was destroyed, Heavenly Court became the #1 superforce that Heavens will disliked. Being unable to use Heaven's will, Heavenly Court decided to develop human path instead. But why would star constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the weakness of the derivation formation? Fang Yuan had a deep and eerie gaze. Derivation formation was situated in Heavenly Court. Any research results that it produced would be known by Heaven's will. This meant that as those Gu cultivators who entered the derivation formation grew, the heavenly Tao also grew together with them. But even if the heavenly Tao gained from this, star constellation Immortal Venerable still had benefits to gain from using the derivation formation. She could develop herself to surpass the other venerables. It was possible that in her plan, she would first eliminate the other venerables and make Heavenly Court the dominating force before dealing with Heaven's will. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable has not entered the derivation formation herself, or is she waiting for a chance? Fang Yuan guessed to himself. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was the most suitable place to put the derivation formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave could not isolate Heaven's will, but the 8th and 9th layers were safe. Other than that, Fang Yuan could not see any other possibilities. It would not work if one placed the derivation formation into a venerable aperture. Because the wild derivation Gu was rank 9, it contained too much Heaven's will. If placed into the venerable's immortal aperture, the Heaven's will within would connect with the Heaven's will of the 5 regions, allowing the venerable to be detected by Heaven's will. Fang Yuan had once suffered a loss from this. Limitless Demon Venerable created the Crazed Demon formation, but star constellation Immortal Venerable must have been a part of it. After all, the formation needs Wisdom Path's help. This is also why star constellation Immortal Venerable held the initiative in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to Heavenly Court, she easily created the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave itself must have been made by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star constellation Immortal Venerable does not know of its profundity. Otherwise, it will be the first thing she constructs. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to search. There were many families in Inkman City that had given birth to children. The situation was quite successful. Each newborn had a bone-flesh unity Gu as their vital Gu. Come to speak of it, bone-flesh unity Gu's recipe was modified by Fang Yuan. Rank 8 Wisdom Gu was of some help to Fang Yuan. During this period of time, he easily raised Wisdom Gu to rank 8. In addition, Refinement C and Human C were completed. It was just that Human C lacked Human Mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain now and could still be expended. The cost of reviving mortals was much cheaper than Gu Immortals. It could last for a very long time. Other than Human C and Refinement C, Fang Yuan had also collected many fragments of the Qian Kuan crystal wall. Most of the Qian Kuan crystal wall fragments scattered in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert were currently in Fang Yuan's hands. As for the other 2 regions, because of the existence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan did not ask about them when he used Stealing Heavenly Secret. The complete Qian Kuan crystal wall was even stronger than Stealing Heavenly Secret. It contained the information of all situations that happened in the world. If Stealing Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle that was drawing water from the vat, then the Qian Kuan crystal wall was the vat itself. According to Fang Yuan's understanding, after using Stealing Heavenly Secret, the complete Qian Kuan crystal wall could create primordial domain. Moving his divine sense, Fang Yuan left Inkman City and came to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement hives. These floating refinement hives were arranged appropriately. There were no issues. They were originally derived from the Fang Yuan stone nest. Back then, Fang Yuan had the concept of a production line. He created these stone nests and arranged for many Harryman Gu masters to refine Gu. Right now, each of the floating refinement hives were an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were far superior to the Fang Yuan stone nest back then. There were already many Harryman Gu masters in some of the floating refinement hives. The first batch of Gu worms to refine were Relic Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu. After Fang Yuan's divine sense looked around for a while, he left again. After a while, under the control of his divine sense, countless Gu worms expended his rich reserves of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal Gu of this move was rank 8. After it could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the next time, and face them together. Fang Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow to make it much faster. This caused calamities and tribulations to occur more frequently. But each time, Fang Yuan used Endless Trouble Killer move to delay them to the next tribulation. Such an action infuriated Heaven's will, when the actual tribulation occurs, it would be extremely strong. For this was a flaw that Feng Yuan could benefit from. Even if the tribulations erupted with the anger of heaven's will and became more powerful, Feng Yuan was confident of passing them and getting a large number of Dao marks. The truth was, Feng Yuan had no choice but to use endless trouble killer move. If he had to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and draw in heaven and earth chi. At that time, heaven's will would control them and form tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were not scary. Feng Yuan was confident of dealing with them. But during his tribulation, the other venerables would definitely come to probe and suppress him. But at that time, his sovereign immortal aperture would not be movable, because of the deep involvement of heaven's will. If the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured heavenly secret might not be able to conceal Feng Yuan anymore. Feng Yuan would be exposed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable must also be using methods to delay their tribulations. Feng Yuan was certain about this. In this contest of 3 venerables, nobody wanted to be the first to undergo tribulation. Whoever did that would expose a flaw first and face suppression. If they were targeted too badly, it would be hard to catch up to the other venerables anymore. There would be a danger of dying. This was true for grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, while the chaotic disaster was a huge flaw of the venerables. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the next chaotic disaster. Feng Yuan thought. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, they would face 1 chaotic disaster. Feng Yuan had already used endless trouble many times. He was 2 grand tribulations away from the chaotic disaster. In this aspect, Feng Yuan was the venerable with the biggest problem. Oh! After endless trouble was used successfully, Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. Although endless trouble succeeded like many of the previous attempts, there was a difference now. Feng Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After gaining sovereign immortal body, it needed to consume food or it would get hungry. But this hunger was not like the normal feeling of hunger. It originated from his origin. Feng Yuan's expression gradually turned solemn. He knew why. This was the sovereign immortal aperture's desire to eat a venerable immortal aperture. Sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather weakness. But in Feng Yuan's estimations, there was still some time left after becoming rank 9. To think that he was already feeling faint hunger that could not be ignored. This was much earlier than he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too big and annexed too many grotto heavens? Since even now, I am still bringing in resource points? Feng Yuan vaguely felt that this was the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest weakness and also advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture were the non-conflicting Dao marks. But because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was too good, and because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, its foundation was unstable. But before, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I have never felt such hunger. After becoming venerable, this feeling emerged. What is the reason? No matter what, the 4 paths of refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path hold the possibility of resolving sovereign immortal body's problem of requiring food. Feng Yuan analyzed continuously in his mind. He was most skilled in refinement path, there was no need to explain it. As long as he raised the sovereign immortal body to rank 10, the problem would be resolved. Food path could replenish the expenditure and promote growth. Children need to eat food to have enough nourishment to grow. Sovereign immortal body held the same logic. As for human path and heaven path, sovereign immortal fetus goo was made using the 10 extreme physiques as the main materials. It was a pure human path goo worm. But in the end, it transformed into sovereign immortal body that had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it contained heaven path profundity. And the effect of having non-conflicting Dao marks was also part of heaven path. Now, the problem was that these 4 paths were theoretically capable of resolving the issue of sovereign immortal body's food requirement. The issue was that Fang Yuan did not know which path was the most feasible and possible one. Fang Yuan knew most about refinement path. He needed to modify and innovate to resolve sovereign immortal bodies issue. Food path and human path were not developed yet. Heaven path was uncertain too. There might not be any solution available. Fang Yuan might have to create his own method. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly Tao. It was a grand feat achieved by spectral soul demon Venerable. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to resolve the root issue of sovereign immortal body's food requirement. Even though he was a Venerable, he was not confident of doing it. He needed to invest resources and effort to make deductions. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was an unprecedented creation. Other than solving the root cause, there were also methods to alleviate it. That was to satisfy the hunger and devour a venerable immortal aperture. This difficulty was quite high. It meant that Fang Yuan would have to defeat a venerable. If there was just one venerable, Fang Yuan might have an easier time. The issue was that many venerables existed now. If one person was too outstanding, there would be a huge chain reaction. Fang Yuan did not have the strength to suppress all the venerables at once. If he was exposed, the situation would be troublesome for him. But if I can annex a venerable's aperture, there is also a good aspect in that I can skip tribulations. This means that if I plan properly, I will not need to take a risk and undergo the chaotic disaster. I can directly skip this huge problem. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was moved internally. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was killed by him in crazed demon cave. His soul dissipated, but his immortal body and aperture remained. Because he cultivated heaven path, the immortal aperture was very stable unlike other paths. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Although Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was merely a step away from venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough heaven path Tao marks. He only lacked heaven path attainment level to become a heaven path venerable. That was to say, as long as Fang Yuan used split soul to take over Paradise Earth's immortal aperture and body, he would gain a heaven path clone. A heaven path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but it is only a step away from venerable level. Fang Yuan was moved. If his heaven path attainment level could reach Supreme Grandmaster, he would immediately be able to create a heaven path venerable clone. At that time, be it to fight against other venerables or to annex this venerable immortal aperture, it would be very useful to Fang Yuan. It is a pity there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left. I've used most of it. The remaining part cannot allow me to become a Supreme Grandmaster in Heaven Path. Spectral Heaven. Z-Wei, you can't escape. Duke Tong quickly shortened the distance between him and Fairy Z-Wei. Fairy Z-Wei's expression was quite pale. Ing Wuxie, who was in her arms, said, "Let me block them, you should escape." Heavenly Court had countless methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal Seniors. Even as a Wisdom Path great expert, Fairy Z-Wei could not hide for long. Most importantly, the environment in Spectral Heaven changed. The previous black-white overturning clouds had completely vanished. Fairy Z-Wei could not use them anymore. Thus, even though she could escape from them temporarily, she would be found by them after a short period of time and they would catch up in no time. Seeing that Duke Tong was reaching her again, Fairy Z-Wei felt despair in her heart. It was not easy to last this long. She was already at her wit's end. Feng Zhouge, when are you going to take action? Fairy Z-Wei shouted. Duke Tong snickered in disdain. Z-Wei, how long are you going to keep up this act? Feng Zhouge did not appear after all. He was not Shadow Sect's savior. But another change occurred. A pink beast growled and charged at them while covered in an illusory halo. What is this? Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. Dream Realm. Fairy Z-Wei gritted her teeth. She flew towards the pink beast and got devoured in one mouthful without dodging it. After devouring Fairy Z-Wei and Ing Wuxie, the beast was not satisfied. It charged towards Duke Tong instead of stopping. Facing the intense Dream Path aura, Duke Tong had no choice but to dodge. Dream Realm? Why is it in a beast form? Duke Tong was helpless. He could not enter or leave the Dream Realm at will. Moreover, this dream realm was different from what was described in their intel. It could move around and hunt prey. Compared to the dream realm that we are used to, this current one fits the description in The Legends of Renzu. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. While reporting to Heavenly Court, he chased after the dream realm. When the dream realm attacked, he retreated. After it left, he followed it from afar. Afterwards, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had various forms, but they were all beasts. Dream realms that have gathered into a group. This is a new transformation in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was increasingly suspicious. He watched as the dream realm that devoured Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wuxie mixed into the group. Duke Tong's investigative methods were ineffective on dream realms, and because they were constantly changing forms, he soon lost all traces of that particular dream realm. He could not tell which one was it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's information. She sighed as her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Heaven Path dream realms? They finally appeared. One of them even devoured Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wuxie. This is all the ploy of Heaven's will. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Ing Wuxie was crucial. If she could capture it, she would have the best pawn to use against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, although Duke Tong chased after him, Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared at the crucial moment and destroyed her plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately used her backup plan. She contacted and gave orders to Fairy Maiden Soul. This Soul Path great expert received the orders and immediately showed an incredulous expression. Afterwards, she returned to Heavenly Court and entered the treasury, taking out a soul. Next, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her method to nourish the soul while altering its memories. Time passed quickly in the immortal aperture. Several days later, in the immortal aperture, Fairy Maiden Soul's modification was completed. She immediately contacted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Bo Qing's soul has already been modified. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received the news and nodded. Now all they needed was the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. Where am I? Who am I? Fairy Ziwei woke up in a dream, but she forgot about herself. As she scanned her surroundings in a daze, she saw that she was in a vast, desolate yellow plain with no signs of life. She lowered her head to look at herself, but her body was that of a mudman. She had short hands and feet. Her body was also hard and dry. I feel like I have forgotten something important. Fairy Ziwei frowned, but she could not remember no matter how hard she tried. She even forgot if that important thing was a situation or a person. She could not figure it out. However, this bleak yellow land gave her a warm feeling of closeness. Home. This word emerged in Fairy Ziwei's mind. But this desolate home made her feel sad as well. Wind blew over at this time. The wind got increasingly stronger, blowing the soil into the air. Splash, splash, splash. There were no clouds in the sky, but heavy rain started to fall. Countless bean-sized raindrops smashed on the yellow soil. Soon, a large marshy land was formed. Fairy Ziwei was in the marsh. Her whole body got drenched as she ended up in a miserable state. But despite the wild storm, her head was always raised and her vision was not blocked even a bit. She discovered that she knew everything about this yellow land. She also had a feeling that she could control this storm. It seemed to be as simple as moving her fingers. Hence, she thought to herself, this storm is too big. Make it smaller. At the next moment, the storm really became smaller. Hints of greenery appeared in the marsh and spread everywhere. These were the young shoots of weeds. Fairy Ziwei felt endless joy at the sight of these weeds. This was life. Finally, she stopped feeling alone. Such a pity that they grow too slowly. It will be better if they grew faster. The weeds began to grow faster. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the emerging greenery began to flourish and spread. The grass became taller and covered her feet, and this bleak yellow land turned into a grassland. Some sunken areas were filled with rainwater and became clear ponds. Fairy Ziwei moved across the lush grass and stood beside a pond. Her image was reflected on the water surface as she finally saw her appearance. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. Her eyes, nose and mouth were drawn with golden lines. Fairy Ziwei suddenly realized her identity. That's right. I am this blessed land spirit. Central continent. Below star array calculation formation, outside of embroidered tower. By Qing, Feng Jinhuang. Pays respect to Lady Star constellation Immortal Venerable. A pair of mother and daughter greeted respectfully. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was staying inside embroidered tower. She did not invite this pair of mother and daughter inside embroidered tower. Instead, she used an information path Mortal Goo to show a video in the space outside embroidered tower. After the video showed the scene of those heaven path dream realms, star constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Jinhuang, have you seen this kind of dream realm before? Feng Jinhuang had been watching with concentration. She replied, Lady Star constellation Immortal Venerable, Junior has never seen this kind of dream realm, but, from my speculations, the present dream realms can be divided into 3 types according to their sources. They are human path, beasts and plants, as well as heaven path dream realms. The source of human path dream realms are the humans or variant humans. These are their dreams. The source of beast and plant dream realms are those beasts and plants that once existed or are still living now. As for heaven path dream realms, the source is heaven and earth itself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly. Good. Make your preparations. I will need you to go to spectral heaven to explore these heaven path dream realms in due time. Feng Jinhuang, however, shook her head, refusing firmly. Please excuse Junior for being unable to do it. Junior is only a mortal. I have no confidence in exploring such a level of dream realms, and also have no way to guarantee my own safety. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's brows rose slightly, as she had not expected Feng Jinhuang to reject her so directly. At this time, everyone went silent. Fairy Bai Qing was stressed out. She wanted to speak, but could not say anything in the end. She felt increasingly suffocated. Feng Jinhuang still had an indifferent expression, seemingly not feeling any pressure. All right, you may both leave. Star constellation Immortal Venerable spoke after a long while. Junior takes her leave. Feng Jinhuang bowed towards embroidered tower and left. Looking at the receding figures of the two, star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed lightly with a complicated gaze. Ing Wuxie was swallowed by a heaven path dream realm. This was really unfortunate. He was a great pawn to deal with spectral soul demon Venerable, but was gotten rid of by heaven's will. The dream realm could not be explored. That meant that Ing Wuxie was done for. Feng Jinhuang's opinion about heaven path and human path dream realms verified star constellation Immortal Venerable's own ideas. But Feng Jinhuang was indeed only a Gu master and not a Gu immortal. It was natural for her to be unable to do anything to these dream realms. I cannot conceal these heaven path dream realms. It is only a matter of time for the other 2 venerables to know of them. The contest of 3 venerables may start once again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worried, because this was much more complicated than before. Black and white heaven were gone, only spectral heaven remained. Spectral heaven was the territory of spectral soul demon Venerable. What would spectral soul demon Venerable do if venerables were to barge into his territory? Spectral soul demon Venerable had lost his sanity and was filled with heaven's will. The heaven path dream realms were also the same. What connection did these 2 have? Would they help each other? Spectral soul demon Venerable was weak before. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had no worries. But now was different. Spectral soul demon Venerable had resonated with rank 9 Fire Gu, and his soul foundation had surged to a terrifying level after slaughtering billions of living beings in the 2 heavens. If a conflict occurred between the venerables because of the heaven path dream realms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was likely to participate and would be an opponent that could not be neglected. After pondering over it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down in refining Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks. She had to save her immortal essence for the battle. Her intention to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Ing Wuxie is gone, I need to make proper use of Bo Qing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful spectral soul clone. The risk was high though, after all, tampering with the soul was spectral soul demon Venerable's forte. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was tantamount to showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hand. She could not afford to care about this. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Dao marks which must be paired with a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture, and the higher its cultivation level, the better. However, even looking at the whole world, there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated Sword Path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they were all at rank 7. In the whole 5 regions, there was no rank 8 lone and demonic cultivator who cultivated Sword Path. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deductions showed that there was only one rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal currently. Western Desert Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Prince Feng Xian, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 spiritual fairies showed strange expressions. Heavenly Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is related to the contest of venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was clear and cold. The 3 immortals looked at each other before responding resolutely. Please give us your command. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted her instructions to them, as well as how they should cooperate with Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian. The 3 immortals' gaze shone sharply as they heard the plan and left with great confidence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a while. She then contacted the Genesis Lotus Will in Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus Will had been overseeing Divine Emperor City, but through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method, it expanded and split a portion to stay in Heavenly Court. This portion of Genesis Lotus Will in Heavenly Court had one main task. That was to nourish Song Xianzi. Song Xianzi was a legendary immemorial beast. It was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It sprouted in 300 years, blossomed in 300 years, and bore fruits in 300 years. The fruits that it created were called vast heaven fruits. If used in a grotto heaven, it could expand the size of the immortal aperture sky. Thus, this vast heaven vine was also known as the 10th heaven of this world. It entered Heavenly Court after an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an unique existence in Heavenly Court. It did not need to follow orders, and only had to provide a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, it was killed by Fang Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods to revive it. But Genesis Lotus Will that originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had methods to revive Song Xianzi. Song Xianzi's death is actually beneficial to Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus Will communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Song Xianzi's body will be restored. At that time, I will enter and control this body, supplying a legendary immemorial beast's battle strength to Heavenly Court. An even more amazing thing is that the fruits produced by Song Xianzi will contain my will. Using these fruits to reforge Heavenly Court will isolate us from Heaven's will. There will be a new Heavenly Court in the future. Our gains from the derivation formation will belong to us and not be known by Heaven's will. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This is a long-term plan and not an urgent matter. Have you remembered anything else regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Genesis Lotus Will shook its head. I know very little about the revival plan set by my main body. I only know that he left behind a self-portrait from which he can revive. But I have no idea where this self-portrait is. How about you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? You are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple. Don't you know his revival plan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. Truth be said, Master told me he left behind 2 revival methods just in case. The first revival method was Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit. However, that Fang Yuan took it before this fruit could ripen. The second method involves the Primordial Origin Treasury. Primordial Origin Treasury? Primordial Origin Treasury was secretly created by Master to store the large number of rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones produced by Yi Qi Zi back then. The treasury also has master's arrangements for revival. But I have no way to look for it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said that she has no way to look for it, and not that she had no clues. In fact, she had related clues of both Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's revival methods. Moreover, she already knew they were in Central Continent. But she could not inspect or probe it, because it would then be discovered by other Venerables. With the revival of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the other Venerables were definitely on guard against the revival of other Heavenly Court Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all the wisdom path Tao marks in Central Continent before she could conceal these revival plans and not be afraid of other Venerables' inspection. Even if other Venerables saw through it, she could use her terrain advantage in Central Continent to resist the attacks of the Venerables and protect Heavenly Court Venerables' revival methods. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Central Continent could she start reviving other Heavenly Court Venerables. Heavenly Court's foundation was unfathomably deep. Once the two Venerables revived, they would rule the world once again. After all, the combined strength of three Venerables was unthinkable. They would easily surpass the individual strength of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable allied, they would be weaker than Heavenly Court's three Venerables. It was because of the difference in their ideals. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared, which delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to slow down on refining Tao marks and save her immortal essence to prepare for the battle between Venerables. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He did his best, but after absorbing rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones, the converted Immortal Essence was only 70% of the Immortal Essence Stones. And this 70% Immortal Essence was only rank 8 Immortal Essence. I need to get rid of the Heaven's Will, but I don't cultivate Wisdom Path. I also lack Crucial Luck Path Immortal Goo. Maybe I can transact with Feng Yuan? No, I can't reveal any clues about this. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realms? Good. Very good. Feng Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was just worried about his lacking Heaven Path attainment level when Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared. It was just that seizing the Heaven Path Dream Realms would probably incite another battle between Venerables. It is better to refine another rank 9 Immortal Goo to help me raise my direct combat strength. Feng Yuan began to secretly refine rank 9 Immortal Goo. He had a lot of Immortal Essence. Even after refining this rank 9 Immortal Goo, he would still have a lot remaining to use in the Battle of Venerables. Back in Western Desert, Lin Luanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The Immortal Formation sounded an alarm. Someone had intruded. Such guts. You dare to invade my Lin clan's skeleton mountain. Lin Luanzhou was surprised and furious. Checking immediately, he saw that an Immortal Goo house was violently colliding with the defensive formation. Inquiry Doc? Feng Clan? Lin Luanzhou's expression turned serious as he sent request for reinforcements to Lin Clan while fully activating the defensive formation ever since Feng Clan started the commotion. Lin Clan had reinforced the Immortal formations in many resource points, and almost all the formations had the ability to transport people, so Lin Luanzhou was not panicked. As his battle intent rose, he frowned. Since Feng Clan attacked after remaining in hiding for so many days, they definitely made sufficient preparations. I definitely am not Feng Clan's match by myself, but I can use this Immortal formation to stall for time. Once the anti-Feng Alliance army arrives, Feng Clan will definitely suffer consequences. Of course, if the situation turns bad, I will immediately use the formation to get out. What? Lin Luanzhou had been controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide and panic filled him. To his horror, he found that the formation was restricted. Although the formation could still operate, its transportation effect was nullified. They targeted this after all. Lin Luanzhou clenched his teeth as he forcibly calmed himself. Thinking of a way to get out of this predicament, he felt that not all hope was lost. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Goo Immortal. defending Lin Clan's Skeleton Mountain. This was a bone path resource point, and he had a huge territorial advantage here. Moreover, Lin Luanzhou was stationed here all year round. He knew this place like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Lin Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will with some immortal essence while he left quietly. The defensive formation was still defending with all its strength under the control of his will. Fang Clan's immortal goo house collided again, creating thunderous sounds. Lin Luanzhou's will was shrinking rapidly, but it could still last for some time. Lin Luanzhou entered the depths of Skeleton Mountain. The rocks on Skeleton Mountain were dark and let out soul smoke from time to time. Once in a while, the mountain rocks would produce a skeleton. Some skeletons were like humans, some had animal shapes. There were countless possibilities. Besides these bone armors, dark mist crows flew above Skeleton Mountain and fed on the soul smoke. Fang Clan's immortal goo house attack shook the whole Skeleton Mountain. The countless skeletons that were among the rocks were originally motionless, but as the mountain started shaking, these skeletons propped themselves up and ran wildly on the mountain. The skeletons collided and killed each other, creating chaos. At this moment, Lin Luanzhou activated a killer move. He transformed into a large mammoth skeleton and started running on the mountain. He was mixed in among the countless skeletons, becoming inconspicuous. But not long later, threads of water vapor bound him. Friend of Lin Clan, why be in a hurry to leave? Shortly after, a voice entered Lin Luanzhou's ears. Lin Luanzhou immediately fell into despair. Rank 8 Goo Immortal? You are not from Fang Clan. At the next moment, the water vapor ropes moved and bound Lin Luanzhou tightly. Lin Luanzhou struggled madly, but soon, his vision turned black as he lost his consciousness. News of Fang Clan's attack on Lin Clan's peripheral resource point Skeleton Mountain soon reached Lin Clan's headquarters. Shortly after, Lin Clan contacted the Anti-Fang Alliance. By the time the Anti-Fang Alliance reached Skeleton Mountain, there were only ruins. The whole Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fang Clan's style. Lin Luanzhou was the Goo Immortal stationed here. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. I did not expect him to go missing as well. It bodes ill for him. Fang Clan came to make trouble again. Their sins are unforgivable. Once we catch them, we will rip their skin and cut their tendons to relieve our hatred, just as the Anti-Fang Alliance members were cursing Fang Clan. Another astonishing news arrived. Dong Clan's peripheral territory, Dragon Roar Volcano, was also attacked by Fang Clan. Dragon Roar Volcano was a fire path resource point, but whenever the volcano erupts, it would produce dragon roars. At that time, a sizable amount of sound path resources could be harvested. When the Anti-Fang Alliance reached Dragon Roar Volcano's site, they did not see any volcano. Heavens! Even the underground magma has been taken away. It seems like Fang Clan wants to make a big commotion this time. They went into hiding for some time. It was probably to exchange for immortal goo or killer moves from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and increase their strength. Otherwise, would they dare come out? That's right, be it Dragon Roar Volcano or Skeleton Mountain. They are important areas that Fang Clan would not have rashly invaded before, but now, both were attacked and taken. Fang Clan's strength has definitely increased greatly. The important thing is, will Fang Clan continue their actions? Where is their next target? Where is the closest resource point to Dragon Roar Volcano? It is Clear Water Grassland. Clear Water Grassland was a rarely seen grassland in Western Desert. There was plenty of water and lush grasses here, and it produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was discussing, they received the news of Fang Clan capturing Clear Water Grassland. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar. Fang Clan's action this time shows extremely sharp offensive ability that was several times more powerful than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Clear Water Grassland. Please take a look. Fang Clan's path is already marked. Their next target is probably Dong Clan's ascending heavenly pit. Then what are we still waiting for? Let's go reinforce them immediately. Dong Clan sent a message. Ascending heavenly pit is in Dong Clan blessed land, so it is not heavily guarded. More importantly, Dong Clan has not sent any Goo Immortal to guard ascending heavenly pit. Gu Immortals were much fewer than resource points. In general, Gu Immortals were stationed in peripheral resource points. And resource points in Blessed Land would have fewer manpower. The Anti-Fong Alliance rushed to ascending Heavenly Pit without stopping, but when they arrived, the Immortal formation was already broken. There was noise coming from the depths of ascending Heavenly Pit as if Fong Clan Immortals were still plundering resources. We finally caught them. Kill them. We must eradicate Fong Clan. Otherwise our Western Desert will have no peace. The Anti-Fong Alliance attacked with a bellyful of anger. But not long later, an Immortal formation rose from the Heavenly Pit and trapped all of the Anti-Fong Alliance members. We were tricked. Such a powerful Immortal formation. I can't even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven or send a message. This Immortal formation prioritizes entrapping and doesn't have much offensive power. Crap. Fong Clan intentionally arranged this. They don't want to fight us. They are only trying to plunder resource points. Sai, what should we do? I wonder which resource point of Dong clans will be attacked next. Anti-Fong Alliance members were trapped by the formation and lost their means to communicate. At the same time, an emergency news reached Lin Clan headquarters. Fong Clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert and were attacking Giant Spirit Oasis. Giant Spirit Oasis was Lin Clan's super resource point. It was heavily protected and could not be lost. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was still enclosed. Cultivation. The second Elder thought for a while before deciding to make a move personally. He controlled the 2 Immortal Gu houses of Lin Clan and mobilized as much Gu Immortals as he could towards Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, he also asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fong Alliance. Lin Clan's second Supreme Elder mobilized their full strength. This was because he had no choice. Since Fong Clan lost their territories, they could easily mobilize all their members. It was extremely difficult for other super forces to resist them. Lin Clan's second Supreme Elder had to mobilize enough troops to match Fong Clan's crazed attacks. If the mobilized troops were too few, they would just be asking for defeat against Fong Clan. But with this, Lin Clan headquarters naturally became emptied. Several figures suddenly landed and roughly killed their way into Lin Clan's headquarters. They were Prince Feng Xian, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xin who just arrived from ascending Heavenly Pit. 5 rank 8 experts attacked Lin Clan headquarters. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. We came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you don't resist, you will be able to live. 9 Spiritual Fairy added inside a secret room. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes and sighed. What has my Lin Clan done to provoke such a grand action from Heavenly Court? Heavenly Court is the leader of the righteous path. Why are you sneakily attacking a righteous path superforce? My Lin Clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Stop pretending. You act differently from what you say. You secretly protected Fong Clan while colluding with Fong Yuan. Otherwise, how can Fong Clan be still at large? Zhou Xiong Xin nodded. I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a bit before laughing. Heavenly Court? Haha. You are truly Heavenly Court. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiong Xin clapped. In an instant, countless silver text characters emerged and circled Lin Clan's public blessed land. These characters were large as horse carriages or small as ants. They weaved together into a huge ball, enveloping Heavenly Court 5 great Gu Immortals and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success! Zhou Xiong Xin said with excitement, letting out a breath of relief. A good start was half the success. The other 4 Heavenly Court Immortals also looked relieved. What they were most worried about was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder running away. They were all rank 8 Gu Immortals. Heavenly Court was fighting 5 versus 1, but it was very hard to catch a rank 8 Gu Immortal who wanted to flee. With the conflict between Dao marks, Gu Immortals could not easily show the advantage of numbers. These 5 Heavenly Court Immortals separately cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path which conflicted with each other. Rumor Cage really deserves the title of the battlefield killer move with the fastest activation time. But I did not expect Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder to not dodge or flee. Did he see through it? The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals conversed with each other through mental transmission. They appeared grandly because they had already arranged a temporary formation outside Lin Clan's public Blessed Land headquarters. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped or flew out of the public Blessed Land, the formation would be triggered and attack him, reducing his speed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally instructed them regarding the requirement of a Sword Immortal's immortal aperture and body. These 5 Heavenly Court members naturally made ample preparations. Although this formation did not have much offensive power, it was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself to target Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape methods. Moreover, public Blessed Lands always had weaker defense than an individual's Blessed Land. As an information path expert, Zhou Xiong Xian had already gathered relevant information when he moved around in Western Desert. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was already trapped in Rumor Cage battlefield. Prince Fengxian gave a shout and charged forward. He flew to the sky and opened his mouth towards the palace. Whoosh! Flames gushed out of his mouth and landed on the ground, growing rapidly into a blazing inferno. The palace was only a mortal goo house. It crumbled apart rapidly in the inferno. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was forced to come out of his seclusion. He flew to the sky and faced the enemies. Prince Fengxian, however, retreated slowly. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my attack. Wan Zihong chuckled charmingly as she took the place of Prince Fengxian. She activated a wood path killer move. Instantly, flower petals fluttered and covered the battlefield, a fragrant smell spreading along with it. All the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals held their breath. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression as he pushed forward with his hands. In an instant, Sword Qi rampaged and formed into a giant wave. The wave surged and billowed, washing away the poisonous flower petals. Wan Zihong disappeared amidst the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing. She raised her left little finger that had a sharp purplish nail as she stabbed at Lin Jianxing Immortal Killer Move. Flower Thorn Stab. Lin Jianxing was struck. His figure paused before Sword Qi rose violently, sealing Wan Zihong within. At the next moment, his previously activated Sword Qi wave moved backwards. The surging giant wave drowned Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The other 4 Heavenly Court Immortals did not do anything to avoid hurting Wan Zihong. The Sword Qi wave disappeared shortly afterwards, leaving only Lin Jianxing, while Wan Zihong disappeared once again. Flower petals fluttered beside Prince Fengxian, turning into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong was injured but had a satisfied smile on her face. Stall him. He is struck by my method. The longer time goes by, the more thorns will grow in his body, hindering his movement and even stabbing him to death. Wan Zihong made her contribution. She retreated and began to heal her wounds. The other Heavenly Court Immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. Heavenly Court made full use of their numerical advantage. The silver characters that formed Rumor Cage began to let out dazzling light. The dense light flowed like water, moving in the air as it gathered and swirled. Next, from the silvery light, silver tigers emerged. The tigers roared and pounced on Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xiong Xian's killer move, Rumors Become Tigers. Prince Fengxian made his move next. Countless beautiful fire birds appeared out of thin air. The fire birds burned intensely while having deep intelligence. They formed into groups and followed the tigers. Red Heart Traveler also made his move. Blood light pillars crashed down. Tigers, fire birds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of continuous attacks. Lin Jianxing was surrounded by the attacks, but he did not evade. Against the incoming attacks, he shouted grandly as Sword Qi surged out violently and charged towards the tigers. Sword Qi condensed into vines beside the countless tigers and bound them. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deep into the tigers. Painful roars of tigers resounded as most of them crumbled apart like balloons being popped. At this time, the fire birds entered the battlefield. Lin Jianxing transferred his immortal essence as the sword qi in the battlefield were replenished, turning into fierce wind. The fierce wind killed all the remaining tigers and blew away countless fire birds. The remaining few fire birds were unsteady and unable to gather into a formation again. The blood light pillars smashed down, rapidly suppressing the fierce wind. Lin Jianxing was forced to move backwards. After pulling some distance, he released a large amount of sword qi. Sword qi turned into ice walls that confined the blood light pillars and ground them constantly. Lin Jianxing neutralized 3 waves of attacks consecutively, showing his extremely profound sword path attainment. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not stint on her praise. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's methods have a unique style and are truly extraordinary. I can't wait anymore. Take this. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Her roars were like lightning as they shook even the rumor cage. 9 Spiritual Fairy clashed with Lin Jianxing. Her attacks were filled with great strength, forcing Lin Jianxing to move back again and again. Lin Jianxing continued to retreat, unable to ward off 9 Spiritual Fairies' charge. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a unique advantage when they were vanguards in the battlefield. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals continued to attack in turns, suppressing Lin Jianxing since the start of the fight. Although their Dao marks conflicted, they had an extremely tacit coordination. Their attacks were like tidal waves, continuing without stopping. On one hand, they suppressed Lin Jianxing, not giving him any chance or time to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening and wearing him down, creating a chance to capture him. Lin Jianxing's sword qi were exquisite and profound, transforming into all kinds of shapes. His extraordinary sword path attainment made even the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals sigh in awe. But he was just one person after all. 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands, let alone when Heavenly Court had 5 people. As time passed, the situation got increasingly disadvantageous for Lin Jianxing. Strange. What method did he use to suppress my flower thorn stab? Wan Zihong was inwardly surprised at seeing Lin Jianxing moving so freely. Right at this time, Prince Fengxian suddenly used a killer move. After Lin Jianxing was struck, gray flames burned all over his body. The flames constantly produced fire birds. Lin Jianxing's momentum decreased rapidly as his speed also had an obvious reduction. Seeing the chance, Red Heart Traveler immediately used his killer move, Blood Sun Seal. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The fragrant blood flew to the air and started rotating. Like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood-red light as it rushed towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing was surrounded by sword qi. At this moment, the sword qi flew and turned into a giant python that tried to stop the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and struck Lin Jianxing's chest, turning into a red sun insignia. Lin Jianxing's expression changed slightly. The blood sun insignia showed its effect quickly. It formed into blood-red lines. The blood lines covered Lin Jianxing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. It seemed like Lin Jianxing was about to be captured alive. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing's body crumbled apart, turning into a powerful wave of sword qi that slipped out of the blood cocoon. After flying outside, these sword qi condensed back into Lin Jianxing. He can even do this? No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals' expressions changed as they noticed an issue after seeing the situation. They shockingly found that the trapped Lin Jianxing was not the Gu Immortal himself, but only a killer move. All along, the 5 Immortals had been toyed around until now when they discovered it. He is only a lump of sword qi. No wonder my flower thorn stab had no effect. So that's it. This was not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. That's why he did not try to evade when I used Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression was unsightly as he cancelled the battlefield killer move. The 5 Immortals once again appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land. The true Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, showing a smile as he looked at the 5 Immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianxing, truly formidable. I wonder what the name of this move is called. Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he asked. Lin Jianxing nodded slightly and explained, "This move is called Sword Qi Takes Form." Sword Qi Takes Form. Truly a great move. Prince Fengxian praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely be renowned throughout the 5 regions. Zhou Xiong Xian commented. Although they were played, the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals only looked grim-faced but had no loss in confidence or battle intent. In the battle inside Rumor Cage, they were also suppressed. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment which suppressed 4 of the Heavenly Court Immortals. They did not dare to use all their strength in fear of breaking the Rumor Cage. Even if it was not destroyed, if there were great impacts, the battlefield would still be broken and reveal gaps from which Lin Jianxing could escape. Lin Jianxing stretched out his palm and showed several immortal goo that were bound by Sword Qi. Heavenly Court's immortal formation is truly amazing. It seemed to have been modified to specifically target my clan's public blessed land. Is this star constellation Immortal Venerable's method? The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals could not conceal their serious expressions. The formation they had secretly arranged outside of Lin clan's public blessed land was already taken down by Lin Jianxing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing waved his hand, throwing the immortal goo to the Heavenly Court Immortals. The immortal goo have been returned to you. This is my clan's headquarters. It won't be nice if we destroy it. Let's change the location of our fight. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals quietly received the immortal goo and looked at each other. Finally, Red Heart Traveler nodded. You have unparalleled grace. I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 3,000 li from here. Please follow me. Lin Jianxing flew out of the blessed land, moving at a slow speed with an indifferent attitude. The Heavenly Court Immortals followed closely after. How do we deal with this? Since the formation is already broken, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianxing planning? If he is thinking of waiting for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Paths reinforcements, he will be disappointed. Wan Zihong, Prince Fengxian, Zhou Xiong Xin, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jianxing while secretly conversing. Lin Jianxing's methods were exceptionally exquisite, ruining the 5 Immortals' plan. With just Sword Qi Takes Form killer move, he fooled them for so long, making these Heavenly Court Immortals feel ashamed of themselves. Lin Jianxing's main body used that time to destroy Heavenly Court's formation. This made the Heavenly Court Immortals realize that their battle plan had a mistake. They should have designated one person to guard the formation. In fact, the formation had a certain amount of defensive capability and also had the ability to convey messages. If it was attacked, the message should have been sent. Even if the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals were inside Rumor Cage, they could still obtain the reminder. Rumor Cage battlefield isolated the inside and outside. The ones inside could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. But this message would directly rush to Rumor Cage, creating subtle vibrations in Rumor Cage as a warning. At that time, the 5 Immortals would know that the formation was being destroyed. They would react to the specific situation and send a few people to deal with it. However, Lin Jianxing's methods were exceptional. He quietly dismantled the whole formation without alerting the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals. However, he still returned the obtained immortal goo to these 5 Immortals openly. Such magnanimity captivated even these Heavenly Court Immortals. Under this situation, when Lin Jianxing mentioned changing the battlefield, the Heavenly Court Immortals were too ashamed to continue fighting in Lin clan's public blessed land headquarters. This is the place. Lin Jianxing slowly stopped in the air and turned around to face the Heavenly Court Immortals. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals looked around. This desert was indeed like Lin Jianxing said. It was extremely poor, with no sign of life, and was suitable for the battle. Lin Jianxing, if you don't resist, I will guarantee with my life that your life will be preserved. Red Heart Traveler said with a sigh. Lin Jianxing scoffed. If someone suddenly intrudes your home and frames you for something you did not do, even going as far as to attack you, and afterwards say that they are going to preserve your life, what will you do? Why talk so much? Red Heart Traveler was about to reply, when Wan Zihong suddenly attacked. She disappeared and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in an instant. She stabbed at Lin Jianxing's back with her 10 sharp, purplish-black nails that were extremely sharp. Wan Zihong was a demonic immortal recruited by Heavenly Court. She did not lack viciousness and also had her own arrogance. Lin Jianxing toyed with her for so long with sword chi takes form. She was already disgruntled right now. She still used flower thorn stab, but with 10 times the power. You have a body made of flesh and blood. Let me see how long you can resist this. Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a ferocious light. However, at the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she found she had already flown far away. She could only see the back figure of Lin Jianxing, who had been so close to her, and because of the long distance, he was as small as her palm. What happened? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong just had this thought when an intense pain assaulted her. She coughed out blood and found to her horror that her defense killer move was almost destroyed completely. What in the world was that move? The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were also extremely shocked. Lin Jianxing's method was too fast. The Heavenly Court Immortals did not see it clearly. Zhou Xiong Exan quickly retreated and pulled some distance apart. 9 Spiritual Fairy, however, transformed into an immemorial desolate beast once again and attacked Lin Jianxing. Under this situation, the sturdy and tough transformation path Gu Immortal was the best choice to probe the enemy. Boom. However, with a thunderous explosion, 9 Spiritual Fairy was also sent flying. 3 of her ribs were broken at the very least. This time, the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were able to barely see the killer move. This was a sword path killer move. It was formed from sword chi and was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with naked eyes. Even with investigative methods, they were only able to barely see it. This move is called Sword Chi Lightning Roar. Please appraise it, Lin Jianxing said before counterattacking. Bam bam bam. Thunderous explosions rang again and again. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals were actually forced back. Naturally, Lin Jianxing did not use just his Sword Chi Lightning Roar killer move. He occasionally used Sword Chi takes form as well. Sword Chi takes form killer move was exquisite and profound, while Sword Chi Lightning Roar was fast. It was extremely fast. So fast that the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals could not even see it properly. For a while, they could only use defensive methods to resist. Lin Jianxing actually had such methods. Protect me. Zhou Xiong Exine secretly transmitted his voice. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him and activated Majestic Bloodlight. The Bloodlight was like a sphere that completely covered Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xiong Exine had just prepared his method for a few breaths of time. When Lin Jianxing sensed it, Lin Jianxing pointed at the blood sphere. In an instant, at least 3 Sword Chi Lightning Roar attacked, rapidly destroying the blood sphere. But Zhou Xiong Exen laughed loudly. You fell for it. He had already finished preparing and was only intentionally delaying to create a deception of activating a powerful killer move that needed a long period of time to activate. After all, a killer move with longer activation time was often more powerful. Zhou Xiong Xin cultivated information path. He activated the move, but it could not attack actively. However, if the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it could capture the information about the enemy's killer move and give a warning to Zhou Xiong Xin. Zhou Xiong Xin received early warnings. He quickly used information path methods to share the effect with the other 4 immortals. The battle situation had a clear change. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals finally stabilized their footing and began to exchange attacks with Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's Sword Chi Lightning Roar killer move was extremely fast. It would hit the target before they could even react. But Lin Jianxing still required time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xiong Xion's information path killer move would give early warnings to Zhou Xiong Xin and the rest when Lin Jianxing started preparing Sword Chi Lightning Roar killer move. Adding on this little time, the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals were barely able to react. Both sides fought intensely, but the Heavenly Court Immortals were actually unable to grasp the control of the situation and were still being suppressed by Lin Jianxing. How is this possible? He is actually so strong. This does not match the intel we have. Sword Chi Lightning Roar and Sword Chi Takes Form are already brilliant moves. His combat awareness is even better, far surpassing mine. The Heavenly Court Immortals were inwardly shaken. Lin Jianxing did not just rely on the two moves to dominate them. He showed his terrifying strength as well. There was no strongest goo worm. There was no most powerful killer move, but there was always a strongest goo immortal. Lin Jianxing was nowhere near number one, but he vaguely surpassed the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals. Our paths are different and impede each other. This will not do. Lin Jianxing has such battle strength. He needs to be weakened for us to have the chance of using Rumor Cage Killer move. Let me try. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals discussed quickly as Prince Fengxian stood up. He sent out lumps of sparks which covered the battlefield in just a few moments. Lin Jianxing's surging sword chi were actually burned by the sparks and whittled down rapidly. Lin Jianxing was momentarily stunned. His vital immortal goo was rank 8 immortal goo sword chi. Be it sword chi takes form or sword chi lightning roar. They both used sword chi as the foundation. Prince Fengxian's move actually burned his sword chi, which broke his battle foundation. At least half of Lin Jianxing's sword chi were burned. In an instant, his strength fell rapidly. The Heavenly Court Immortals used this chance to counterattack. After several exchanges, an opportunity appeared which was grasped by 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into a willow tree. Its branches coiled around Lin Jianxing like a python and bound him to the trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xiong quickly used Rumor Cage Battlefield Killer move. Seeing that Lin Jianxing had fallen into the Battlefield Killer move once again, the 5 immortal spirits rose, but at the next moment, 9 Spiritual Fairy let out a painful cry. Her willow tree immemorial desolate beast form disappeared as she returned to her human form. She retreated in panic with her whole body covered in blood. What happened this time? The other 4 Heavenly Court Immortals were astonished. Careful! 9 Spiritual Fairy was shielded by Zhou Xiong. Her expression was still full of shock along with a trace of fear. Lin Jianxing got rid of the bindings and smiled, his aura rising slowly. The Heavenly Court Immortals turned pale when they sensed this aura. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed it really well. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point, Lin Jianxing finally showed his full strength. Translucent milky white strings emerged around him. The strings flew towards Heavenly Court Immortals with an extremely fast speed. Sword Path Killer move. Sword Chi Threads. It was this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy reminded. The other 4 Heavenly Court Immortals were solemn. Transformation Path. 9 Spiritual Fairy transformed into an immemorial desolate plant but was beaten miserably by this move. They naturally could not treat this lightly. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods as he took the lead in facing these threads. The threads had extreme sharpness that could not be expressed in words. They directly cut straight through. Red Heart Traveler might have been cut into pieces by the threads if he had not reacted fast enough and pulled apart some distance immediately. This move cannot be blocked. The other 3 Heavenly Court Immortals also probed the power of this move and reached a consensus. The thread's sharpness was unimaginable. Even the powerful Heavenly Court Immortals could only flee and evade. Lin Jianxing did not move. He sent out more and more threads that gradually filled the whole battlefield. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals made an awkward discovery. The battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianxing became an obstruction for their own dodging attempts. They finally realized now that Lin Jianxing changed the battlefield not to stall for time. The reason why he returned the immortal goo was because he believed he could fight all 5 of them alone. He fight the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals head-on. Lin Jianxing, you are really underestimating us. Cancel Rumor Cage. Let me activate my strongest method. No, let me go first. Facing such a powerful Lin Jianxing, the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals decisively cancelled Rumor Cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianxing's smile did not go away as he activated another method. In an instant, Sword Light flew everywhere. Sword Path Killer move. Sword Light Disintegration. Bam bam bam. In this battle, Lin Jianxing won against 5 opponents alone. He killed Wan Zihong, severely injured Zhou Xiong. Prince Fengxian, and Red Heart Traveler, while 9 spiritual fairy who shielded their retreat was captured after this battle. Lin Jianxing's name shook the 5 regions inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Eastern Sea, Refinement Seas Sea Ariad, Sea Breeze Blue, and Sound of the Waves could be heard constantly. Elderly rank 5 hairy man was lying on a dinghy in an unconscious state. The dinghy moved along with the waves. If no changes occurred, this elderly hairy man was going to face death by drowning. But a towered ship was moving past here, and the people on the ship started shouting when they noticed the dingy. When the elderly hairy man woke up, he found he was already on the towered ship. Elder, are you also going to the Refinement Path Sacred Land to compete for the qualifications to enter Floating Refinement Hive? A hairy man Gu master on the ship asked. The elder nodded. I live in Mini, Northern Plains. I heard about Floating Refinement Hive and learned that it was forged by the orders of our Supreme Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable. This Refinement Path Sacred Land might be my final hope to make a breakthrough. The hairy man Gu masters on the ship exclaimed in surprise. Senior, it is really not easy for you to make such a long trip from Mini Northern Plains to here. You have our respect. The elderly hairy man shook his head, smiling bitterly. At first, it was not just me. There were 3 others as well, but on the dangerous journey, 2 died in succession, while the remaining 1 did not dare to continue and return. So, only I arrived here. Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently. The stable living habitats were the areas where clans or large groups settled. Those areas were usually protected by immortal formations or Gu immortals. Even rank 5 Gu masters would have to face huge risks if they were to make a long journey. The elderly hairy man also asked about the origins of the hairy man Gu masters on the ship. Like what he had expected, these hairy man Gu masters came from Mini Eastern Sea's 3 hairy man continents. Back then, Langya Blessed Land's Yellow Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent were jointly called 3 hairy man continents. These hairy man Gu masters had different cultivation levels. Rank 4 were the majority. There were few rank 5s, and there were also rank 3s, but they were rare. I am really envious of you. You all live so close to the refinement path. Sacred land. The elderly hairy man let out his inner sigh. What's the point of being close? We are forbidden from entering during normal times. How can we be allowed to enter the sacred land so casually? From what I know, many Gu Immortals' descendants can enter casually. Sigh. We can't compare to them. They have Gu Immortal seniors. They enter or leave this area through flying boats which are extremely fast. As long as this test is not difficult and I pass it, I will have the qualifications to enter and leave here freely. The hairy man Gu masters discussed. Several days later, the elderly hairy man and the hairy man Gu masters arrived above a floating refinement hive. The floating refinement hive was enormous and towering, making all the Gu masters exclaim in shock. A voice entered every person's ears, instructing the correct path to enter the floating refinement hive. The floating refinement hive structure was even more complex. There were countless rooms and corridors which made it easy to get lost. With the guidance of that voice, the hairy man Gu masters found their rooms one after the other. There were all kinds of living amenities in the rooms, but they were extremely simple, clearly showing the style of asceticism. That night, the newly arrived hairy man Gu masters slept well. The second day began. Gu materials were sent to the separate Gu refinement chamber in the room. The hairy man Gu masters began their Gu refinement. According to the explanation of that mysterious voice, this was the initial test. The Gu masters were required to use their most proficient methods to process Gu materials or refine Gu worms. This test lasted for 3 days, in which time Gu masters could display their attainment to their heart's content. After the test, Gu masters would be shifted to different rooms. Some moved to higher floors while some were dropped to lower floors. Floating refinement hive did not restrict interaction between Gu masters. All kinds of small-scale meetings were held during night frequently. The rank 5 elderly hairy man Gu master saw many excellent Gu master. Among them, hairy men were the most numerous, but there were also humans and even some other variant human Gu masters. He also heard many news. One day, according to everyone's speculation, they concluded that the Gu masters on higher floors had better results, because the higher the floor, the better the environment of the room. and the more exquisite the food served. Goo masters began to compete intensely based on this standard. Floating refinement hive never lacked tasks to process goo materials, refine goo worms, or create new goo. If the goo masters passed with good results, they could request guidance from the mysterious voice, learning exquisite goo refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for a couple of weeks, all the goo masters felt their strength rising rapidly. Like this, 14 days passed and the goo masters faced the midterm test, a top-tier goo material needed to be processed by many goo masters. Together, the goo masters were distributed in their respective rooms. They watched the real-time video and processed the material together at separate locations. The video was lifelike and even had vivid temperature and smell like it truly existed. The real goo materials were in a refinement path goo formation in a secret area and were not placed before the goo masters. Such a method was unimaginable, shocking and awing the goo masters. The midterm test soon ended. 10 or so days passed again before it was time for the final test. This time, the test was to process immortal materials. Naturally, the main lead were goo immortals. Every floating refinement hive had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The goo masters were in charge of doing some supplementary tasks like processing a part of the immortal material and so on. After passing the final test, the goo masters possessed the qualifications to enter and leave refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. Once this time limit was up, they had to retake the test. Most of Fong Yuan's floating refinement hives were packed with goo masters. The earlier stage did not have a high standard. Most of the goo masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, as the population increases explosively, there would be intense competition in every field. This was even more so for the qualification to enter refinement C. Every floating refinement hive could borrow the help of refinement C and greatly raise the success rate of goo refinement. At the same time, the wasted goo materials from refining in these refinement hives were melted by the floating refinement hives and sent to refinement C. Both components complemented each other. If there was no replenishment from the floating refinement hives, the current refinement C's water level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fong Yuan had been trying to advance an immortal goo for many days. The central area of refinement C was an absolute forbidden ground. Only the goo immortals permitted by Fong Yuan could enter. It was because 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was there. Suddenly, a rumbling sound spread from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A light pillar suddenly took shape and soared towards the sky. The light pillar slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal goo revealed itself. This heaven path immortal goo looked like a crystal spider. It was clear and transparent with no flaws on the body. The spider's 8 legs were slim and long. Its body was also small and raised high by the 8 legs. It was heavenly web goo. And on the back of heavenly web goo, there was a cobweb-like white insignia. This was unique to rank 9 heavenly web goo. Rank 8 heavenly web goo did not have it. Success? Master gained yet another. Rank 9 immortal goo. Goodness! It is our utmost glory to be able to participate in this whole process. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample on all the venerables one day. There were other goo immortals who took part in the advanced refinement process in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Most of them were hairy men. They looked at the sky and sighed with emotions under the control of Fong Yuan's divine sense. Rank 9 heavenly web goo disappeared shortly after. Rank 9 heavenly web goo is also refined. Fong Yuan's mood was tranquil. He had refined several rank 9 immortal goo. He was becoming used to it and did not feel excitement. Although the goo refinement failed twice, there was no setbacks after that, and it finished smoothly. Fong Yuan had pondered over this before finally choosing to advance heavenly web goo. He needed an immortal goo that could help him in frontal offense and defense. And among the 2 main aspects of offense and defense, Fong Yuan unhesitatingly chose the latter. Because of non-conflicting Dao marks of sovereign immortal body. Its defense was extremely weak and was Fong Yuan's shortcoming. If other venerables used this point, Fong Yuan would have almost no place in a frontal combat, and the consequences would be extremely severe. When heavenly web goo was activated by itself, it could release a giant web to trap the target. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive goo, it belonged to the offensive aspect. But it was the core of a defensive killer move. Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Heavenly Web Protection Veil's power increased massively and was even stronger than Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. Moreover, Heavenly Web Goo could be used in obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this move as well. Fang Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path because Refinement Path did not specialize in offense. Moreover, it was too widely spread. Heaven Path had extremely wide future prospects, and when developed well, was far better than Human Path. Even more amazing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. So, it was extremely wise of Fang Yuan to choose Heaven Path as his specialty. Using Heaven Path for offensive methods was naturally the best choice. Taking back the rank 9 Heavenly Web Goo, Fang Yuan inspected his storage. Because of 2 failures, a lot of Heaven Path Immortal materials were expended. As for the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Refinement C, the sea level did fall but not to the point of exceeding the limit. It could self-recover even if it was not looked after. Naturally, the constant resource deposit by floating refinement hives accelerated the recovery of Refinement C. Just as Fang Yuan was planning on which rank 8 Immortal Goo to advance next, news arrived. 5 Heavenly Court Immortals surrounded and attacked Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing, but were utterly defeated. Lin Jianxing revealed pseudo-venerable battle strength. He colluded with Fang Clan and helped to hide them, sending them intel secretly. Moreover, he was an otherworldly demon himself. There was much evidence pointing to the fact that Lin Jianxing colluded with and protected Fang Clan. It could be said to be ironclad. As an information path grade expert, Zhou Xiong Xin not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to forge false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, it was deduced by star constellation Immortal Venerable personally. The whole world was in an uproar. Western Desert was in even more chaos. It was not easy for a pseudo-venerable to emerge in this region. But before Western Desert's righteous path could feel any pride about this, they were dumbfounded. The pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually dabbling in the demonic path, and his involvement was quite deep. If not for Heavenly Court revealing it, the world would still be unaware of Lin Jianxing possessing pseudo-venerable battle strength. He hid it so well that he definitely had other motives. And looking at the reaction of most of the Lin Clan Goo Immortals, they were also unaware of this. Western Desert's righteous path superforces were adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them anticipated Lin Jianxing to give an explanation, but Lin Clan remained silent and gave no such thing. There was no movement in Western Desert's righteous path. They did not want to create an anti-Lin alliance after the anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fang Clan was already before them. If Lin Clan were to imitate Fang Clan as well, with a pseudo-venerable bringing the whole clan to fight a guerrilla war, how Western Desert's righteous path possibly survive? It is impossible for Fang Clan to make a move. Seems like the previous series of Fang Clan's attacks was a deception created by Heavenly Court. It was clear to Fang Yuan after he read through the whole information. After Fang Clan lost all their resource points, they had to rely on Fang Yuan even more. So, Fang Yuan had an even deeper control over them. If Fang Clan were to attack at such a large scale, it was impossible for them to not notify him and ask for his instructions. Fang Yuan found it somewhat funny. Heavenly Court tried to put their hands in Western Desert. It would have been okay if they chose anyone else, but they just happened to choose the strongest target. But shortly after, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of an issue. Why did Heavenly Court suddenly target Lin Clan? Was it because they discovered Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's pseudo-venerable strength and wanted to get rid of him in advance for their plan to conquest the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention that the greatest obstacle to Heavenly Court ruling the 5 regions were the other venerables. Pseudo-venerables were inconsequential. Also, even if Heavenly Court discovered that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why would they only send 5 Heavenly Court Goo Immortals to kill him? This was clearly not reasonable. What is Heavenly Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly target Lin Clan? Fang Yuan knew from Fang Clan that Lin Clan had never colluded with Fang Clan. This was just Heavenly Court framing them. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That was not right either. Heavenly Court's stance towards otherworldly demons was not radical extermination. If they could be recruited, Heavenly Court would recruit them. They had tried to recruit Fang Yuan as well. Heavenly Court's recruitment standard was very clear. They just needed to be humans. So what was the reason? As the number one person in Wisdom Path, even if star constellation Immortal Venerable did not make the plan, she must have agreed to attacking Lin Clan. But she rarely miscalculates. So what was it that made her agree to attacking Lin Clan? This question was crucial and was worth pondering over. Even though Wisdom Gu was only at rank 8, it was helpful to Fang Yuan. After he used all kinds of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan had some guesses, but he was not certain. After all, they were only deductions. What was the truth? Fang Yuan naturally had a way to verify his deductions. He immediately sent an order to make a rank 5 Gu master undergo immortal ascension. Currently, there was no such rank 5 Gu immortal seed in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Moreover, these Gu immortal seeds did not have deep foundation or enough experience. The possibility of them succeeding in immortal ascension was very low. This was why Fang Yuan decided to stop them to let them continue to deepen their foundation. But because this issue was very important, Fang Yuan felt it was worth expending a rank 5 Gu master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu master failed and died from the imbalance of 3 qi. But using the short period of time of merging the 3 qi, Fang Yuan used stealing Heavenly Secret to explore the truth. Although star constellation Immortal Venerable was outside of Heavenly Court, being in Embroidered Tower, when she gave order to attack Lin Clan, Bo Qing's soul was taken out from Heavenly Court's secret storage. This was obvious evidence. Adding on that fairy maiden soul modified Bo Qing's soul in Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan learned of many valuable information. Fairy Ziwei and Yingwu Xie are trapped in Heaven Path Dream Realms. So star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to cultivate Bo Qing, even though this action carries risks. With these clues, star constellation Immortal Venerable's goal was obvious. It was to use Bo Qing to scheme against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's eyes shone darkly as he mumbled. He knew why star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's actions already made him the main threat to Heavenly Court. Naturally, this was star constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding under the condition of Fang Yuan hiding his situation. Were the truth of Fang Yuan's many rank 9 Immortal Gu to be revealed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be thrown aside. Not only would star constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would also impatiently ally with star constellation Immortal Venerable to attack Fang Yuan. Splash, splash, splash. At this time, Fang Yuan made deductions rapidly. Thoughts gushed in his mind and formed into torrential waves. He knew an opportunity was before him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this chance, star constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed in her plan. Such opportunities seldom came twice. So would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the outcome would be extremely bad to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not decide immediately. Although he knew of Heavenly Court's secret, he did not know how much progress star constellation Immortal Venerable had made over this period of time. He was even more in the dark regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan refined rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had an advantage in this aspect. But the other Venerables might be able to offset his refinement path advantage through other aspects. Battle. Fang Yuan did not like battles, but he did not hate or reject them. As far as he was concerned, battles and killing were only a way to obtain benefits. An outcome of inflicting a little more damage to enemy while suffering less damage was already a good result in a battle. There were huge risks in battle. It was not a wise decision to start a fight rashly. Compared to fighting, Fang Yuan liked doing transactions, to plunder the economy. But Fang Yuan was aware. There will be upcoming battles between the Venerables and it will be frequent. Let's fight then. After pondering and considering for several days, Fang Yuan finally made this decision. And he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu Immortals to Western Desert to contact Lin Jianxing and try to recruit him. On the other hand, he arranged a troupe of capable experts. After making proper arrangements, Fang Yuan flew to the sky and entered Spectral Heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerable suddenly flew into Spectral Heaven. This significant information was quickly obtained by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. It was rapidly spread throughout the whole 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Every action of a venerable captured the attention of all the Gu immortals. Let alone when Feng Yuan was making such a big movement. What is heaven refining demon venerable trying to do by entering spectral heaven? Fight with spectral soul demon venerable. Giant sun immortal venerable was puzzled. Star constellation immortal venerable, however, felt her heart jump. Not long ago, she had completed the transaction with Feng Yuan regarding the star array calculation formation. Her calculations went wrong because of Lin Jianxing's strength, and she was just about to deal with this when Feng Yuan made such a strange movement. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not even make a deduction when a strong intuition hit her. This was going to be bad, but as the exact situation and how this intuition was going to be realized, Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not know. She needed to continue deducing or let the situation play out. Among the venerables, Feng Yuan is the person in the worst position. Why did he take the initiative to go to spectral heaven? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was also puzzled. Spectral heaven had already become spectral soul demon venerable's territory. He did not show any movements when other Gu immortals entered or left spectral heaven. But if a venerable like Feng Yuan entered, this was like a tiger occupying a mountain. It would not move when some small animals stepped onto the mountain. But if another tiger entered the mountain, the tiger would become vigilant and even start a fight. Would spectral soul demon venerable attack Feng Yuan? The reply to this issue weighed on the two venerables' minds. They activated their investigative killer moves to pay close attention. Spectral soul demon venerable did not show any movement. Both venerables were shaken. Both thought of a possibility at the same time. Did Feng Yuan have a method against spectral soul demon venerable, so he had the confidence to enter spectral heaven? But why did he suddenly enter spectral heaven? Similar question appeared before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's first thought was, has Feng Yuan already settled the issues inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture and is trying to annex variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jolted as the bad feeling grew in her heart. Does Feng Yuan already know of the Heaven Path Dream Realms? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained a large piece of truthful floating ice left after Limitless Demon Venerable's death. Feng Yuan did not conceal his movement and directly went towards the location of Heaven Path Dream Realms after he entered Spectral Heaven. Soon, he was before the Heaven Path Dream Realms. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was shaken. This is a dream realm? It is the dream realm closest to the depiction in The Legends of Renzu. So Feng Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. Feng Yuan had Heaven Path Cultivation and was also the #1 person in the world regarding Dream Path. The Heaven Path Dream Realms were too useful to him. I can't let Feng Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned that these were Heaven Path Dream Realms. He immediately agreed to ally with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Feng Yuan and stop him from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. At the same time, he wondered to himself if this was real or not. This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew of the Heaven Path Dream Realms' existence. I already have a rank 9 Gu, although it is light Gu, is damaged and can't be used for the moment. This is already enough to make Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable ally to deal with me. So, is this situation planned by them to plot against me? This was definitely a possibility. Feng Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realm before him and sent Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu inside. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu was an investigative Gu. Feng Yuan soon learned the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He became quite excited. The price to create these Heaven Path Dream Realms is huge. The Heavenly Tao definitely expended its true meaning. This means, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb the true meaning, the loss of the Heavenly Tao will become my gain. Through this, my attainment in some aspects of Heaven Path can become even higher than the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, this could not be considered as Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Because right now, there were too many things in Heaven Path that Feng Yuan still could not comprehend. Feng Yuan, have you been well? Just as he was thinking, star constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. As expected, it is easy to do things secretly, but hard to do them openly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is probably arriving as well. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled at star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation, I must have these dream realms. If you don't retreat, I will need you to die. You need me to die. It is rare to see you, Fang Yuan, act so enthusiastically. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan's threat, but was slightly shaken inwardly. In her several fights with Fang Yuan, star constellation Immortal Venerable rarely saw Fang Yuan show such a firm attitude. It was clear that Fang Yuan was bent on gaining these heaven path dream realms. Because of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable needed to stop Fang Yuan even more. We have not fought for many days. You've probably made a lot of progress. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair started fluttering without wind. Her long dark hair was like the dark night, but countless starlight specks glittered in between the hair like a shrunken Milky Way, so dazzling that it could not be ignored. Ding ding ding. Innumerable starlight specks flowed out of her hair and gathered to form a powerful starlight torrent. This torrent was made from countless star fragments that collided with each other, producing clear and crisp sounds. Fang Yuan frowned. He had not seen this move before. He immediately pointed with his finger, using the killer move 7 kills rainbow. In an instant, metal paths. Yellow light, wood paths jade green light, water paths light blue hue, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green radiance, and lightning paths deep blue light merged together to form a huge drill that charged towards the star fragment current. Rumble. The collision produced a huge explosion first. Shortly after, metallic sounds of countless star fragments colliding with each other resounded. In the battlefield, Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow passed through star fragments and snaked its way towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled as her body drifted back like there was a gust of wind. Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow continued to lose strength as it passed through the star fragments. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrative force, but as star fragments continued to attach themselves onto it, its momentum reduced rapidly. In the end, the light pillar continued to thin out, and when it reached star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was just like a wisp of smoke. Star constellation Immortal Venerable watched with a smile on her face as the 7 kills rainbow dissipated before her. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze fixed upon the star fragments that were scattered throughout the battlefield. Every one of the star fragments was extremely small. They were not real star fragments, but created from the killer move. Originally, the star fragments flickered with blue light and gathered to form an azure torrent, but now, these star fragments were scattered, and as they absorbed the 7 kills rainbow, their surface became tainted with colors like golden yellow, green, blue, red, brown, and so on. The sky above the battlefield was filled with all kinds of colors, forming a gorgeous scene. Fang Yuan, however, sensed intense danger from this boundless beautiful scenery. He continued to activate killer moves to probe, but each of them showed their might for a short period before their strength began to fall rapidly and were then absorbed by the star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated another method. She occasionally flicked her fingers or waved them in the air, following her movement. Star path Dao marks shone in the battlefield correspondingly. These star path Dao marks increased in numbers rapidly while connecting with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, they had constructed the initial form of a battlefield killer move. How could Fang Yuan let star constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was activated, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately have a huge territorial advantage. Fang Yuan immediately acted to obstruct her, but there was minimal effect. The star fragments protected the Dao marks. Even if Fang Yuan destroyed the star path Dao marks, these Dao marks would break down into countless star fragments and fill the gaps. I need to thank you, Fang Yuan. If not for permanence goo, there would not be these 2 moves. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said. Fang Yuan had never heard of these 2 moves. They synchronized with each other and were indeed extraordinary. Fang Yuan saw that he was unable to resolve this directly. he decisively stopped probing and used another killer move. At the next moment, his body released the light chi of 5 colors. Central restriction white gold saint light chi, northern restriction jade licorice light chi, western restriction red raging flame light chi, and eastern restriction blue water light chi. The light chi connected with each other but were distinct individually as well. They quickly spread throughout the battlefield, covering star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move, as well as the countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, revealing her admiration. Be it the previous 7 kills rainbow or the current 5 restriction profound light chi, they were both modified by Fong Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have immediately disrupted them and Fong Yuan would have suffered backlash. 7 kills rainbow's modification was quite ordinary. In just this short while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already seen through it. That as long as she was given some time, she could deduce a method to break it directly. But this 5 restriction profound light chi killer move was modified properly. Besides the increase in its power, its activation speed had also become very fast. This modification level surpassed 7 kills rainbows, which showed that Fong Yuan had paid a lot of attention to this. He must have invested a lot of time and energy. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable began to suffer backlash. She did not have sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting Tao marks. In this 5 restriction profound light chi, the stronger the killer move she used, the stronger the backlash she faced. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path since ancient times. 5 restriction profound light chi had been revealed before, so how could she not have a method to deal with it? Over this period, she had thought of at least 3 ways to deal with every method of Fong Yuan's. Immediately, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose to use the simplest one. She opened the door of her immortal aperture slightly, letting out countless star beasts. These star beasts had varying sizes. They were as large as white whales or as small as mosquitoes. Some had huge heads and horns, some were soft and twisted. They were of all kinds and shapes. But every one of these star beasts was at least an immemorial desolate beast. Among them, the leader's aura and status were clearly higher. Their gazes even shone with shrewdness and spirituality. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction profound light chi without any obstruction. 5 restriction profound light chi killer move originally came from Tao Zhu. He created it based upon the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of 5 regions but did not have much effect on the beings of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deliberately raised these star path beasts, which were all from the 2 heavens, so they were not suppressed by 5 restriction profound light chi. The star beasts formed groups and charged forward aggressively. Fong Yuan activated killer moves to clear out area after area, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept on adding more beasts. The star beast scale was still growing slowly. The star beast leaders even possessed their own immortal aperture and had goo worms. Their intelligence was not inferior to a human. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to raise legendary immemorial beasts at a large scale. Fong Yuan's mind was shook. But thinking about it, he understood why. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Enlightening the star beasts and giving them wisdom is her specialty domain. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The countless mutant goo immortals in Kray's Demon Cave originated from mountains, rocks, wind, fire, and so on. They were all evolved into goo immortals by Limitless Demon Venerable. From a certain angle, in this aspect of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's accomplishments were much more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have spent countless star path resources to nurture so many star beasts. The merging of the 2 heavens gave me countless heaven path immortal materials. It also gave her endless star path resources. It allowed her to construct the star array calculation formation and even raise so many star beasts. Fong Yuan made a guess Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wealth. The truth was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent a very large amount to raise so many star beasts. Not only did she use her gains from the merging of 2 heavens, she also used star path resources from heavenly Court storage. Looking at the approaching star beasts. Fong Yuan activated Sword Tongue Dragon Soul Killer move while maintaining 5 restriction Profound Light Chi. Countless dragon souls flew and sword chi pervaded the air, but they still could not match the endless star beasts. At most they delayed the offense of some star beast groups. After these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments mended their injuries and healed them rapidly. If they were severely injured, they would die and break down into star fragments. Once the star fragments reached a certain level in an area, they easily formed star path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were connected to each other. If one was weakened, the other would benefit. They were mutually linked and made Fong Yuan's situation increasingly tough. Looks like this is another one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's combat systems. Fong Yuan noticed something. His thoughts moved like lightning. This fight with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave or the contest over rank 9 Light Goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was to seize Primordial Domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It prioritized on strategies and making use of the situation. It focused on the competition of information, people's support, and their respective forces. The contest over rank 9 Light Goo was a pursuit battle. It focused on speed, initiative, offense and defense. This time, Fong Yuan wanted to seize Heaven Path Dream Realms. The prerequisite to this was to take control of this battlefield and gain territorial advantage. Great minds thought alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had the same view. Be it Fong Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Chi or Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious battlefield, they were both meant for this purpose. From the start of the battle, Star constellation Immortal Venerable directly used her new combat system, lowering the effectiveness of Fong Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Chi and other methods. On the other hand, Fong Yuan was decisive. He saw the situation getting worse and immediately stopped all offensive methods, only defending himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves, making all the star beasts press forward. Fong Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shone with starlight as she suddenly took out the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. Mental domain. She lightly swung mental domain towards Fong Yuan's direction. Instantly, countless emotions attacked Fong Yuan's mind and body. But Fong Yuan was already prepared. He activated several defensive killer moves, among which was the killer move, Calm and Steady. This move was already used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also modified now. It suppressed and eliminated Fong Yuan's emotions quickly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not succeed in disturbing him, while Fong Yuan stabilized his footing. As his preparation succeeded, he opened his mouth slightly. Light smoke gushed out of his mouth and ears. The pink smoke gathered above Fong Yuan's head and turned into a mini image of Danghun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move activated as the mini Danghun Mountain shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. Sounds of crystals colliding resounded in the battlefield, and soon the sound became ear-piercing. The pink sound waves were visible to the naked eyes. Wherever they went, star beasts cried in pain, freezing on the spot before crumbling apart. The battlefield that was filled with star beasts became empty instantly. Even the stronger star beast leaders were unable to resist as they collapsed amidst the pink sound waves. Not only this, even the endless star fragments also disintegrated and disappeared. The surrounding star path Dao marks were broken in succession and drowned in the pink sound waves. Immortal killer move. Shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun's sound. One move swept the whole battlefield and changed the situation easily. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was aghast. Her expression changed. Shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun's sound was a compound killer move. It used rank 8 Rule Path Departure Goo, rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Shock Goo, rank 8 Time Path Year Goo, rank 7 Dream Armor Goo, rank 8 Water Path Huge Wave Goo, rank 8 Sound Path Ringing Sound Goo, and its core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain. It was because the core was Danghun Mountain, a secluded domain of heaven and earth, that this move could be comparable to a rank 9 killer move. Under the Dao mark amplification of Fong Yuan's various paths, Its might was astonishing. With just this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 continuous moves and alleviated his worsening situation. Regaining his footing, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed as thoughts surged and moved in her mind, trying to analyze this move with all her strength. This move seems like Fang Yuan's trump card. It is the source of his confidence to fight me. Roughly analyzing it, this move contains rule path, wisdom path, time path, dream path, water path, soul path, and sound path. It really is difficult to block it completely. Wisdom path was fine, but dream path was troublesome. Despite the dream path, Immortal Gu Dream Armor being only rank 7, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have an effective way to block it. Fang Yuan had the advantage in dream path. He was the number 1 in the current world. The greatest source of this move's strength is Dang Hun Mountain. How much time and energy did Fang Yuan spend to deduce this move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated inwardly. While feeling somewhat helpless, her painstakingly created new combat system was broken by one move from Fang Yuan. No matter how ingenious the 3 connected moves was, Fang Yuan's shocking departure of Year, Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound was extremely domineering, directly clearing the battlefield, the thing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was concerned about. The time and energy she spent on these 3 moves compared to Fang Yuan's expenditure in deducing shocking departure of Year, Dream Wave, and Dang Hun Sound. It was fine if her time and energy spent was less. If it was more, her losses would be more than gains. The result of a confrontation between Venerables also signified the difference in Venerables' cultivation and management methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated inwardly and felt the possibility of Fang Yuan expending lesser than her was rather low. But the truth was not so. The main source of this killer move, shocking departure of Year, Dream Wave, and Dang Hun Sound, came from the nature of heaven and earth. In the remote antiquity era, there was a kind of immemorial desolate beast called Shocking Year Beast. Wherever it went, shocked Year Gu would fly out. It was already extinct. Now, Dream Wave was a phenomenon in Fang Yuan's 500 years of his previous life. Dream Wave was formed when dream realms appeared at a large scale. There was no need to say much about Dang Hun Mountain. Soul Sound Withered Tree was an already extinct, rare immemorial desolate plant. It used wood path resources as nutrients and emitted soul sound that influenced the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and natural abilities existed throughout heaven and earth naturally. After Fang Yuan gained the information through stealing Heavenly Secret, they became an important foundational reference material. The creation of compound killer moves was actually easier than an individual path's killer moves. Especially when Fang Yuan had rank 8 Wisdom Gu, it gave him accurate inspiration, so he did not have to waste time on dead ends. This shocking departure of Year, Dream Wave, and Dang Hun Sound was essentially only a quasi-rank 9 killer move, because it did not contain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Thus, rank 8 Wisdom Gu was helpful in deducing this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fang Yuan smiled as he calmly approached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only retreat constantly, maintaining distance from Fang Yuan. It was difficult to construct a combat system. The 3 connected moves that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable painstakingly created were exquisite and already formed an initial incomplete combat system, but after Fang Yuan's move unreasonably broke it, the 3 connected moves became a joke. Naturally, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's effort ended up in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtains a rank 9 star path Immortal Gu, this combat system's power would rise explosively and be able to withstand Fang Yuan's compound killer move. The foundation of a combat system were still the Immortal Gu that formed it in a contest of Venerables. They first competed with rank 9 Immortal Gu. If there was no rank 9 Immortal Gu, then they would contest with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable possessed the incomplete Blood Sea. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable possessed Book Mountain, Mental Domain, and the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan possessed Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Chen Kuan Crystal Wall. When the foundation was solid and it was hard to determine a winner through fighting, The combat system became the biggest factor to decide victory or defeat. Fang Yuan really has extraordinary aptitude and shocking talent. This move is so powerful and mysterious. It is really hard to block. But I also have a move. Please appraise it. Star Constellation Immortal. Venerable shook the mental domain in her hand at Fang Yuan immediately looked vigilant and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River was already restored. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had even been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, a large white robe was formed with ripples moved along the surface. This was the image of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the white robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Now, besides these, Fang Yuan's peerlessly beautiful face was partly veiled by a translucent gauze, highlighting the matchless charm in the depths of his unconcealed eyes. Lantern-like mental domain shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield dimmed. Mental domain was like the only source of light, but it was letting out a mysterious suction force. This move's range was extremely large. Fang Yuan was directly struck by it. His accumulated emotions were extracted and absorbed by mental domain. Fang Yuan immediately used calm and steady killer move, but could not block this process. He used other methods as well, but as they showed no effects, his expression started to change. Because at first, only emotions were extracted, but gradually, Fang Yuan's wisdom path marks were also being extracted. Wisdom path cultivation focused on 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Furthermore, emotions were related to wisdom path marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables move was extremely powerful. Besides extracting emotions, it could even extract wisdom path marks, permanently reducing the target's wisdom path foundation. Once my emotions are all extracted, my heart will be empty. It will be extremely easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to add in emotions then. Fang Yuan felt that the situation was going south. During the whole process, his reverse flow protection seal had no reaction. Clearly, this extraction was extremely subtle and was not considered an attack, so it did not trigger reverse flow protection seal's counterattack. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably created this move to target reverse flow protection seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's effort in modifying reverse flow protection seal was made pointless in just a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan already lost 100 wisdom path marks. He activated defensive methods crazily, but even Dream Armor Goo showed no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was mental domain. It could be considered a quasi-rank 9 killer move. Adding on the amplification from her wisdom path marks, it had overwhelming might. Methods like that of Dream Armor Goo were at a lower level and did not have enough strength to block this. Reverse flow protection seal was of a high level and had enough strength, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had another option, which was to continue activating Shocking Departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound, using offense against offense. But he was in a dilemma. It was not his intention to fight such an intense attrition battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both sides would suffer losses, giving Giant Sun Immortal Venerable the most gains. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His first priority were the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind, and after a few sparks between the thoughts, he made a decision. He secretly used a Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. This move originally formed a giant milky white web outside of the Goo Immortal to block attacks, but now, it quietly turned into a milky white light stream that entered the thin fishing net formed from obscured Heavenly Secret killer move. Like this, the thin and tightly connected fishing net possessed the power of 2 killer moves, Heavenly Web Protection Veil and Obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. Heavenly Web Protection Veil's defensive power was higher than the strength of Mental Domain's killer move. Heavenly Web Protection Veil had gaps, but nothing was allowed to pass through. Or as the saying went, the net of heaven has large meshes, but it lets nothing through. In an instant, it stopped Fang Yuan's emotions from being extracted, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to exclaim in surprise. The even more amazing thing was that the rank 9 Immortal Goo aura was not exposed, because the two moves were interconnected. The aura was concealed by obscured heavenly secret killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After just a few exchanges, she forced Fang Yuan to use his rank 9 heavenly web. Goo. Like this obscured heavenly secret killer move faced a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not block Fang Yuan's shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Danghun Sound, but Fang Yuan could resist her mental domain's killer move. That meant she could not even keep up the attrition battle by using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have a method that is not weaker than mine in terms of wisdom path deduction? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but feel doubtful. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand and finally had the leisure time to deal with the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and only defended against her while targeting those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. His first method was naturally pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. Ordinary dream realms would be transformed into pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies by this move. But it had no effect on the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only this, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were instead angered and formed a tidal wave that rushed towards Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with Heaven's will, while pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation condenses a dream realm into a human body with human will as the core. This means I need to get rid of all the Heaven's will in the dream realms first. After learning of this, Fang Yuan activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times before to deal with dream realms, and its effect was extraordinary. But this time, although it was still effective, its side effect was much larger. Fang Yuan felt some heartache as he watched the targeted Heaven Path Dream Realm shrinking rapidly. Seems like Heaven's Will Dissipation is usable against ordinary dream realms, but is an extremely crude measure against Heaven Path Dream Realms. It not only removes Heaven's will, it even eradicates the true meaning contained in the dream realm. Fang Yuan was not without gains. He realized that Heaven's will and Heaven Path true meaning were entangled in the Heaven Path Dream Realms, so they were hard to separate. His wisdom path methods were rough. It was difficult for him to precisely separate the two and target just Heaven's will, but Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with this. At the next moment, he brought out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhan, letting him be devoured by a Heaven Path Dream Realm Star Constellation Immortal Venerable side. Feeling somewhat anxious, Fang Yuan's strength was exposed, which made her quite surprised. He was actually starting to take these Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her eyes. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable takes these Heaven Path Dream Realms and increases his strength? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sun. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showed himself. Ever since Fang Yuan suddenly flew into spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to this place. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy at first. After all, the two venerables expending each other's resources was most beneficial to him. But shortly after, he was faintly worried about Fang Yuan not being able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and getting defeated too early. If Fang Yuan can't continue, I will help him a bit. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been secretly preparing to help Fang Yuan. He naturally did not have good intentions. First, Fang Yuan being in a weaker position was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. As far as he was concerned, Heavenly Court was still the biggest enemy. Second, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still wanted Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue wearing each other down, so he needed to help Fang Yuan to maintain the battle of attrition between the two venerables to gain the most benefits. I have unified essence Qi. After all, my immortal essence can be replenished greatly. Consuming some immortal essence in battle is more detrimental for them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had this thought back then. He was not wrong. It was also very reasonable. It was just that he did not know the truth. He only possessed the information that he could obtain. But soon, he was shocked to see that in the battle between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan, it was Fang Yuan who had the upper hand. He had not expected this. After all, in his impression, Fang Yuan was behind on refining Dao marks, although he had potential. His immortal essence reserve was the worst. How could he gain the upper hand? He even made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable take the initiative to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. Venerable! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had witnessed the whole fight. After the surprise, he felt that it made sense that shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun sound left an extremely deep impression on him. Fang Yuan used Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that destroyed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It made sense for Fang Yuan to be victorious. When shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun sound showed its might, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was actually not too anxious. Instead, he became a little relieved and no longer felt such an urge to probe Fang Yuan's foundation. The reason? Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and was the slowest one at refining natural Dao marks. What did he spend the rest of his time on? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable understood now. So he used his time to deduce killer moves. This was a rather correct choice in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's opinion. He was even more at ease because the killer move used a secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core. Looks like Fang Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal goo, so he used a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help feeling envious. Fang Yuan had the most number of secluded domains of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had several, but he, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, only had one and it was incomplete. He really wanted to have a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was observing the battle quietly when he saw Fang Yuan gaining the upper hand with shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun sound killer move. His mind turned calm. However, when he saw Fang Yuan withstanding Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental domain's killer move, he could no longer sit still. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to use a Wisdom Path killer move with mental domain as the core. But he never expected Fang Yuan to have a defensive method that could block this mental domain's killer move. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal already made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable feel a headache. He had racked his brains to secretly deduce a luck path method to counter it, but he did not think Fang Yuan was still hiding another defensive method that was even stronger than reverse flow protection sealed. Fang Yuan's performance went beyond Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expectations. Now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was worried. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not break Fang Yuan's defensive method. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the same. I did not think that you, Fang Yuan, has such deep attainment in Wisdom Path as well in just a short period of time. You actually created, deduced, and modified so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable entered the battlefield and praised Fang Yuan sincerely. This was actually nothing that Fang Yuan possessed, stealing Heavenly Secret and Wisdom Goo, and with Sovereign Immortal Body's advantage, it was easy to create compound killer moves. Just one of these advantages alone could make the other Venerables envious. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fang Yuan felt it was terrifying. Shocking departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun sound and Heavenly Web Protection Veil were only a part of Fang Yuan's recent gains. He chose to use them because he felt they suited the situation. Fang Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of similar level. The power of stealing Heavenly Secret could be seen from this. Of course, rank 8 Wisdom Goo also provided a lot of help. It was because of these two that Fang Yuan caught up from behind in terms of killer moves. He even had a wide range of options to choose from. Naturally, nothing could be perceived from Fang Yuan's expression. Facing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he frowned and snorted coldly. I must obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Giant Sun, you also want to block me? Are you still not clear of who is stronger between Heavenly Court and me? Giant Sun Immortal Venerables looked at Fang Yuan's incisive gaze. His expression eased and turned somewhat complex. In his view, compared to Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weaker. The reason? Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He had been venerable for the shortest time and did not even have his own base. How many natural refinement path Dao marks did he refine in this period of time? It was very obvious. Fang Yuan looked powerful, even suppressing star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in fact, he was relying on the novelty of new killer moves and their powerful strength. How much immortal essence could he have? How could he fight a battle of attrition? From what Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought, Fang Yuan's situation did not look good. But even though Fang Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still needed to stop Fang Yuan and stand with star constellation Immortal Venerable for the time being. The reason? Because Fang Yuan wanted Heaven Path Dream Realms. This could not be allowed. If Fang Yuan absorbed all these Heaven Path Dream Realms, he would definitely rise in power and change the power structure of the Venerables. This was something that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. But he also wanted to suppress the rise of Fang Yuan, who was the weakest Venerable but had the most potential. Thus, he took part in the battle on the surface. He was helping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But secretly, he was striving for Star Constellation and Fang Yuan to expend their immortal essence, so that he could maintain and enlarge his advantage. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice was no doubt extremely sensible from his point of view. With his help, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the battle situation and began to suppress Fang Yuan. The environment in Spectral Heaven was not helpful to the three Venerables. They relied on their own foundation and strength. Under this situation, Fang Yuan's worsening situation was immediately clear. After all, he was fighting two opponents on his own. Naturally, this was under the condition where Fang Yuan preserved most of his methods and did not use his full battle strength. The fight of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. Every Gu Immortal in 5 regions raised their heads and watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good. This demon Fang Yuan will finally face retribution. I did not expect my ancestor Giant Sun to join hands with Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is quite sensible to not look for trouble with my ancestor Giant Sun. Being able to make Giant Sun Immortal Venerable help her so easily proves Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 person in wisdom path. Rank 8 Gu Immortals understood the situation more clearly. They saw Fang Yuan being suppressed and his situation getting worse. The Eastern Sea Immortals looked extremely solemn, while Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were rejoicing with raised morale. Thunder rumbled and countless rays of light exploded from the collision of killer moves. Fang Yuan's situation did not look good, but he was calm inwardly. Although the two Venerables allied, due to their conflicting paths, they could only attack Fang Yuan in turns. Moreover, the two Venerables were wary of each other. One would not allow the other to set a battlefield. Without the threat of a battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan still had a grasp over the choice of fighting or retreating. More importantly, Meng Qiuzhen was already in a Heaven Path Dream Realm and was making good progress. Because of the sharing of the clones and main body's attainment levels, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his Heaven Path attainment level rising slowly. Fang Yuan just needed to maintain this situation and it would do. What was the use of superficial victory or defeat? Man strives for recognition while Buddha requires incense. This was a reasonable proverb. But Fang Yuan was far beyond the age of fighting for recognition, and he was more willing to strive for benefits. If the choice of honor and benefit went against each other, Fang Yuan would unhesitatingly choose the latter. It was the situation right now. He could be forceful and suppress the two Venerables. But what was the use when he would not be able to kill them? Instead, it would make the two Venerables wary and deepen their alliance. Was this not asking for trouble? As for the support and morale of the 5 regions Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan did not care. What was the use of that? Even if Fang Yuan was defeated miserably today, the 5 regions Gu Immortals still could not defeat him. They still had to fear and revere Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan was not dead, could Fang Clan, the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, or even the Eastern Sea Super Forces side with someone else, they still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that they would be more worried about their future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to bother with such things. There were no two ways about it. These minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world was ruled by the strong. The actual trend of the world still depended on the fight between venerables that even if Fang Yuan was defeated, as long as Meng Qiuzhen made huge gains, he would be the biggest winner. The loss could be considered a victory. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable beat Fang Yuan badly, as long as Fang Yuan lived and absorbed all the Heaven Path Dream Realms, their victory would be the same as defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was aware of it. As well that the alliance of the two venerables could not make Fang Yuan retreat. He was still absorbing the true meaning in the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted her voice to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will succeed. What are you still holding back for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted. Coldly, Star Constellation, are you telling me that you are not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I am going to prepare a killer move to search for Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to eradicate it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a deep look at her before nodding. Then I will target Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and pressure him in order to create a chance for you. Although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable participated in the battle, he had been preserving his strength. He wanted to save his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards while making Star Constellation and Fang Yuan expend each other's immortal essence. Although Fang Yuan's situation was bad and was in a disadvantage, he was actually making gains constantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not take it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the advantage they had right now. Fang Yuan, take this move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted as he used two killer moves. Lingering Scrap Luck and Accumulated Return, in succession. Lingering Scrap Luck's activation was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could not dodge it. It was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used this move towards himself and not on Fang Yuan. Faint golden fog curled up around Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the next moment, this golden fog appeared indescribably on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was startled for a moment before understand the profundity in this move. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought with Fang Yuan, their luck continued to entangle and form a close connection like a bridge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable acted based on this and easily sent lingering scrap luck to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also had high luck path attainment and immediately saw through this. But his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's. Even if he saw through this profundity, it was hard for him to stop it. Lingering Scrap Luck Killer move coiled around Fang Yuan's body, constantly scrapping his luck. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was triggered at this moment and reflected Lingering Scrap Luck Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy to see this. He coordinated with Reverse Flow Protection Seal and let this backlash reach him by following their connected luck. Accumulated Return Killer move showed its effect, increasingly the density of his surrounding golden fog. The slightly denser golden fog followed the connection of the luck and returned to Fang Yuan's body. Lingering Scrap Luck Killer move was reflected once again by Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and was again strengthened by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated return before it returned to Fang Yuan's body again. As this back and forth action continued, Lingering Scrap Luck's power continued to grow. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. It was not only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who thought of a counter to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also did the same. Comparatively, as a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was even more thorough as it directly bypassed Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method was not thorough. He chose a different approach, which was to imitate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could reflect attacks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also reflected them back. With the two linked moves, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gained an advantage. Simply because Lingering Scrap Luck Killer move was becoming increasingly strong, even if Reverse Flow Protection Seal could reflect it, Reverse Flow River had a fixed amount of water. While both sides had not reached the limit, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable achieved his goal of using his immortal essence to expend Reverse Flow River. Reverse flow protection seal was very hard to deal with indeed. In the past fights with Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used all kinds of attacks to trigger reverse flow protection seal and expend reverse flow river. Now, he was using lingering scrap luck and accumulated return together. It was much more efficient than directly attacking. Using immortal essence to expend a secluded domain of heaven and earth was also a huge gain. After all, it was much easier to accumulate immortal essence than to restore reverse flow river. Fang Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I will definitely pay you back for this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan and sighed inwardly. He felt that it was unwise of Fang Yuan to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realms. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought about it and understood the reason behind his decision. After all, Heaven Path Dream Realms are resources that can overturn the contest of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms are changed to a rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Goo, Blood Path or even Luck Path secluded domain of heaven and earth, I will be blinded by greed too. Looks like Fang Yuan plans to develop Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his hidden methods to further suppress Fang Yuan. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished preparing her killer move. Boundless azure radiance spread as she activated the move. The radiance shone on the dream realms. The Heaven Path Dream Realms went berserk. Their shape distorted constantly like a spasm, turning into dough that was kneaded constantly. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to target the dream realms. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately cancelled reverse flow protection seal, only using obscured heavenly secret and heavenly web protection veil to forcibly endure Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack, while rushing towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After Fang Yuan's clone, Meng Qiuzhen, entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Shortly after, he found that he had turned into a land spirit in the shape of a pink cloth doll. Meng Qiuzhen was not surprised. He snickered and began to use his power to change and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Ziwei and Ying Wuxia, Meng Qiuzhen came fully prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to make a move, he naturally made sufficient preparation. Although he could not fully understand the complexities of the Heaven Path Dream Realms with stealing heavenly secret, he had a clear idea of the general rules in the dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen tested for a while and learned the limit of his capabilities. Immortal Killer Move. Butterfly explores heavenly secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Goo Dream Butterfly as the core. It was based on exposing heavenly secret killer move, and was specifically made to be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms. It could obtain the details of the calamities and tribulations in Heaven Path Dream Realms in advance. This move was one of the preparations Fang Yuan made. After Meng Qiuzhen used this move, he knew the details of the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied as he used the move another 2 times, expending a lot of immortal essence to probe the types and scale of the next 2 earthly calamities. This was different from exposing heavenly secret. Exposing heavenly secret could only explore the details of the next calamity and tribulation. Moreover, the Goo cultivator could not be too far away from the next tribulation. But Butterfly Explores Heavenly Secret could probe the details of the next 3 calamities. Naturally, this number was related to the power of the killer move as well as the size of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After finishing all this, Meng Qiuzhen began to manage the blessed land. There was only a rock field before him, flat and lifeless. He assembled wind and cloud to accumulate lightning and bombarded the rock field. 30% of the rock field was blasted away. The remaining portion was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning and began to control the strength of the land. The rock field that had lost 30% of its area was no longer as compact as before. After resisting for a while, it finally began to tremor slightly. The tremors continued to grow bigger until deep trenches formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen moved wind and clouds again, accumulating heavy clouds. But this time he did not create lightning but heavy rain. There were very few waterpath Dao marks in this Heaven Path Dream Realm's blessed land, which was not favorable to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's continuous effort, Rainwater accumulated, finally overflowing out of the earth trenches and covering the rock field. After finishing all these, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time and noticed that he had already spent a lot of time. It was nearing the first earthly calamity. He activated Create Dream Killer move to create countless firm rock spikes out of nothing. When he almost changed the whole rock field into a land of spikes, the first earthly calamity arrived. It was a desolate beast calamity. A ferocious four-armed ape intruded the blessed land. It roared as it fixed its gaze at Meng Qiuzhen and ran towards him. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit but had no ability to teleport, so he was chased by the four-armed ape everywhere. Looking at the four-armed ape not giving up on him and destroying countless earth spikes wherever it passed by, Meng Qiuzhen did not panic. Instead, he smiled slightly. Everything was within his plan. The four-armed ape rampaged for a while before its whole body became covered in injuries and blood. This stimulated its bestial nature. It became increasingly berserk, and its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen's. Meng Qiuzhen was already prepared. He stopped running on the ground and drilled into the earth trenches. His size was small, and although the four-armed ape was agile, it was as large as an elephant. It was stopped outside. It stretched its long arm into the earth trench but could not grab onto Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen even easily experienced the power of a land spirit. In fact, this was an extremely rare and valuable experience. Gu immortals were not land spirits. They might be the owner of their immortal aperture, but their control over their own immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits or heavenly spirits. It was like how Feng Yuan had to spread his divine sense to the whole of sovereign immortal aperture to inspect the situation. Land spirits or heavenly spirits were formed by Gu immortal obsessions fused with the immortal aperture's heavenly power. In this sense, land spirits and heavenly spirits were one with the immortal aperture. The Gu immortals' obsession gave them their spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had an extremely deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu or such methods to inspect the number of his Dao marks. But land spirits or heavenly spirits could easily know it. They only had to concentrate slightly and they would know the number and distribution of the Dao marks. This chasing and escaping situation continued for several days. Meng Qiuzhen had no injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured and died after exhausting all its strength. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to decompose its blood and flesh, before using lightning to turn its bones into scraps. He then buried the bones underground. All the strength path Dao marks were quickly added to the blessed land. After finishing all these, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll palm and crushed a small rock. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with joy. The land spirit's strength was connected to the heavenly power of the small world. What was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the four-armed ape desolate beast earthly calamity, the blessed land's strength path Dao marks surged, which increased Meng Qiuzhen's strength. He could crush these firm rocks, which he had not been able to do earlier. Crushing the rock pieces was only a small display. Meng Qiuzhen gathered his strength and stirred the water surface, creating huge waves. Waves continued to strike the rocky land, flooding and breaking the land, including the earth spikes. Earth trenches were already submerged in water. The underwater force continued to surge and slam into the trenches, enlarging them. Faint rumbling sounds resounded in the blessed land. The rocky land started to break apart due to the continuous flood. The separated rocky land turned into 5 large islands and tens of smaller islands. Meng Qiuzhen finally relaxed after finishing this step. A sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. It was not easy to reach this stage. At first, this blessed land had the highest number of earth path Dao marks. The Dao marks of other paths were very few. The difference between the two was large, which led the terrain to become rocky. The rocky land's advantages and disadvantages were obvious. It could produce rock materials and/or mines which were very beneficial to the rockman's habitat, but it was not beneficial for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain was not a bad thing originally. However, when Meng Qiuzhen probed the next 3 earthly calamities, the first calamity was the strength path beast calamity four-armed ferocious ape. The second calamity was a fire path calamity fire rain, and the third was a transformation path calamity flies tribulation. Meng Qiuzhan understood that this dream path blessed land's calamities and tribulations were not based on Earth path. Developing in Earth path did not have much prospects. Meng Qiuzhan immediately decided to remodel the terrain. After a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, very few who would change the terrain of their immortal aperture. This step was not easy. Fortunately, this was a dream realm and Meng Qiuzhan had a land spirit's powers. He first destroyed the complete rocky land, but he could not do it perfectly because he lacked strength path Dao marks. Afterwards, he used his create dream killer move to create earth spikes and used earth trenches and caverns to kill the four-armed ape. This step was quite difficult. If he did not have create dream, Meng Qiuzhan would have no earth spikes. The four-armed ape would have lived for a very long period. He would need to wait for it to die of hunger before the immortal aperture blessed land could digest it slowly to obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhan quickly got rid of the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks and not all of it. Fortunately, this portion was enough. Meng Qiuzhan finally split apart the complete rockland. Next was painstaking work. Meng Qiuzhan chose a large island and began to crush the peripheral rocky land into a large amount of gravel. This was an arduous task. First, he had to accumulate lightning clouds to bombard it, then use fierce wind and water waves to erode the land. With strength path Dao marks, the wind and waves were much more forceful than before, but the efficiency of crushing rocks was not high. A lot of strength had to be spent for minimal results. In fact, there were a lot of good methods. For instance, using fire to heat the rock surface, then using water to cool it immediately would disintegrate the rocks easily. But this dream realm blessed land did not have fire path Dao marks, which really troubled Meng Qiuzhan. What he was doing now was the same as using a knife to cut a tree. Several days passed as he continued this laborious grinding. Gravel filled the surrounding of the large island. These gravel were ground down by wind and water. They were tiny and smooth like mini cobblestones. The work on the first large island was completed. Meng Qiuzhan then worked on the second large island. Rainwater had gathered into a sea around the islands. In actuality, it could not be considered a sea, it was at most a large lake. Meng Qiuzhan did not bother to create waves normally, so the water surface was smooth as a mirror. Only when he needed to crush the firm rocks or step on water too as a traveling method would he take the initiative to raise the wind and waves. This blessed land did not have space path Dao marks. It was not large and Meng Qiuzhan could not teleport even as a land spirit. Time passed by as the small islands were remodeled. After Meng Qiuzhan finished remodeling all the large islands and even 7-8 small islands, he welcomed the fire path calamity. Fire rain fell heavily. Every drop of fire rain was the size of a wash basin. Countless fire raindrops struck with a huge momentum. The fire rain fell on the islands. The rocky ground and gravel burned intensely. Some thin gravel even melted, turning into lava that slowly flowed towards the water. Gradually, the rock islands with towering edges began to transform under the devastating fire rain. All the peripheral areas of the islands got submerged under water. The middle part was level with the lake surface, while the upper part was slightly higher, forming a beach made of gravel. Most of the fire rain landed on the water, creating towering steam. The vapor rose and gradually formed thick clouds that covered the whole blessed land. Meng Qiuzhan was hiding under the ground where there were dense earth path Dao marks, as he had the ability to move underground as a land spirit. He let the fire rain wreak havoc while occasionally keeping an eye on the rock islands. The fire rain lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhan returned above ground and sensed that the temperature had risen by several times while the air was moist and hot. The whole blessed land was covered with thick clouds. As there was a large fire rain just now, the clouds looked like a burning blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhan used wind to blow away these clouds, which immediately cooled the atmosphere. However, shortly after, steam condensed in the sky again, forming light clouds. It would probably form back into the thick cloud layer after some time. Meng Qiuzhan immediately realized that the fire path calamity brought a large number of fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks and could let them interfere with his arrangements. If there is a large number of light path Dao marks, I can gather most of the fire path Dao marks into an artificial sun. Meng Qiuzhen felt some pity. This dream realm blessed land had light path Dao marks, but they were so few that the blessed land had always been dimly lit. The plan to create a sun was not possible, but Meng Qiuzhen had other methods. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move, and after going through 10 or so procedures, most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in the depths of the roots of the large islands. Fire path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Dao marks, forming magma inside the large islands. Outside of the islands, the temperature fell down rapidly because of the decrease in fire path Dao marks. The light clouds that were floating in the sky would no longer accumulate by itself. There is no artificial sun, so there won't be hot weather, but with magma, there is geothermal energy which can be used similarly. As long as Meng Qiuzhen used the strength path Dao marks, he could trigger a reaction to turn the large islands into live volcanoes that shoot out chi currents before exploding with flowing lava and a large amount of ash. Meng Qiuzhen's mind jolted as he had a sudden realization. My blessed land does not have chi path Dao marks or sound path Dao marks, but when the volcanoes erupt, they will shoot out chi currents and create loud explosions. Previously, the fire rain hit the lake and created steam clouds, but there were no cloud path Dao marks here. This is probably the origin of the ability to mimic other paths. When a goo cultivator cultivates a path to a certain level, they can imitate the power of other paths and reach a comprehensive balance. For instance, the wood path killer move Fleeting Bloom imitated the power of time path. Bai Xiang killer move belonged to ice and snow path but had transformation path power. Stone throw inquiry killer move was an earth path move but had information path effect. After comprehending this truth, a portion of the true meaning of this dream realm was absorbed by Meng Qiuzhen. His heaven path attainment level increased slightly, which synchronized with the main body and other clones. Meng Qiuzhen inspected himself and found that although he had become a land spirit, he could not completely control the Dao marks of every path. Land spirits controlled heavenly power but were only a portion of the immortal aperture's accumulation. For instance, Meng Qiuzhen went to painstaking efforts to crush the rocks. It was in essence loosening a lump of earth path Dao marks and separating them. If Meng Qiuzhen had full control over earth path Dao marks, he could turn the firm rocks into sand with just a thought. Land spirits controlled heavenly power, but their usage of it was only at the superficial level. Moreover, he had to use wind, water, and other forces to crush the rocks. So how could he deepen this control? More specifically speaking, how could he turn the firm rocks into sand? Meng Qiuzhen immediately thought of turn sand goo. This goo could turn earth and rocks into fine sand. He then thought of many killer moves of different paths that could turn the rocks into sand. In an instant, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and goo worms became different. He could not put it in words or explain it. These insights accumulated in his mind and were slightly inferior to the previous comprehension. Only a thorough comprehension would increase his heaven path attainment level. Heaven path dream realms were different from the past dream realms. To absorb the true meaning in the heaven path dream realms, one had to develop the dream realm blessed land while also comprehending the truth of the operations of heaven and earth. This made it difficult. When Feng Yuan explored human path dream realms, the new theory of Feng Jin Huang, it can be of any path as long as it is a human dream, he only needed to explore them to a certain degree to raise his attainment levels. Exploration of heaven path dream realms only maintained a close connection between the person and the heaven path true meaning. This link needed to be comprehended to raise the attainment level. After all, there is a thin line separating the heaven path dream realm and the human. Just as Meng Qiuzhen was thinking, the world turned upside down. The whole blessed land shook intensely and turned upside down. The lake overturned and gushed backwards while the islands flew and crashed with each other. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The suddenly disorder in the dream realm gave him a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhen quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Fortunately, the dream realm's shaking only lasted for a while before calming. Meng Qiuzhen's expression was pale. It was very fortunate that he had dream armor goo and he chose to explore a mid-size heaven path dream realm instead of being greedy. If not for this, he would have died in this calamity. This is not a development of the Heaven Path Dream Realm but an interference from the outside world. It is probably a venerable who made the move. Meng Qiuzhen thought as he looked at the ruins in front of him, smiling bitterly at the scene of the disorderly blessed land. His hard work and effort were all wasted. If this attack occurs few times more, I won't be able to continue exploring. The calamities and tribulations will become increasingly strong. Hopefully, my main body can protect me. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream. It was a wisdom path killer move but included a large number of dream path mortal goo to imitate the power of dream path. It could influence dream realms. Star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced this move to counter Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. In the past, Feng Yuan had self-detonated pure dream reality seeker bodies to create dream realms in battles, and with most methods in the world being ineffective against dream realms, Feng Yuan was able to succeed time and again. Afterwards, when Feng Yuan wanted to collect these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move to transform the dream realms into clones and take them away. But this situation could not happen after Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream killer move was used. The Dream Path Mortal Goo in Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream only had the function of a key. The true method was still Wisdom Path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used the Wisdom Path method to disturb the will and emotions contained in the dream realm to make them chaotic. Whether it be the Human Path Dream Realms or Heaven Path Dream Realms, they contained human wills and emotions or Heaven's will. When these wills and emotions turn chaotic, dream realms, especially the orderly dream realms, would lose their order and turn chaotic. The goo cultivator who was exploring the dream realm would be met with calamity like a fish that entered water which had started to boil. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were struck by this move, their stable human bodies would turn back into dream realms. Their human wills, emotions, and so on would turn disorderly along with the dream realms and be unable to think. Meng Qiuzhen, who entered with his body and soul, would be torn into pieces by the chaotic dream realm as time passed. Fortunately, Feng Yuan stopped this in time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to stop the move which allowed Meng Qiuzhen to escape disaster. As for the efforts in remodeling the dream realm blessed land turning to waste, they were already minor details. Star constellation Immortal Venerable flew back while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks and observing the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw the Heaven Path Dream Realm that swallowed Meng Qiuzhen returning to its previous self and not having any other abnormal changes, she knew Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed inwardly. Deducing this chaotic intent dispels dream was already the limit of her ability. It was because Dream Path restricted her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was almost a blank slate in Dream Path. She also did not have any Dream Path Immortal Goo, and had to use a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo as replacement. She fully relied on her terrifying Wisdom Path Foundation to raise the killer move to rank 8 level. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. This was the reason she could not save Fairy Ziwei and Ying Wuxia, who were trapped in Heaven Path Dream Realms. At most, she could use this killer move to kill them. But Star constellation Immortal Venerable needed a living spectral soul clone. There was no meaning in killing him. She, however, wanted to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Intent Dispels Dreams activation needed to be maintained. If she was disturbed by Feng Yuan in this process, she would suffer a backlash which was dangerous. Feng Yuan attacked intensely. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's method made him anxious. He could only observe closely and not give her any chance to continue activating the killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked crazily from the side. Feng Yuan's attention was mainly on Star constellation Immortal Venerable, so he could only try to dodge Giant Sun's attacks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was aggressive and had plenty of battle experience. Most of his attacks still landed on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan had reverse flow protection seal, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's lingering scrap luck was too troublesome, so he cancelled the move and relied on Heavenly Web Protection Veil to defend himself. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move with the amplification of Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks did not achieve anything. No matter how mysterious and ingenious or grand and majestic Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks were, They were treated as non-existent when they struck Fang Yuan. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought, the more shaken he was. Even his face started to shake. The tighter Fang Yuan's defense was, the more Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to see through him. But obscured Heavenly Secret had merged with Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigative methods were all thwarted by obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not see through him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. The two Venerables felt increasingly suspicious. Fang Yuan was defending against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to help him and attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, emphasizing on Heavenly Court strength. Moreover, he promised Giant Sun Immortal Venerable that if he did this, he would innovate even more Bloodpath Immortal Goo and Bloodpath research results. He would give them to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt much better. If Fang Yuan was making such a big concession, it meant he probably could not hold on for long. But his attacks became even stronger as he transmitted his voice. Fang Yuan, you are too modest. You are probably the strongest among us three Venerables currently. Not to mention anything else. Just your defensive method actually made us helpless. Fang Yuan quickly said, this killer move uses secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well. As the core Giant Sun, you have no rank 9 killer move currently. How can you break it? Since you can't break it, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtain the biggest benefits? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowed down his attacks. In his mind, he thought, Fang Yuan is doing his best to convince me and speaking so submissively. He may really be at his limit. He has the least immortal essence. His killer moves are so terrifying. How can they not expend a lot of immortal essence? I will slow down my attacks and let him catch a breather, so he can continue this battle of attrition with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for the Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded just earlier. How can Fang Yuan absorb so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in a short time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowing his attacks. She immediately had a bad feeling and inwardly cursed Giant Sun while transmitting her voice to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the most difficult to progress in. Since Fang Yuan was so determined on developing in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path dreams were of huge help to him. How could they watch as he succeeds? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a perfunctory reply. The fight of the three Venerables continued in a stalemate. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade. Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. His situation is the worst but is already fighting me to a draw. What will happen if he has enough immortal essence in the future? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed as he replied, what you say makes sense, but... He sighed again as he hesitated to speak. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched slightly. She knew she had to give benefits to make Giant Sun Immortal Venerable take action. She did not hesitate as she immediately handed many Bloodpath research results to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable through Treasure Yellow Heaven. After obtaining the benefits, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan madly once again. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He knew that the strength he exposed had already touched the bottom line of the two Venerables. If he crossed it by even a little, the two Venerables would ally even more closely. This would incur an unfavorable loss. Immediately, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, you guys forced me. The moment he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral light rainbow that zoomed past the battlefield. The two Venerables were stunned before their expressions changed. They understood Fang Yuan's evil intention as they quickly used their methods to obstruct the spiral rainbow. The two Venerables lacked tacit coordination. They attacked at the same time, which instead left Fang Yuan unharmed. Fang Yuan did not receive any attacks. He immediately retreated and pulled apart some distance from the two Venerables before using a killer move to fly out of the battlefield. The two Venerables could only try to obstruct him again. This time, they communicated with each other and there was no loophole like before. but like this, Fang Yuan had the initiative instead. The two venerables felt stifled as Fang Yuan was headed towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In the fight of the three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's inactivity was a good thing to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had evil intentions. He wanted to anger this venerable and bring him over to create chaos while he looked to gain benefits. The confrontation lasted for a while, but the two venerables could not stop him every time. Eventually, Fang Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his rationality. He was a venerable but was closer to being a soul beast. After being angered, he immediately charged into the battlefield of the three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only helplessly face him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who was who. Anyone that was before him needed to be dealt with. Over this period, his strength had increased by a lot and was no longer in the previously weak state. The three venerables needed to be much more careful than before when fighting Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's attacks were grand and ferocious. He even activated killer moves from time to time. The three venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic. They had to fight each other as well. In short, the situation was extremely chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was the most beneficial to Fang Yuan as he could finally take a breather. If the previous situation continued, his obscured heavenly secret would not have been able to last for long. Immediately, he took advantage of the chaos to activate obscured heavenly secret twice on himself without leaking even a trace of their aura. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept on planning and finally grasped the chance, luring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms did not do anything to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, thwarting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. The four venerables fought amidst the Heaven Path Dream Realms. As long as it was not a Dream Path killer move, even venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but attacked the other three venerables. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joined hands to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan needed to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and continue pressuring her to stop her from harming his clone Meng Qiuzhen. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he attacked no matter who it was. The Heaven Path Dream Realms were not an exception, but his attacks were ineffective on them. This chaotic scene lasted for 15 minutes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained an upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who was proficient in planning. A chaotic situation meant she had much more factors to calculate. When she started adapting and was clear of various factors, she could make use of the surrounding environment easily. Discovering that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had repeatedly used the surrounding Heaven Path Dream Realms, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to stop him, Fang Yuan knew it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable directly ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan openly moved past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless hands and reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A fierce killer move dealt a huge blow to the unprepared Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan impressive, so that was it. Star Constellation and Giant Sun were shaken. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was actually the first to be completed. Since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave where Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment was restrained, Fang Yuan had the thought of modifying it. When his Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly and had stealing Heavenly Secret Killer Move, he modified Ghostly Concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly Concealment. Killer Move itself was at rank 9, so there was not much improvement. But after adding in Heaven Path Goo Worms, the previous targeted methods against Ghostly Concealment became ineffective. At this time, Fang Yuan's body was covered by a layer of dark translucent armor, and a pale white bone mask covered his face. It was the manifestation of Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer Move. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment's aura was surging, but it seemed to be completely non-existent to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, used many methods in a row, but they were all Ineffective towards Fang Yuan's heavenly ghost concealment. This is a heaven path method which shows Fang Yuan has talents and attainment in this path. Giant Sun, are you still going to watch as Fang Yuan gains these heaven path dream realms and let him gain a boost of strength? Star constellation Immortal Venerable used this chance to persuade Giant Sun and strengthen his wariness towards Fang Yuan. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. Fang Yuan can cultivate all paths. Once he succeeds in cultivating heaven path, it will form a mystical connection with other paths, and his gains will be inestimable. He was persuaded by star constellation Immortal Venerable and increased the power of his attacks. Despite this, Fang Yuan's situation had turned better. He fought while moving around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. His main target still star constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was used by Fang Yuan repeatedly to disturb star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable tried to use chaotic intent dispels dream killer move again and again. Sometimes, she would have just finished preparing the move when Fang Yuan caught up to her. And sometimes, she just activated it but had to cancel it to cope with Fang Yuan's attacks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stayed close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and dodged slightly to let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took on the attacks and became more furious, going on full offensive. He saw Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as a thorn in his eyes but ignored Fang Yuan, who was using him. After the stalemate lasted for a long time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed the strategy. She made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable protect her, while she looked for a chance to use her killer move. Fang Yuan's expression shook slightly as the battle continued. These two Venerables' cooperation became even deeper. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with his countless giant arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a shout as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Vast golden fog appeared and covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless hands slammed into the golden fog and rummaged through them. The golden fog continued to dissipate, but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his senses. He should have used a killer move at this moment to break through the defense quickly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took advantage of this point. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the correct choice. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. He had no choice but to use another card. Immortal Killer Move. Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind. Fang Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable immediately wailed mournfully. 100 of his large black arms suddenly twisted and turned into dragons and snakes that breathed out dust and dense fog. They then exploded, forming countless wind blades that destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken and he suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also caught in the move, and the chaotic intent dispels dream that was activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable howled and roared in anger as he charged towards the two Venerables. Fang Yuan was hidden by heavenly ghost concealment. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable thought the two Venerables had attacked instead. A new killer move. Again. This aura. The core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable grabbed his chest as he healed his injuries while avoiding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghost hands. How many killer moves of this level did he deduce? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Her eyes flickered with starlight as she wanted to see through Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was still protected by obscured heavenly secret. She could not see through him no matter what she did. After Fang Yuan used this move, he looked exhausted and attacked less, as if he had expended a lot of immortal essence. He could not use Shocking Departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound because the rank 7 Dream Armor was given to Meng Qiuzhen. Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind was quite good. But because it was a compound killer move, involving many paths and goo worms, Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost emptied. After all, he had to continue. Maintaining rank 9 killer moves, Heavenly Web Protection Veil, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Fortunately, rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move did not need him to pay attention to it at all times. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too much thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a clever adjustment but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore the Dream Realm, providing constant benefits to Fang Yuan's main body. Although Fang Yuan's attacks decreased visibly, he used Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind to repel and suppress. The two venerables. Spectral Heaven had just formed. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was not thick enough, and there were no clouds. The 5 regions Gu Immortals could observe the battle easily. Looking at Fang Yuan gaining the upper hand, many Gu Immortals of Central Continent and Northern Plains were shocked and worried. Some cursed Fang Yuan for his shamelessness. Some prayed for the righteous path, while some were shaken by the demonic might. Their face turned deathly pale. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, joy showed on their faces. Damn it! If my Blood Sea was completed and I had a Blood Path Killer move of such a level, why would I fear Fang Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gritted his teeth. His stifled emotions accumulated to the limit, finally making him use his full strength. Luck Path. Killer move. I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable activated this move, a giant pillar of light formed immediately. The light pillar was dazzlingly golden, and stood majestically between heaven and earth. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and was very thick. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stood inside the golden light pillar. His 2 hands and legs were spread apart to the sides. His hair fluttered. His face distorted ferociously as he screamed. Veins bulged over his whole body as if he was in extreme pain. When the killer move was activated, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all blocked by the golden light pillar. Fang Yuan tried to attack, but found that if he attacked the golden light pillar once, his luck would shake, and even showed a sign of being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan made a wise decision to stop his action. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was unsightly as well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move was too powerful and even influenced her. The golden light pillar lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before stopping abruptly and dissipating. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body was covered in a layer of golden radiance. His muscles were bulging. His golden hair fluttered wildly. His entire body seemed to have expanded. He looked towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The sharp gaze made even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable narrow her eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable mumbled, Star Constellation, do not worry. This move's range covers the entire 5 regions. There was no way to avoid you. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, raising terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted and breathed out fiercely, forming a boundless hurricane. The hurricane swept everything, pushing aside the black fog, revealing hundreds of thousands of tadpole-like soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted in disdain. That faint golden light barrier was not even the least bit damaged. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless hands attacked. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable met the attacks with just fists and kicks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghost hands and dark arms were like eggs thrown at a rock. After the collision, countless golden light specks drilled into the dark arms, then shot out, exploding the dark arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable began to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how madly he counterattacked, he was attacked even more ruthlessly by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and found that Giant Sun had gotten a comprehensive boost in offense, defense, movement, and healing. Fang Yuan was also suppressed, but he gradually saw some details. This move is probably forcibly extracting external luck and enforcing it on his body. But how large is the range of this move? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's conversation with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. just earlier was done through voice transmission. Fang Yuan did not know this move's range was so shocking large that it covered the entire 5 regions. This move had an even deeper profundity. It could influence heaven and earth luck, as well as all living beings' luck, making all the luck revolve around Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The killer move was called I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth. It truly lived up to its name. Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot and heavenly web protection veil. His luck was not influenced by this move. But star constellation Immortal Venerable's defensive methods against luck path were broken by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and rendered useless. But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not express anything for the moment. After all, the urgent thing was to deal with Fang Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhan. After activating the killer move, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck rose to an unprecedented level. Adding on his combat system, his strength received a terrifying all-rounded amplification. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was lacking rationality. After attacking madly for a while, he actually showed signs of defeat. Fang Yuan was not well off either, but he was still concentrating on star constellation Immortal Venerable. In fact, whether Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was strong or not was not crucial. As long as there was no restriction from a battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan was free to advance and retreat. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the key factor was still star constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted towards star constellation Immortal Venerable openly and not through voice transmission. Star constellation, you have a good plan to make me and Giant Sun expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can your method even destroy my dream path clone? Star constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. If that's what you think, how about letting me have a try? Fang Yuan replied calmly. Star constellation, you are still the more skillful one. You saw through my cautious mind and that I won't dare to take a risk in this matter. In that case, I have no choice but to resort to other methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were immediately vigilant. Since the start, the killer moves Fang Yuan revealed were extremely shocking and powerful, especially his defensive method. The two venerables were still unable to see through it. The two venerables were paying close attention for a while, but did not see Fang Yuan using any more methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable chuckled. Fang Yuan, just a verbal threat does not mean anything. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have used this method long ago. Speaking of it, star constellation's star array calculation formation is really vast and amazing. Such a pity. It is such a pity. It was constructed in a hurry and is going to be destroyed just as quickly as well. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately frowned. At the same time, central continent. Outside of the star array calculation formation, Chi ancestor appeared. Rumble. His Chi path killer move activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook as boundless Chi surged and pressed down on the star array calculation formation. Ever since the sun was destroyed, 5 regions and 2 heavens fell into deep darkness. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was burning with blue, eerie fire, could never replace the sun, because what he gave the world were not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. In this darkness, the countless stars shining in the sky of central continent became a consolation for the mortals. However, right now, these dazzling starlights were being attacked. Vast and surging Chi currents submerged the boundless starlight. Chi ancestor waved his sleeves as he slowly flew in the air and continued his attacks with an indifferent expression. He was one of the arrangements Fang Yuan made when he deployed troops before. Right now, he immediately acted after receiving the main body's message. The space inside star array calculation formation was in an uproar. There were many Gu immortals stationed here. Star constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here because star array calculation formation was fragile. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was aware that star array calculation formation, which was constructed in just a short period, was heavenly court's weakness and would become other venerables' target, so she also left embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard in this formation. Chi ancestor appeared at the northeast side. He extinguished 3,871 stars with one move. Urgent report. Fang Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shui appeared at the northwest side and destroyed 2,664 stars. Star constellations will inside embroidered tower was just about to send orders when the whole formation space shook fiercely. She then heard the Gu Immortals in charge of information shout in panic. Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou appeared. He is attacking from the south and is coming straight towards us. Jean Boudou. Star constellations will immediately controlled her thoughts to take a look through the star array calculation formation. She saw a bright-looking young man wearing a large blood-red cape. His momentum was like a tiger coming out of the mountain or a mad dragon. Descending upon the world, his attacks produced explosive sounds as he moved forward. Star constellations will side. There were already clues from Fong clan's situation about Fong Yuan being able to revive. Gu Immortals. Jean Boudou's revival did not surprise star constellations will. But she was a bit troubled in this situation. Chi Si ancestor and Jean Boudou had pseudo-venerable battle strength while Wu Shui was a peak rank 8 expert. In this aspect, Heavenly Court lacked elite experts that could match them. Qing Cho could be considered one but was guarding Divine Emperor City at this moment. Based on strategical importance, Divine Emperor City was much more important than star array calculation formation. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were experts among rank 8s but were still lacking compared to Qi Si and Jean Boudou. Fong Yuan can revive Gu Immortals while preserving their cultivation level. If so, where are his variant human rank 8 subordinates hiding now? The situation was not clear. Star constellations will decided to play it safe and prioritize defending star array calculation formation. Star constellations will personally control star array calculation formation. In an instant, dazzling starlight shone. Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shui had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Boudou, who had a very strong body, opened his eyes wide without any worries. Starlight dimmed quickly. Qi Si ancestor, Wu Shui, and Jean Boudou's vision changed suddenly. They found themselves on a large chessboard. This is star constellation chessboard? Humph. The star array calculation formation and star constellation chessboard can mutually support each other. Not only this, it probably has embroidered towers help as well. Fong Yuan's 3 clones conversed secretly while attacking madly. Explosions rang. Star array calculation formation shook intensely, but it was able to barely hold on with the help of embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard. This is not good. If the situation falls into a stalemate, how can we help our main body pressure star constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Si ancestor's heart sank slightly. The other two knew this was not good and strengthened their attacks. Spectral heaven. The fight of the 4 venerables was continuing. Fong Yuan's clones made a move, but were blocked by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. However, Fong Yuan's situation was improving quickly. His situation was troubling earlier because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his full strength. But the situation was changing now because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's battle strength was falling constantly, although the killer move, I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth, was very strong. It forcibly extracted external luck. Was like a rootless tree or a sourceless body of water. The more it was used, the less would remain. Not only this, when the effect of this move dissipate completely, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck would fall into a weakened state which would last for a while before it goes back to normal. The news of star array calculation formation being attacked was already known by star constellation Immortal Venerable at the very first moment, but she could not go back to reinforce it. The moment she did that, she would fall into Fong Yuan's trap at that time. Why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable be willing to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fong Yuan alone? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blindly cared about Heavenly Court's benefits, it would definitely put a crack in the 2 Venerables' alliance. After all, Giant Sun was not a Heavenly Court Venerable. He did not share the same sentiments as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This alliance was just because of the situation. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suspected that if she were to go back to reinforce Central Continent, Fong Yuan would give chase. Among the Venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Fong Yuan would directly bring the battlefield to Central Continent, which was even more harmful to Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Fong Yuan's constant interference while inwardly sighing at his craftiness and understanding of the human heart. choosing a perfect time for his clones to make a move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also tried using other killer moves to attack Fang Yuan. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he had lost his senses and was only an annoyance. Fang Yuan was still the crucial factor and the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's constant attempts showed no visible effects. Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to protect himself. His battle tactic was shallow, but it had an excellent effect. The four Venerables' chaotic battle lasted for a while longer. Seeing that I reside in all living beings and heaven and earth killer move was decreasing in effect. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to activate this move again. In an instant, Golden Light Pillar appeared once again. It spanned across heaven and earth. It was grand, magnificent, and extremely dazzling. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck strengthened once again, and his battle strength rose to the previous state. I reside in all living beings and heaven and earth killer move could be used continuously, but its after effects would increase subsequently. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was in a position from which he could not retreat. His whole combat system was based on his positive luck. If his luck was low, his battle strength would reduce significantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable naturally did not want to reveal the flaw of this move when he was using it for the first time. Fang Yuan saw Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's aura rising again. He immediately retreated and used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a shield to block the attacks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables clenched his teeth in hatred as he saw Fang Yuan's action. He knew that if he did not do something, the previous situation would replay, so he immediately used another trump card. Luck Path Killer move. Nothing is certain except success. Golden light flickered on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body. The golden light slowly rose above his head and turned into an amber jade sphere. The amber jade sphere's aura was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt their hearts palpitate. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a low shout and fiercely struck the amber jade sphere with his head. The amber jade sphere shot off towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew how terrifying this move was when he saw that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's surging luck had mostly dissipated and nearly went back to its original state. He could not immediately decipher the profundities in this move, so he did not take this move head-on. Instead, dodging behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no fear as he swatted the amber jade sphere far away with one hand. The amber jade sphere was like a ball that directly fell from spectral heaven. What? Fang Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly astonished. This move had such a terrifying aura, but it was actually suppressed so easily? Giant Sun Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly expressed her concern. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, replying confidently, Star Constellation, please watch, this move is extraordinarily profound. It is created using self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. It is not restricted by the usual concept of offense and defense, but uses the variables in heaven and earth and all living beings to form a result that will astonish both of us. It is just that this move needs some time to show its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this reply and immediately asked the crucial question. Then how long does it need to show an effect? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression stiffened. The time is not fixed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued. This move has already been used. You don't need to worry about it. Why don't you attack Fang Yuan with me? He then pounced at Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable glanced at the amber jade sphere before coordinating with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as they flew around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attacked Fang Yuan. The amber jade sphere encountered a large soul beast army on its descent. After piercing through hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10% and its direction also changed slightly. It continued to fall, its aura dropping by another 10% as it pierced through the heavenly wind chi wall after it reached the sky of Central Continent. It directly shot into Star Array. Calculation Formation. Star Constellation's will was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and Star Array Calculation Formation to deal with Fang Yuan's three clones. The two sides were still in a stalemate, when suddenly, The luck path killer move that looked like an amber egg intruded the inside of the starry chessboard. What is this? Chi-Si ancestor and the group were immediately vigilant. Oh no. Star. Constellation's Will's expression changed intensely, be it star array calculation formation or star constellation chessboard. They were both wisdom path methods characterized by delicate and complicated calculations. But the amber jade sphere was the congregation of luck path. It was a huge variable. The amber jade sphere entered star constellation chessboard and immediately disturbed the whole battlefield. It continuously absorbed and repelled all kinds of arrangements made by star constellations will, making everything turn chaotic. Star constellations will quickly tried to suppress the variables and maintain the battlefield, but she could not avoid showing certain loopholes. As a result, Fang Yuan's 3 clones were joyous and immediately grabbed this chance to attack the loopholes. While later, there was a huge explosion. Vision of Fang Yuan's clones changed suddenly as they reappeared in the sky above central continent. A small portion of star constellation chessboard was destroyed and star constellations will immediately stored it in embroidered tower. Spectral heaven battlefield. Boom! 7 kills. Rainbow attacked, while starlight shone around star constellation Immortal Venerable as she dodged. She was about to counterattack when she saw Fang Yuan hiding beside spectral soul demon Venerable. Since the battle started, this situation had already occurred about 100 times. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as peeved as she was at first. She looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable being attacked by hundreds of spectral souls' giant hands and activated a killer move, destroying tens of black hands rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used the chance to get past the encirclement of the giant hands. Being suddenly attacked, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable changed his target to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation. Lure the attention of Spectral Soul while I go and capture Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said quickly when he saw this. He then turned into golden light that moved rapidly past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and towards Fang Yuan. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not stay to stall Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, leaving a star avatar while her true body retreated. The star avatar was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He then turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was entrapped once again and quickly transmitted his voice to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with some doubts. Star Constellation, what are you doing? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly gave Giant Sun Immortal Venerable the details of what happened in the star array calculation formation. She questioned, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, how do you explain this? This? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed awkwardly as he realized what happened. Have you heard of the luck path theory? That luck turns better after hitting rock bottom and that fortune and misfortune coexist? This luck path killer move works like that. After it is activated, I lose all control over it. I have no idea how it will work and what effect it will show. The star array calculation formation is not destroyed. This is only a small mishap. Good luck comes after bad luck. This mishap will create a huge fortune in the near future. We should be expectant. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. Using my mishap to exchange for your fortune? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Is this what you are saying? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable choked on his words and could only say, I will compensate you for all the direct losses, but how about we discuss the specific amount after the fight? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and continued to fight alongside him. She chose to believe Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In her opinion, although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's standpoint was different from Heavenly Court, he placed great importance on family and had clear morals. He cherished his descendants and was very protective of them. There was a clear difference between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no limits and needed to be guarded against. His promises could not be trusted. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's words were believable to a degree, especially when this compensation was not the important thing. Naturally, the important thing was that, in this situation, a single Venerable would not be able to deal with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stand by and watch Fang Yuan absorb all the Heaven Path Dream realms. At the star array calculation formation, Qi ancestor stirred up countless Qi currents that were hard to block. Zhang Budu charged forward like a dragon, and no one was able to stop him. Wu Shuai controlled countless ants to infiltrate and tear the whole star array calculation formation apart. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellations did everything to repair Star Constellation chessboard, while controlling Embroidered Tower to help the star array calculation formation. The star array calculation formation had very low offensive and defensive capabilities. If not for this, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not have stayed still as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable constructed such a formation. Despite the help of Embroidered Tower and having the Gu Immortals inside the formation space do their best to control and repair it, the star array calculation formation was still crumbling under the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores have immortal Gu. They are quite mysterious. My ants cannot infiltrate them. Wu Shuai transmitted his voice. Qi ancestor and Zhan Budu each made an attempt but failed as well. These formation cores were covered in starlight and it was hard to tell if they were real or fake. The attacks of Fang Yuan's clones had no effect and only shook the starlight intensely. This probably is a phantom path method. I can't do anything. Zhan Budu shrugged. He mainly relied on incomplete freedom transformation, so he was strong in charging and breaking enemy formations, but was not good at other aspects. Qi ancestor frowned. At this difficult time, he glanced at the Amber Jade Sphere. After this Amber Jade Sphere damaged Star Constellation chessboard, its aura and radiance had dimmed by a lot. Its size shrank by 60%, leaving only 20% of its initial size. How about we make use of this yellow egg killer move from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Qi ancestor had already obtained the information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones and arranged a battle tactic. Zhan Budu and Wu Shuai lured the attention of Star Constellation's will, while Qi ancestor used his Qi Path giant hand to grab the Amber Jade Sphere and throw it towards the nearest formation core. Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji was in charge of this formation core. He saw the Amber Jade Sphere approaching the formation core and quickly called for help. Star Constellations noticed this and immediately made a move. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Dao marks at the Amber Jade Sphere, deviating its path away from the formation core, causing it to stop nearby. The Gu worms near the formation core were affected by the Amber Jade Sphere and turned chaotic. Zhang Ji was just about to suppress this emerging problem when Fang Yuan's 3 clones started attacking wantonly. Embroidered Tower tried to defend with all its strength, but the turbulence still affected other Gu worms. Originally, whether these mortal Gu died or destabilized would not have been an issue. As long as the immortal Gu in the formation core was safe, it was okay to just replace the mortal Gu that were lost. But the actual situation was different. The destabilization and destruction of the surrounding mortal Gu formed minor variables that accumulated rapidly, until they threatened the immortal Gu in the formation core. Zhang Ji's effort to stabilize the situation instead assisted in this. Then, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal Gu in the formation core shattered directly. The immortal Gu in the formation cores of the star array calculation formation were originally intact, covering up for each other and closely connected. Now that one formation core suddenly crumbled apart, it immediately revealed a huge flaw in the entire formation. Fang Yuan's 3 clones attacked fiercely. Star Constellations could not consider anything else and had to concentrate fully on protecting the star array calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. How do you explain this now? In Spectral Heaven, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. I will compensate you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Is this just an issue of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed again. Please calm down. The most important thing now is to stop Fang Yuan. Do I look like someone who can't understand the situation? Once this move is activated, it really is out of my control. We can only watch as it plays out. Your move helped Fang Yuan's clones and is already expended. It has disappeared completely. How can it trouble Fang Yuan's clones now? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed heartily. It only disappeared on the surface. The real variables are invisible. and have already started to affect and change the world and all living beings. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind shook slightly. She was deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move. Nothing is certain except success. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had shocking talent. This move went beyond common sense and was not in the category of any offensive killer move in history. It was new and unique. Then I shall wait and see. With the enemy in front, Star constellation Immortal Venerable could only compromise. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief in actuality. He finally could relax now that the Amber Jade Sphere had disappeared. Even if Heavenly Court suffers losses from this move in the future, there won't be any evidence. This move triggers variables in a way that is most beneficial to me. Looks like Heavenly Court is my main enemy currently, which is why this move did not affect Fang Yuan, instead helping him to deal with Heavenly Court. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable tried to figure out the situation. In the space inside the star array calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhangji coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He used all his strength to protect the formation core but still failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already latched onto the weakness and began to increase their battle achievements. Originally, the star array calculation formation was perfect, thanks to Phantom Path. Fang Yuan's 3 clones were not able to attack it easily. But now that they had made a crucial breakthrough, there was a hole in the perfect structure and they started to attack using it. A Gu Immortal in charge of healing arrived in front of Zhang Ji and began to treat him. Zhang Ji was downcast as he berated himself while coughing blood. I am unworthy of Heavenly Court's support and Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trust. I lost the formation core. The healer Gu Immortal consoled him. This was all due to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. It is not your fault. Zhang Ji had an incredulous expression. This luck path killer move is truly insidious. It connected all the variables and expanded them until even the formation core Immortal Gu was harmed. It was like a scale where if one end was weighed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like an integral whole made from countless carrying poles. But instead of raising one end when the other was pushed down, another weight was added to suppress the rising end. These 2 variables canceled each other. Nothing is certain except success acted the opposite way. It united the power of all the variables, thus destroying the formation core's Immortal Gu. After healing for a while, Zhang Ji's situation was finally stable. Over this period, another 3 formation cores of the star array calculation formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself even more. He felt that the situation was crumbling apart. But at this time, another Gu Immortal arrived beside him. This was a formation path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I came to repair the formation and will need your assistance. Zhang Ji quickly cupped his fists in greeting, expressing he would stake everything to help. Although the formation core's Immortal Gu was destroyed, this formation path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up a formation that could temporarily replace the position of the destroyed formation core's Immortal Gu. It was not easy to construct the star array calculation formation. Star Constellation's will was not willing to see it be destroyed. Central Continent's 10 great sects Gu Immortals had tasted the benefits of this formation and were also not willing to see its destruction. The formation Grandmaster calculated with all his efforts. After a while, he said with perspiration running down his face, I need 500 kilograms of rank 8 immortal material heavy sand to temporarily cover the shortage of this formation core. Zhang Ji's heart sank. Heavy sand was a specialty product of Western Desert and was not produced in other 4 regions. How could he collect such a large amount of heavy sand at this moment? Just as Zhang Ji was worried, the formation Grandmaster let out a breath of turbid air and said, You can get heavy sand from Heavenly Court storage, but I need someone to go to Spectral Heaven and pour at least 250 kilograms from top to bottom. At that time, we will cooperate with that person from inside the formation and fill the hole. I will go, Zhang Ji immediately said. The formation Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, Your injuries have only been suppressed and you are too weak. If you rashly exit the formation, you will be killed by those 3 demons easily. Those 3 demons will gain clues, and know the approximate location of this formation space. Then what should we do? Zhang Ji sighed bitterly. The formation grandmaster was slightly dazed as he received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions, saying, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will personally make arrangements. Zhang Ji, use this time to heal your injuries quickly. I will go to the next formation core and prepare the method to fix it." The formation grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhang Ji looked at his receding figure before turning to observe his surroundings, only seeing chaos and commotion in the formation space. The Gu Immortals who were stationed here were running everywhere. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will personally attending to this place, Fang Yuan's 3 clones posed a huge threat to them. Zhang Ji could deeply feel his powerlessness. He sighed helplessly and started healing his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's Blessed Land Headquarters. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the number 1 Gu Immortal in the present Western Desert, Lin Jianxing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish you a smooth journey." Lin Jianxing smiled. Heavenly Court wanted Lin Jianxing's body to create Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 spiritual fairy and 4 other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals surrounded and attacked Lin Jianxing, but suffered a miserable defeat. 9 spiritual fairy covered the retreat and was captured by Lin Jianxing. But now, she was being personally released by Lin Jianxing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was heavy. She did not feel happy when regaining freedom. She looked at Lin Jianxing and asked, "What did Heavenly Court pay you to release me?" Lin Jianxing said directly, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable places a great importance on you. I daringly to make an offer and obtained 11 8 desolate sword leaf trees fortunately." 8 desolate sword leaf tree. 9 spiritual fairies' heart became even heavier. The story behind these 8 desolate sword leaf trees was huge. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They were immemorial desolate plants created by the Venerable and were not a naturally produced resource. 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained a dense number of wood path Dao marks, but it grew on or mines with metal path immortal materials, and the leaves it produced were rank 8 sword path immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique resources. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable grew them personally and only left 20 or so trees in Heavenly Court. A number of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were expended in the following period after his death. Only these 11 trees were left now, and they were all obtained by Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing accompanied 9 spiritual fairy till the previous regional wall area that spanned across Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. He then watched 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. When I was negotiating with Star Constellation's will, we were always deadlocked over the price. I did not expect Star Constellation's will to suddenly be willing to hand me 11 8 desolate sword leaf trees, but they wanted me to provide 100 kilograms of heavy sand along with the release of 9 spiritual fairy. I have really made a huge gain by getting these 11 8 desolate sword leaf trees. My guess was not wrong. As long as I can gain some comprehension from them, the recreation of my sword forest will just be around the corner. Heavenly Court has too many assets and an extremely deep foundation. Even after repeated losses in battle, their foundation still cannot be matched by other super forces. What a pity that I was only able to capture 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have demanded even more cultivation resources from Heavenly Court. The destruction of Fate Gu had a lasting influence on the whole world and even Gu cultivators. Heavenly Court possessed the immortal graveyard. Their Gu immortals could revive after death. So it was a great battle tactic for them to seek death and not care for their life. Fang Yuan went even further in this aspect. He intentionally revived Gu immortals as Gu masters to make them undergo immortal ascension again, using stealing Heavenly Secret to make huge gains. So even if Lin Jianxing killed Heavenly Court's members, there would not be a huge grudge. They could revive anyway. On the contrary, he was able to capture 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from dying, which instead became an issue for Heavenly Court. After a long period of negotiations, Heavenly Court finally redeemed this captive by giving Lin Jianxing what he wanted. It is a pity that my sword path is strong in offense but not that proficient in capturing methods. Sigh. This world is quite extraordinary. My former world focused on cultivation methods, but this world prioritizes goo worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. This confrontation of venerables is the perfect time for my Lin clan to expand. If a victor is decided between the venerables and I am still not a sword path venerable, I may have no choice other than to submit to the winner. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's previous deduction was not wrong. Lin Jianxing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his former world, he was the head of a sword sect and was known as the Grand Ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was a person who had seen through worldly affairs and was full of ambitions. So, after Lin Jianxing defeated the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals, he did not give any explanations. He was actually happy to be treated as a demonic path member. What would he, a Grand Sword Path pseudo-venerable, fear? Would he fear other Western Desert superforces? Laughable. The ones who hoped he, Lin Jianxing, clarified that he and Lin clan were in the righteous path were these Western Desert superforces. If so, Lin clan would be restrained under the rules of the righteous path and be unable to expand freely. But so what if he explained himself? Was Lin clan not a righteous path superforce previously? It did not matter, Heavenly Court still attacked without a reason. This was the #1 righteous path superforce in the world. On the contrary, joining demonic path was much better for Lin clan to annex other forces and expand wantonly. Naturally, even Lin Jianxing could not resist a venerable's attack. But did that mean he had to give up? There was no such logic in Lin Jianxing's heart. If one was weak, they needed to do everything to become stronger, to become an expert. It was because they would be bullied that they had to grab every chance to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianxing had such thoughts and did just that. He had already made enough mental preparation. He would bear the responsibility even if a venerable targeted him in the future. As long as he could preserve his life, he would surrender to the venerables. He might even be lucky and get the venerable's support, making even greater achievements. After sending off 9 spiritual fairy, Lin Jianxing did not return to the headquarters but continued to head north and entered northern plains. He turned invisible and flew rapidly, soon arriving at Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Flower Forest Forbidden Land was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains and was home to countless mushrooms. These mushrooms were as large as trees and the huge number of them formed a vast forest. All kinds of flowers bloomed in the forest. Their aroma permeated the surroundings and were dense to the point of forming fog. Every full moon, the fragrance of the flowers would condense into water droplets that flowed to the surroundings, nourishing the mushroom trees and strengthening them further. Similar to all the fierce areas, countless desolate beast groups lived here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and plants. Zui Yihui had been hiding in the depths of Flower Forest Forbidden Land over these days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It was much easier and more suitable for it enter and live in fierce areas than Gu Immortals. Zui Yihui naturally had its plans for hiding in the flower forest. Its goal was Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned by Longevity Heaven. It wanted to save the latter. Flower Forest Forbidden Land was a fierce area in northern plains that could not only hide him but was also nearest to Longevity Heaven. I am going now. The following plan will depend on you too. Don't think of running away. You are both struck by my method and are not of Huang Jin bloodline. Who will save you? Zui Yihui did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang before leaving. These 2 Gu Immortals were really unlucky. They had wanted to escape northern plains and were heading towards Western Desert when they were caught by Zui Yihui midway and were brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Land. The environment in a fierce area was extremely dangerous. They could not escape with their strength. If not for Zui Yihui's protection, they would not be able to survive even a day in this fierce area. We won't dare. Our lives depend on you, Lord. We will definitely use all our strength for the plan. Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zui Yihui snorted coldly. Its huge body suddenly turned into a puddle of dark liquid that seeped into the ground and disappeared. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless and could only follow Zui Yihui's instructions. They entered an immortal formation and began to activate it. The strength of the immortal formation began to spread to the surroundings. The whole process did not leak any aura and was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, many immemorial desolate beast groups in Flower Forest Forbidden Land started to get agitated. Zui Hui had even used its methods on the leaders of these beast groups without them noticing it. Most Gu immortals would not be able to accomplish this. Zui Hui was a Dark Path legendary immemorial beast. It could be considered as the number Gu cultivator in Dark Path in the present era, and it had used all its methods for this. Not long later, the immemorial beast groups began to roar irritatedly. Beasts lacked wisdom. They were on guard against each other and went into conflict. Thus, outbreaks started to occur. Under the influence of the immortal formation, immemorial beast groups began to run madly with their groups. They completely disrupted the order of the whole fierce area, forming a beast tide of a grand scale. This beast tide broke out of Flower Forest Forbidden Lands territory and started to rush towards the nearby Huangjin tribes. The Huangjin tribes were shaken and immediately asked Longevity Heaven for help. In this situation, Lin Jianxing arrived in the sky above Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Even before the Huangjin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the commotion in Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Bing Sichuan was overseeing Longevity Heaven. He was having a discussion with Yao Huang and some of the 8 extremities. The commotion in the fierce area is no small matter. We have to take care of it. In my opinion, we must verify the reason for the commotion. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven formed. It caused Light Path to decline and Dark Path to prosper. Flower Forest Forbidden Land has a dense number of Dark Path Dao marks. After the discussion, Bing Sichuan personally moved towards the fierce area to inspect the situation while the others continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Sichuan possessed a time path killer move that could trace an event to its source and see the truth in the past. Longevity Heaven opened its entrance as Bing Sichuan moved directly to Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Zui Hui, who was already hiding in Spectral Heaven, was near Longevity Heaven's entrance. It saw the entrance open and close but did not move. The opening of the entrance was indeed an excellent chance to enter the Grotto Heaven, but it was too conspicuous. Even if Zui Hui had concealment methods, it was not easy to do this. Gu immortals were deeply concerned whenever they opened their immortal aperture. If Zui Hui entered at this time, it was simply exposing itself and looking for trouble, and it was also underestimating Bing Sichuan. Zui Hui did not want to have a frontal fight. It might be a grand legendary immemorial beast, but it was nothing when compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. From the start, it had not thought of forcefully intruding to save you. Tian Guang. The rescue was a technical operation. If it acted rashly, it was likely to fail and even cause himself to get captured. Zui Hui continued to hide and activate a killer move. This opportunity is extremely rare. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is fighting the other 3 Venerables and has no leisure time to split his concentration. Flower Forest Forbidden Land lured away a rank 8 expert. The specific location of Longevity Heaven's entrance is also exposed. I must make the best use of this time. Zui Hui and Yu Tianguang had a mysterious connection. Relying on this connection, Zui Hui's Dark Path killer move gradually showed a miraculous effect. Inside Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly having a sensation, Yu Tianguang lowered its head and looked at its heart. Shortly after, it reacted, roaring and struggling fiercely. Calamity Luck Altar shook constantly. The 8 extremities, who were guarding outside, saw this and quickly acted to suppress you. Tianguang, you Tianguang, you have tried so many times, but still haven't realized that you can't escape Calamity Luck Altar by yourself? Surrendering to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you surrender to Longevity Heaven, you will be protected by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Yu Tianguang roared furiously. Return my light goo! The 8 extremities persuaded. Yu Tianguang, light goo has always been a wild goo. It only resided in your body temporarily. How can you call it yours? That's correct. Lord Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable won against 2 Venerables and seized this goo. It belongs to my longevity heaven now. You should be grateful to Lord Immortal Venerable and his son. If not for them, you would have already been killed by Star Constellation or Fong Yuan. Yu Tianguang's aura declined rapidly from their suppression, but it still shouted, "Return my light goo and I will consider surrendering." The few 8 extremities looked at each other before shaking their heads and strengthening the suppression power of Calamity Luck Alter. Finally, Yu Tianguang exhausted all its strength and gave up with reluctance, hatred, and anger as it was suppressed, but this time, it had a new hope. Brother, I am coming to save you. Let's discuss the plan first. A lump of black liquid flowed out of Yu Tianguang's heart and turned into the appearance of a mini Zui Yihui. Zui Yihui paused for a moment before continuing. My killer move has gone through modification and will continue to accumulate strength inside your body. When it has accumulated enough strength, you can use my strength to erupt with all your power. At that time, I will coordinate with you from outside longevity heaven and open a hole in longevity heaven. Yu Tianguang did not feel at ease. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable cannot be underestimated. Be careful of him. You must not trap yourself. Zui Yihui informed Yu Tianguang of the current situation. Yu Tianguang was exulted. The chaotic battle of for venerables will probably last for a long time. This is indeed the best time for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in Flower Forest Forbidden Land only lured away Bing Sichuan. Longevity Heaven is probably cautious because of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent, and the star array calculation formation is already damaged. Zui Yihui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts conversed secretly. No one in Longevity Heaven sensed it. Bing Sichuan quietly landed in Flower Forest Forbidden Land. He searched all the way and traced the aura to its source, gradually nearing the area where Zui Yihui set up the Immortal formation. There is trouble. Lu Qingming and Su Guang, who were controlling the formation, sensed Bing Sichuan early on. Their expressions were heavy as they knew the severity of the situation. Once they were discovered by Bing Sichuan, there would be no way for them to escape. The 2 had thought of surrendering, but they were under the control of Zui Yihui's Dark Path method. As long as they even tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would trigger and take their lives. They too had to continue to activate the Immortal formation and enlarge the scale of the beast tide. They could not stop for even a while. Otherwise, the Dark Path method would similarly trigger and kill them directly. Zui Yihui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh. I did not expect today that we will die today. Just as the 2 were in despair, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. Who is it? Bing Sichuan stopped, his gaze emitting cold light as he became vigilant. Lin Jianxing's mind jolted slightly. He had come to Flower Forest Forbidden Land secretly and was concealed. His goal was to gather some precious and rare immortal materials to help him complete the Sword Forest Killer move. But then, the beast tide occurred. This was a good thing for Lin Jianxing. The chaotic situation was much more suitable for him to look for benefits. Lin Jianxing entered deep inside the fierce area and ran into Bing Sichuan. Although he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient at concealment methods. Fortunately, Bing Sichuan looked around a few times before shaking his head. Maybe I was wrong? Bing Sichuan whispered softly before continuing forward while inspecting the area. He did not notice any suspicious interference in this beast tide, but he also did not find the reason for the beast tide's outbreak. He followed the traces to their source and gradually neared the Dark Path Immortal formation. Right at this time, a group of 4-legged white scale snake flew over to the white scale snakes had already turned mad. When they discovered Bing Sichuan, they attacked immediately without thinking. Bing Sichuan's pupils shrank and was about to kill these snakes when a ray of sword chi shot towards him from the left. Bing Sichuan was not surprised and quickly acted to block the sword chi while saying to Lin Jianxing, who had revealed himself, "Hehe, I knew there was someone there." Lin Jianxing. Bing Sichuan recognized Lin Jianxing. After the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals lost to Lin Jianxing, his appearance was already spread widely. Bing Sichuan naturally knew of him. Bing Sichuan's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Jianxing, do you want to stand against my longevity heaven? Lin Jianxing frowned, but he looked at the group of white scale snakes. These white scale snakes' tongues are sword path immortal materials that I require. I came for them this time. Bing Sichuan. I seek your understanding. Is that so? Bing Sichuan was doubtful, but Lin Jianxing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a fight rashly. These white scale snakes' tongues are indeed rare resources, but don't worry, Lin Jianxing. Longevity Heaven has many of them in our storage. If you are interested, I am willing to deepen our friendship and gift them to you. Oh, Lin Jianxing raised his brows slightly that he was just about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts rushed towards this area that the scene became chaotic immediately. The white scale snakes were only ancient desolate beasts. They were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But it was too late to escape now. Their formation was scattered by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jianxing attacked these immemorial desolate beasts and retrieved as many white scale snake tongues as he could. Bing Sichuan observed from the side while urgently contacting Longevity Heaven to mobilize the harem palaces of Northern Plains and Western Desert. He would not easily believe Lin Jianxing's one-sided statement. It was much safer to use immortal goo houses to face a pseudo-venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gathered beauties and constructed 5 harem palaces in the 5 regions, which were all immortal goo houses. A few members of the 8 extremities received the command and immediately flew out of Longevity Heaven with the immortal goo houses. Sui Yihui was doubtful and happy at this sight. In fact, Lu Qingming and Su Guang still being concealed at this point was already beyond Sui Yihui's expectations. Right now, Longevity Heaven sent 2 immortal goo houses and several goo immortals. Their direction was clearly Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Sui Yihui could not understand what was going on, but no matter what, his situation had become better than before. After a while, Yu Tianguang roared fiercely, erupting with the accumulated dark path strength and catching the 8 extremities, who were guarding this place off guard. Yu Tianguang seized this chance and attacked. After 10 breaths of time of stalemate, it was able to charge out of Calamity Luck Altar. It did not escape immediately. Instead, it followed its sense towards a secluded area. The 8 extremities left behind were pale with fright. Oh no! That is where our prince is resting. Yao Huang had already come out of Blood Sea and wanted to stop Yu Tianguang, but he was a step late. He watched with the newly arrived Mao Li Qiu as Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor and left. Light Emperor was nourishing rank 9 light goo with his body. Even under such a drastic situation, he was still like a statue with his eyes closed, as if he had lost all perception towards the outside world. Don't provoke me or I may crush him to death. Yu Tianguang roared loudly. The encircling goo immortals hesitated and were in a dilemma. Don't kill him. Otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable returns, you will definitely die. Yu Tianguang. Everything can be discussed. Please calm down. Quick. Call Bing Sichuan and the others to come back. While the Longevity Heaven goo immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang made a move. Sui Yihui also came out of hiding in the outside world. The two had a high degree of coordination, directly tearing open a hole in Longevity Heaven. This hole was not large, but Yu Tianguang had an amazing method. He first swallowed Light Emperor before transforming his body into a lump of light that forced its way through the hole and into the outside world. After appearing in the outside world, the light changed back into Yu Tianguang. Longevity Heaven's goo immortals gave chase and arrived outside. They saw Yu Tianguang and their expressions turned unsightly when the saw Sui Yihui as well. We fell for their trap. Yao Huang stomped his foot in anger after Bing Sichuan received the news. He looked at Lin Jianxing with narrowed eyes. So it was like this? Brother Lin actually joined hands with Sui Yihui. What do you mean? Lin Jianxing was baffled. In the battlefield over the Heaven Path Dream Realms, what? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been concentrating on fighting Fang Yuan when he heard this bad news. This situation seems to be created by my nothing is certain except success killer move. The vague luck path sensation stupefied Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain the situation to himself, but he was not able to. My killer move should not have a problem, right? I rarely used it in my previous life. I have modified this move recently, indeed. There should be probably not much of an issue. Giant Sun, what happened? As the number one person in Wisdom Path, star constellation Immortal Venerable was very perceptive towards the changes of emotions. She asked directly. Ah, nothing, there is no issue. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his hands repeatedly, while feeling bitter inwardly. Heaven and earth was torn apart like a huge open mouth. Endless lightning exploded and resisted the fierce tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhen floated in the air and observed the land. Lightning, come, he shouted, and at the next moment, tens of thousands of lightning balls fell from the sky and collided with the tornadoes, causing huge explosions. 10 or so tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still about 100 tornadoes which connected the small worlds. Sky and ground like giant pillars. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth as he recognized the crucial point. He had to find the location of this dream realm's land spirit as soon as possible and attack it. Otherwise, with so many tornadoes, even if he destroyed all of them, he would have used all his strength, which was detrimental to his future dream realm explorations. With the main body's protection. After experiencing that thrilling moment before, Meng Qiuzhen did not run into any more mishaps. He continued to explore the Heaven Path dream realms, not only raising his Heaven Path attainment level greatly but also raising his strength in the dream realm Immortal Aperture. He became a heavenly spirit, and his methods were at a completely different level than before. Meng Qiuzhen could now control heavenly power and produce strength similar to calamities and tribulations. Moreover, he also found that Heaven Path dream realms could annex each other, constantly bringing him risks as well as opportunities in the explorations. Ice come, Meng Qiuzhen seized the timing. His two small hands spread apart and pressed down. Hailstones rained down heavily from the sky. The hailstones continued to grow bigger every moment. Some of them were even as large as a hill in just a few breaths of time. These hailstones fell on the tornadoes and were rapidly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon covered by a layer of bluish-white frost, and their speed fell sharply. So it was here Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in weakening the enemy and discovered that there was a white feather flying fish hiding in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of the other dream realm Immortal Aperture. Heaven Path dream realms could annex each other. This current manifestation was the result of the two dream realm Immortal Apertures annexing each other. As the heavenly spirit of a dream realm Immortal Aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to lead his dream realm Immortal Aperture to suppress the other side's dream realm Immortal Aperture and even annex it. There was a crucial step in this. That was to find the other side's heavenly spirit and exterminate it. Meng Qiuzhen used one method after the other. The flying fish heavenly spirit got dizzy from seeing all their attacks. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, storm brewed, meteors fell, and lava gushed out. All kinds of attacks were thrown out before the flying fish heavenly spirit was finally exterminated. Without the control of the heavenly spirit, the tornadoes still existed but were moving disorderly instead of being orderly like before, immediately becoming non-threatening. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's dream realm Immortal Aperture also quickened the pace of annexing the enemy dream realm Immortal Aperture. With the flying fish heavenly spirit dead, it was like the opposing army's commander was beheaded. They would fall into disorder and be defeated no matter how strong they were. Meng Qiuzhen followed up his victory and finally expanded his dream realm Immortal Aperture by another area. There is a huge rise in wind path Dao marks. The outcome is pretty good. Another dream realm Immortal Aperture is coming close. Meng Qiuzhen had not even rested when he saw an indistinct red shadow appear outside the dream realm Immortal Aperture. The indistinct red shadow covered the sky and ground, obscuring the sun and moon. A huge explosion resounded as it collided with Meng Qiuzhen's dream realm Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture's boundary was broken as the two dream realm Immortal Apertures connected to each other and started a brutal annexing process. Wait, this heavenly spirit is different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly as he discovered that the enemy was extremely shrewd and could adapt to the situation easily with plenty of methods that were not fewer than Meng Qiuzhen's. Don't tell me? Profound literature grotto heaven. A chi tide surged and formed tens of thousands of chi monsters everywhere, forming a huge calamity. A large number of mortals in profound literature grotto heaven became corpses under the rampage of the chi monsters. Damn it! We must persevere. These chi monsters are coming endlessly. When will it stop? The Gu immortals of profound literature grotto heaven used all their strength to defend. Old immortal Hua Yu personally entered the battle and was barely able to hold the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, it was the Chi Path Killer move that Chi Si ancestor used to attack the star array calculation formation. The star array calculation formation had a large number of formation cores. After a number of the formation cores immortal Gu were destroyed by Fong Yuan's 3 clones. The formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were profound literature grotto heaven, skeleton grotto heaven, and so on. As long as these grotto heavens were destroyed, the star array calculation formation would lose its foundation and collapse completely. If we had known this earlier, why would we try all means possible to defect? Sigh. It is already too late to say this. We can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These grotto heaven Gu immortals were feeling regret to some extent. Rumble. An explosion rang. Chi currents rampaged like 10,000 horses as Chi Si ancestor gradually appeared inside Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton was in despair, but before she even asked for help, many rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu immortals arrived in Skeleton Grotto Heaven in immortal Gu houses without any delay. A huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook. Chi Si rose, golden lights flew, jade water floated in the sky. A large number of killer moves were activated, their aftershock creating huge casualties. Immortal killer move. Unlimited Chi Si ancestor continued to gather his momentum before finally using this move. With one move, heaven and earth was overturned. Several immortal Gu houses of Heavenly Court were damaged heavily. One even crumbled apart. Qin Ding Ling and the rest coughed blood repeatedly from the serious injuries. Hold on! Qin Ding Ling shouted. Watch this! Che Wei tried bravely to use offense against defense. Chi Si ancestor was struck by his killer move and suffered some injuries. Immortal killer move. Chi Ju revival. At the next moment, a large number of Chi Path immortal materials was expended as Chi Si ancestor recovered rapidly. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals turned pale. Let's end this. Chi Si ancestor gave a shout and activated the killer move. Hu elevation. Towering and terrifying Chi pillars shot out, directly piercing through Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open and had no time to dodge. She was annihilated by the Chi pillar with not even a small piece of her remaining. Skeleton Grotto Heaven was heavily damaged and started to produce the winds of assimilation. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals left from the large hole while Chi Si ancestor gave chase. Star constellations will saw this from inside embroidered tower and was about to make a move when Zhan Budu charged inside the formation space. It is here after all. Wu Shuai was happy. He controlled ants to infiltrate the depths of the star array calculation formation and forcibly drilled a pathway from which Zhan Budu squeezed inside. The Gu immortals inside the formation space were mostly from 10 great ancient sects. Although they were all elites, they were still far from reaching the level of Heavenly Court's members. Even the Heavenly Court Gu immortals could not easily fight a pseudo-venerable, let alone them. Zhan Budu was like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. Blood started to flow instantly. Star constellations will heaved a sigh. She could only give up on targeting Chi Si ancestor and activated embroidered tower to block Zhan Budu. After a period of stalemate, Fong Yuan's 3 clones finally created an opening and started destroying the star array calculation formation as easily as cutting bamboo. Heavenly Court was beaten back again and again without getting any chance to stabilize their footing. This news immediately reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was Heroes Among People and the other was Hope of the People. Divine Emperor City, which was the largest human vein node of Central Continent, released countless white light. The countless specks and lumps of light were like lanterns or candles. These lights moved like fish or birds returning to their homes, landing in all of the Gu immortals inside the star array calculation formation, forming a dense white radiance. The white radiance started to shrink while the Gu immortals' auras started to grow, just like in the Fate War. They received a huge amplification once again. As expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move. It hasn't crossed Lord Alliance leaders' calculations. Lu Wei-yin was watching Divine Emperor City from some distance with a moved expression. She is using the same ability again. It means she ran out of tricks. Shen Shang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City, with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Cho were guarding Divine Emperor Cities. They were attacked by two experts. They could only stop supporting the two human pathkiller moves and defend themselves. Spectral Heaven Battlefield. The white radiance formed from the human pathkiller moves similarly covered Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two received the amplification. Their strength rose by a huge degree. As expected of human path methods, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable clicked his tongue in praise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. There are almost no heaven path dream realms left. We've lost. This battle. The battle over the heaven path dream realms was started by Fang Yuan. In this battle, Fang Yuan revealed new killer moves like Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind, Shocking Departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Kills Rainbow, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly improved, and there were also obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web Protection Veil that was supporting Fang Yuan secretly. Thus, Fang Yuan gained the upper hand in the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to join hands to match him. However, because Fang Yuan needed to protect Meng Qiuzhan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had Chaotic Intent Dispel's Dream Killer move, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Fang Yuan's strength made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wary. No matter how Fang Yuan tried to persuade him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was firm on stopping Fang Yuan from obtaining the Heaven Path Dream Realms. As a result, Fang Yuan ordered his subordinates to attack Central Continent's important areas to harass Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Fang Yuan's plan and did not return to defend Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and pretend to have a shortage of immortal essence, Fang Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him into battle. He used Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move to become half an alliance mate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable disrupting the situation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were not able to emit enough pressure on Fang Yuan. But conversely, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was continued to be interrupted by Fang Yuan and had no more opportunities to harm Meng Qiuzhan, even when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used two powerful human path killer moves. It was hard to change the battle situation. The battle situation was in a stalemate, and as time passed, Heaven Path Dream Realms annexed each other and were mostly absorbed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the contrary, among the two venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 light goo, while the others painstakingly created the star array calculation formation was almost destroyed. Over 10 Central Continent goo immortals were killed, and even Heavenly Quartz goo immortals were in a dangerous situation. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable come to a complete realization. Fang Yuan had won a huge victory in this battle. No matter how miserable he looked now, he was the person who reaped the most benefits. Whether Fang Yuan still has trump cards or not, or if he really lacks immortal essence, at the end of it, the crucial factor of this battle was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She was reluctant, furious, and also helpless. Since long ago, she had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but never succeeded. There was a good opportunity before, but Fang Yuan disturbed them. It was mainly thanks to Fang Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could still stay alive. In this battle, Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to obtain huge gains. This proved how far-sighted he was. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were mostly received in place of Fang Yuan. He had less than 1,000 arms left. His enormous body had shrunk by 60%, and even his roar sounded hoarse and soft. Maybe this is a chance to get rid of spectral soul demon venerable. Star constellation immortal venerable. Had this thought. Spectral soul demon venerable was a huge obstruction. Although star constellation immortal venerable controlled spectral soul demon venerable before, she was much clearer than others that spectral soul demon venerable who was filled with heavens could not longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, star constellation immortal venerable admired Fang Yuan's craftiness and sinisterness. He was able to successfully turn spectral soul demon venerable into half an alliance mate. Although spectral soul demon venerable had lost his senses, under Fang Yuan's heavenly ghost concealment killer move, he was even more dependable than ordinary alliance mates and was also easier to be made use of. Star constellation immortal venerable then looked at giant sun immortal venerable. Although the two venerables had allied, there was always deep vigilance between giant sun immortal venerable and her. Looking back at this battle, even though giant sun immortal venerable used his full strength, it was of little effect on Fang Yuan. It instead cost central continent a lot. The comparison showed a stark contrast. Star constellation immortal venerable would rather have the irrational spectral soul demon venerable as her alliance mate than be allies with the sane giant sun immortal venerable. But if she wanted to get rid of spectral soul demon venerable now, she still had to get giant sun immortal venerable's help. Star constellation immortal venerable immediately transmitted her voice. Giant sun, there is no need to care about Fang Yuan. Let's join hands to get rid of spectral soul demon venerable. As you can see from the current situation, we cannot let this venerable continue living. Giant sun immortal venerable deeply agreed with these words. He felt that they were not able to deal with Fang Yuan mainly because of spectral soul demon venerable. These two's combination truly gave him a headache. Naturally, Fang Yuan could ally with spectral soul demon venerable because of heavenly ghost concealment killer move. As long as this move was broken, it was the same as breaking the alliance between Fang Yuan and spectral soul. But giant sun immortal venerable was also aware that even if he broke it this time, Fang Yuan could continue to modify it. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. Giant sun immortal venerable did not think highly of his modification abilities before. But after this battle, giant sun immortal venerable who was baptized by killer moves like shocking departure of Year Dreamwave and Danghun sound and arrival of Dragon Snake with dust fog and explosive soul wind changed his perception fully. Right now, in his opinion, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was already above him. Even when looking at all the venerables, besides limitless demon venerable, Fang Yuan was right below star constellation immortal venerable. So, giant sun immortal venerable did not want to play the pointless game of unraveling, modifying, then unraveling again before modifying again with Fang Yuan. It is a good idea indeed to kill spectral soul demon venerable. We can end this problem once and for all. Fang Yuan will have no alliance mate left. Giant sun immortal venerable transmitted his reply to star constellation. Moreover, Fang Yuan lacks immortal essence right now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect spectral soul demon venerable now. If he exhausts all his strength to protect the latter, he may land in a predicament with just a slight carelessness. At that time, we can then target him and even create an opportunity to behead this heaven-refining demon venerable. Star constellation immortal venerable was not as optimistic as giant sun immortal venerable. She replied, Fang Yuan will never throw himself in a predicament to protect spectral soul. The two venerables reached a consensus and focused all their attacks on spectral soul demon venerable. They made this decision indeed. Fang Yuan revealed a troubled expression but was getting increasingly excited inwardly. Spectral soul demon venerable fought fiercely with the two venerables, and with Fang Yuan's help from the side, both sides would suffer. But in the end, spectral soul demon venerable would probably die. After all, spectral soul demon venerable was filled with heaven's will. He did not have any sanity and used immortal killer moves randomly. It was really too much of a disadvantage. But like this, giant sun immortal venerable and star constellation immortal venerable would also be weakened greatly. This was a great opportunity to get rid of two venerables. As long as they did not escape to their headquarters, Fang Yuan had certainty to kill one of them. With his full strength. Star constellation immortal venerable wanted to kill spectral soul demon venerable, but giant sun immortal venerable was thinking of a chance to get rid of Fang Yuan while Fang Yuan was also plotting to get rid of the spectral soul demon Venerable was attacked by the full strength of the two Venerables. His injuries continued to become more severe. Many of his large black arms were broken, leaving behind only 300. Go! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly threw a golden meteor. The meteor struck spectral soul demon Venerable and destroyed one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one remained now. He was forced into a desperate situation with danger everywhere around him, but Fang Yuan still attacked steadily, deliberately maintaining the frequency of his attacks. Spectral soul demon Venerable roared furiously. A large blue fire burned on his body. But this fire was not burning hot. Instead, it let out a strong chill. The temperature dropped rapidly. Rank 9 fire. Gu finally could not sit still. It felt the danger to its host's life and finally used its strength. It was rank 9 after all. All 3 Venerables retreated, even Fang Yuan who had Heavenly Ghost. Concealment was the same. Fang Yuan relied on this killer move to deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could not deceive rank 9 Fire Gu. After all, it was a Gu worm and not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable remained still. The blue fire quickly spread, forcing the 3 Venerables to continue retreating. The fire expanded towards the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The Dream Realms shrunk rapidly and were actually being burned. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light as he thought. The legends of Rinzhu stated that dream realms are restrained by fire Gu. Looks like it is true. He felt that it was a pity. While fighting with the Venerables, his Heaven Path attainment level had already advanced from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster level. Moreover, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster, his accumulation was already deep and robust. If Fang Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even be able to advance to Supreme Grandmaster level. Even if he could not, he had a high possibility of becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, most of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed by Fire Gu. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Looking at this scene, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started preparing Chaotic Intent Dispel's Dream Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not protect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Instead, charging towards the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Fang Yuan immediately fell into a dilemma of advancing or retreating. Within the spark of a moment, he made a decision. He gave up on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and pounced upon Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was blocked by Fang Yuan. The 2 Venerables fought fiercely. In this process, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were burned by the fire. There was almost none left, be it Fairy Ziwei, Ing Wuxia or Meng Qiuzhan. They were all burning. While Fang Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he was also getting closer to the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Seeing this, he immediately gave up on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and went in the direction of his Dream Path clone. Meng Qiuzhan's eyes were closed and would not wake up in a short while. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan ignoring him and leaving. He shouted in fury, "Fang Yuan, such audacity! I will make you pay." At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out together. Their power was so terrifying that even heaven and earth changed colors. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally finished preparing her killer move and activated Chaotic Intent Dispel's Dream. She directly attacked Meng Qiuzhan. Bam, 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 bam. The golden meteors struck Fang Yuan and Meng Qiuzhan. Explosions rang continuously, shaking the world. Terrifying air waves rampaged in every direction. The golden lights dissipated. Fang Yuan and Meng Qiuzhan were moving down extremely quickly. Huh! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes almost popped out. Fang Yuan was not even injured at all. What kind of defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed greatly. Fang Yuan was headed towards Central Continent. As for Meng Qiuzhan, he was already awake and had activated Dream Armor Gu to protect himself. At the same time, his body was covered by a layer of rippling reverse flow protection seal. Through Fang Yuan's modification, reverse flow protection seal could help others as well and was not limited to himself. With 2 layers of defense, Meng Qiuzhan, just like the main body, took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move like it was nothing.